What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Upsurge podcast. My name is William Chilek-Moore, joined here by this is the first time I get to meet him, Mr. Tim Magic 7 Houston. Tim, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Of course, bud. It was surprising that the Upsurge homies got managed to get you on the desk, get you on the cast actually, because you've been around the block in the amateur scene, especially since around scouting grounds. You've done a lot of work when it comes to scouting some of these players too. And it's also my first time getting to interact with you, so I kind of get to dig your head a little bit, you know?
Yeah, it's something that I've been getting into the space more and getting to know the people, not only the players, but also the people who are like investing themselves in amateur. So on the casting side and the tournament organization side and all of that. And it's been really cool to see how many people are really invested into it and are really gonna open to other people coming in and learning with them and being part of that group.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Upsurge podcast. My name is William Chilek-Moore, joined here by this is the first time I get to meet him, Mr. Tim Magic 7 Houston. Tim, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Of course, bud. It was surprising that the Upsurge homies got managed to get you on the desk, get you on the cast actually, because you've been around the block in the amateur scene, especially since around scouting grounds. You've done a lot of work when it comes to scouting some of these players too. And it's also my first time getting to interact with you, so I kind of get to dig your head a little bit, you know?
Yeah, it's something that I've been getting into the space more and getting to know the people, not only the players, but also the people who are like investing themselves in amateur. So on the casting side and the tournament organization side and all of that. And it's been really cool to see how many people are really invested into it and are really gonna open to other people coming in and learning with them and being part of that group. So yeah, it's exciting to start to kind of get my fingers in all that a little bit.
Yeah, it's cool, man. I'm glad that you're getting your hands wet in the amateur. It's a Wild West.
Hmm.
I think Eddie, the owner of a new Esports, put it best that amateur's basically like the Wild West, where everyone's kind of fighting for themselves and kind of just figuring out what kind of unspoken rules there are. So hopefully you're navigating pretty well. And of course, everyone already knows where you came from, but I actually want to ask kind of like a little bit of history about you because I don't know if
Sure.
not all the people know this. Of course, you have your own a website about yourself and everything else, but you were a market researcher and you also have a master's degree in sociology. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. That's my kind of my background outside of esports or pre-esports, kind of where I came
Yeah.
from in terms of education and professional experience, and it's been a bit of an interesting journey. But I think most people in esports have had some kind of an interesting journey into it.
So I actually want to kind of dig a little bit about that then, Tim, because coming from a master's degree in sociology and all of that, going into I think your first role was kind of like a data analyst or a part of the analyst squad for Fnatic. What was that? What was that journey like back then in 2015?
Yeah, I think there were a couple steps to that, right? So
Hmm.
first of all, I started up oracleselixir.com in 2015.
Yeah.
Launched that in March 2015, I believe. Um, and that was just a place for it started with just LCS player and team stats, and then I started adding other leagues to it and expanding from there. Started doing some content on it, writing some articles, doing some basic infographics and things. And there was so little out there at the time that it was pretty easy to kind of catch people's attention. Like, oh, it
Yeah.
was so hard to get any stats at all. And so that led to later in the year um, Fnatic was looking for ways to build out their kind of coaching and analysis group. And they had an open call for people who wanted to be part of kind of the analyst group for the team, and you could kind of apply for that. So I threw my hat in the ring. I thought it might be kind of interesting and a way to get some good
Hmm.
experience, if nothing else.
Hmm.
And that was actually being led by Jarge, who was the head analyst for the team at the
Oh
time,
yeah,
working
yeah.
under Daylor. And so a whole bunch of people got involved at some level. Not too long after that, there were two of us still involved because I think
Hmm.
Jarge figured out pretty quickly, like managing a whole big team of people is sometimes more effort than it's worth, and you have to
Yeah.
actually like it takes effort to get that
Hmm.
output from the people that are working under you. So I
Hmm.
was still working and one other guy who's been involved, I think, in collegiate coaching since then and some other things. I'm not sure what
Hmm.
he's up to right now, but um, the role I had there was basically putting together a certain reports of different metrics that were interesting to the coaching staff, and that might be useful to the players. And now and then individual requests like, oh, what about this thing? Can you look into this statistically? And every now and then, I'd have to say, oh, I can't do that, but put together certain of the data that we did have, and it would just help the coaching staff be prepared for the teams that they are coming up against. Try to find certain patterns or weaknesses they may be able to exploit, and it worked out pretty well. Fnatic ended up going to semifinals of Worlds that year, so I was involved, kind of providing those reports up until then, and yeah, it was just a really interesting experience for sure.
And speaking of experience, actually, I want to learn more too, because you're I think for a lot of analysts in the amateur scene, they don't really have a lot of chance working with such high level expertise when it comes to coaching and what they want here. What's some of the most valuable things you actually learned when working with the Fnatic squad?
Yeah, I mean, as kind of a data analyst or a statistician, one of the things that I really learned was just how differently different people can approach the game, different coaches, different analysts, and how you really have to be ready to tailor things to the specific questions or the specific needs of the moment and of the people you're working with. And it's really not about, here is the best or the way to do it and make sure that you just learn the best way to do it. It's about being flexible and about being a good communicator, about understanding what is the actual question that we need to address right now and how to address that. And in terms of, the players, I think it's the same with them, right? Like, what does this player need right now that is actually going to be useful to them? What type of information is going to resonate with them? What type of feedback works the best? Do they want something where it's like, oh, let's try this new idea together? Or is it going to be more about, they need to have some structure imposed on them or whatever it's going to be? Do they need to come in with a bunch of rational arguments? Hey, we think we should play this way, and here's the data that shows this is a good way to play, right? And it's all about tailoring your approach to the people you're working with. And I think that's the main thing I kind of took away from the experience I had there.
Okay, that's honestly really cool. I really like that a lot. Speaking of which, have you actually done any previous any analyst work after Fnatic then, or have you just been chilling, making your own content creation and everything else with Oracle's Elixir and your podcast?
Yeah, I've had in the past several years, there have been various times when I've done something or other with a team directly, but mostly it's been kind of more on the other side of things, where I'm doing a lot of content creation, doing a lot of just keeping the website running and making that a service that's available for everyone, which is not only for the fans who might be interested in these numbers and tracking their favorite teams and players, but also a lot of coaches and analysts. I mean, that's the first thing that kind of got me involved in the scene in general, was I put this website out and I started getting all kinds of DMs from coaches and analysts and casters and stuff, right? And so there's a big appetite and a big need for people in that space to have access to that information. And so I kind of made the choice to focus more on that for a variety of reasons. But one of them is just like that I think it's a really valuable community resource to be able to have material out there, and not only the actual website with the stats on it, but examples of how to use that data to make good analysis and to put content out there to kind of shape the way players and teams are perceived. And so that's something that I really enjoy doing. And it's also something that I think is just valuable for the community. And so I've done things with teams on kind of more consulting roles or like one-off projects with them and things like that. But I haven't really pushed for or tried to be directly attached to a team. It's something that has been on my mind, and if the circumstances are right sometime, maybe it'll happen in the future. But we'll have to see. I mean, another side of it is that being an analyst for a team doesn't necessarily pay the kind of salary that helps you raise a family. It might be fine if you're 21 years old and can go and live wherever you want in the world and fly away. But I'm married and I've got kids, and I'm settled down, so I can't fly off to LA or whatever and be an analyst in that role. And salaries haven't necessarily quite caught up to what I would need to support my family. So that's the other side of the whole working with teams kind of piece of it.
Okay. All right. I definitely understand that. It's just kind of like approaching the freelancing kind of aspect and just helping teams one off for sure. I think definitely will help out with the family aspect and all that as well. So awesome. Thanks for shedding a little bit of light about how you actually got into analyst work. It's always cool to hear stories. I'm always a big person who likes to hear about people's stories and how they kind of come up. It's always fun to hear, and I think especially in esports, knowing it's a growing industry, it's really cool to see how people get their feet wet. So and for you, especially someone who has already gone through not as young as me, or not as young as especially some of these players who are like 21, 22, like what you said, right? You already have a wife, you have kids, and yet you're still in the you put yourself in the esports scene around that time after you already got your master's is a pretty bold thing, and I appreciate that a lot, and I respect that a lot for sure. But going from Fnatic, you ventured into, oh, you already did, of course, started with Oracle's Elixir, but then you started venturing into, I think, Shadow GG, which I think when I was a coach for Collegiate, I advocated a lot to use, but then I think the price was a little bit too high for their budget. But I want to know more about Shadow GG because it kind of stems off from your need of just putting kind of content and analysis out there, right? Can you shine some light on that?
Yeah, so Shadow was a project that it was my first kind of full-time position in esports. So I had been
Oh,
doing
okay.
the various roles, freelance writing and running the website and all these kinds of things
Mm-hmm.
for a while, and then at a certain point, the company that was running Shadow.gg reached out to me and said, "Hey, we've got this new product. It had started with a Counter Strike app. Now they were working on adding in League of Legends and Dota 2, and they wanted somebody to kind of lead the League of Legends portions for that. So they
Mm-hmm.
reached out to me as somebody that was familiar in the space and kind of had some expertise in the League of Legends side. So I came in and I led
Mm-hmm.
that project for a while, and eventually was leading the entirety of the product for all three of the games. And basically,
Mm-hmm.
it's a set of tools for pro teams and to some extent collegiate teams and other groups like
Mm-hmm.
that to do game preparation, analysis, opponent scouting, uh,
Mm-hmm.
data-based tools. And so I led that. That was a lot of fun. That was really interesting, and I learned a ton, especially about how to be a product manager, how to lead a team, how to work with people.
Mm-hmm.
The product itself, I think we built some really cool stuff. But I mean, no matter how well you do, any kind of startup in esports is very difficult to kind of,
Yeah.
you can build the coolest product and aim it at the right market, and sometimes it just doesn't quite work out. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I think Shadow is still ongoing. They're still working on it and trying to find the right niche for it. But I
Mm-hmm.
haven't been involved in that product for a couple of years now. I moved on to do
Yeah.
some other things. I mean, for one thing, it's based in Berlin, and I'm in Canada,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that was pretty rough, the time zones and the
Mm-hmm.
travel and all of that. So I thought,
Mm-hmm.
okay, we're gonna balance things out a little bit differently, have me be a little bit more physically present with my kids.
Mm-hmm.
So, but that was a really cool product, really cool team that we were working with there, and great learning opportunity for me for sure.
Yeah, I actually want to. I want to kind of dig a little bit deeper in the shadow kind of aspect because I never really. I always wanted to toy around with the product, because I was like, yo, like when I was a coach, I was the one putting in making spreadsheets, and I
Hmm.
know a lot of other coaches were the ones putting in their own spreadsheets, so that they had to find someone who could put in spreadsheets, right? What were the things that made Shadow like such a good product? Because that's something that I was always wondering when it came to just how it actually functioned.
Yeah, I think one of the big challenges is something like that is finding the right niche for, like, like I said earlier on the fanatic side of things. What I learned there is how much you have to
Mhm,
customize your approach to what the team needs and what the situation is. And so trying to build a
mhm,
set of tools that are useful for
mhm,
in some way to everybody kind of
mhm,
is difficult to line up with that. But where we landed on a lot of that stuff is that one of the biggest pain points as a coach is tracking the things that you're learning from scrims.
mhm.
And it's famously, people get kind of worked up about, don't treat scrims as real data in the same way as stage games, right? Like,
Yeah.
people play differently in scrims. They're more loose. They're going to try a bunch of strategies they wouldn't try on stage or in official matches. But that doesn't mean that the things you're learning in scrims aren't valuable and useful. So
Mhm,
tracking stats out of scrims can help you with things like even just something as basic as, hey, what's our win rate when we play this champion in scrims over the past 3 weeks, and that kind
mhm.
of thing. You need to have, generally, even LCS teams mostly will have somebody putting it into a spreadsheet manually. And if you want to go
Yeah.
anywhere beyond like the number of games played and win rate and stuff, again, you have to try to write stuff down manually and have it in a spreadsheet. And like, it's just a ton of work.
Yeah.
And so we were building some really cool stuff in that space to try to help automate certain amounts of data collection out of scrims, whether that's using computer vision on the gameplay, or some other approaches that you can use to kind of get some data out of there. Because the other thing with
Mhm.
scrims is that all the data especially if you're scrimming on the tournament realm, that's all locked off and you can't access it the moment
Yeah.
the game ends. All that data is gone. So there were a lot of really cool tools that we were building in that space.
Mhm.
But then there's also other stuff like map visualizations and just tracking champion stats on different players, what kind of their champion pools are, stuff that you might be able to get on public websites like Oracle's Lix or other places, but
Mhm.
maybe having a little more opportunity to kind of slice and filter it your own ways and go a little deeper into the numbers that are available there. So those are kind of the things that we were mostly building on there. Again, I'm not sure exactly where they've gone with it in the past couple of years, but
Mhm.
there's I think the scrim space is the really big nut that pro teams have been trying to crack for a long time. How do you actually get data out of scrims and get good value out of that data? So that was an area that I was having fun kind of trying to figure out.
I think it's pretty fun. I remember, when we did scrims, it's very interesting when we take a look at just coaching in general, where I think a lot of the players, of course, don't like to treat scrims in a way where they're trying to improve and they're trying to practice on one specific thing, regardless of win or lose, right? And I think that's why some of those data points aren't as needed, and that's why I think scrims are pretty tough. And scrims, of course, is always just it's very high variance. The more I think
Yeah.
about scrims, the more I look at it, because unless you have a dedicated scrim partner or you're doing in-houses where both teams have an agenda of what they want to do and you're okay to compromise, like
Yeah.
sometimes scrims can just be completely useless because the enemy team doesn't want to do what the heck you want to do, right?
Mhm.
So I definitely would like that tool. I definitely would appreciate that tool if I were definitely coaching, just because you can kind of differentiate what matches you're already able to play and what kind of games you're able to go into. So that's actually really cool. I wish we have that now. I wish we have something of that sort back then. Hopefully now we have more of that going in. But from all those analytics and stuff, Tim, and of course, you taking a closer look to any amateur. You've already been a part of North America already with LCS and Academy. What are the big things that you actually like to track or like to look at when it comes to players and their skill levels?
Yeah, I think this is a question that a lot of people very frequently have is, what are the best stats for understanding how well a player is performing? And it's a
Hmm.
tough question because I'll always say that team stats are much more valuable on average than player stats. It's
Hmm.
way harder to get a good read on a player statistically than it is to get a read on a team,
Yeah, that's
because
true.
the overall measure of how well a team is doing is much more straightforward. Like you can look at gold metrics, you can look at
Hmm.
dragons, things like this, and it'll give you a much more accurate picture of the way the games are actually going. Are they winning early? Are they losing late?
Yeah.
Are they making good comebacks or whatever it is? Like which parts of the game are they performing well? Are they controlling the jungle camps well? Or are they
Hmm.
giving up a lot of those? Stuff like that is a lot easier to interpret. Whereas with the
Hmm.
players, there's so much more context around. I mean,
Way
first
more.
of all, what position are they in? And you
Hmm.
can't really easily compare across positions. And then what champions are they on and what champions are they matched up against? Things about kind of the style they're playing, stuff like that. So I think you have to start by figuring out which position you're looking at, and then I think the approach I'll typically take, if I say I want to learn about a player who I don't know much about yet,
Hmm.
I'll look at their kind of stat line of things like their kill and death stats, their laning outcomes and golden experience differences, their damage and warding numbers and all that kind of stuff. And the first thing I'll look for is just anything that seems really high or really low relative to the rest of the people around them. And
Hmm.
when you see those extremes, then you have something that you can start to look for. So say they've got really high damage for their role compared to other ones.
Hmm.
Then you say, okay, let's look at their champion pool, and let's say it's a bot laner with really high damage, but they're playing a ton of Ezreal, right? Well, okay, with
Yeah.
Pug
Yeah.
champion, Ezreal
Yeah.
famously gets very high DPMs, and then you learn something about that. So you kind of like start to connect those dots,
Hmm.
and then the next place from that is to take those kind of open questions that the data has raised for you, and then you
Hmm.
go to the VODs and you watch it with that in mind. And you can start to see like, oh, they have a much higher share of their team's deaths than I would expect, and then you go look for it and you watch their positioning in team fights
Hmm.
or in their lanes for ganks or whatever that's going to be. And that,
Hmm.
I think that's really the way. Like, it's not a simple, easy answer. You can say, these
God
are the
no.
three
Yeah.
numbers that help you see, and if they're higher on that, it's good, right? It's something where you really have to pair the stats with the VOD review and watching them. But I think it can be very helpful for. I mean, you can go the other way with it too, right? Watch a bunch of their games,
Hmm.
get some impressions of the player. Oh, it's from watching them, they looks like they're good at this, but they struggle at this. And you look at the stats and see
Hmm.
if it backs it up or not.
Hmm.
And if the stats disagree with those impressions, then maybe you have to go back and look a little more. If they confirm you, now you can feel that much more confident in your takeaways. So I think it's really just a range of those things. And that approach of like combining those different sources of insight and coming up with a final kind of takeaway from it is
Hmm.
actually something that I definitely took out of my kind of academic background with
Hmm.
social research and sociology, things like that. And it's something that I've talked about in different places too, but combining kind of the quantitative, the statistical approach with the qualitative,
Yeah.
observational insights and coming up with a final takeaway. Um,
Hmm.
Kind of like a mixed methods research approach if you come from that kind of academic social sciences background. So
Yeah.
I think that's a really valuable way to approach these kinds of things, and being structured and being methodical about the way you generate these insights.
Definitely. I'm currently still in school going into psychology and potentially sports psychology if I want to continue to pursue coaching, that's where I've always wondered because scouting is always interesting when I've talked to how other coaches scout. They look at the solo queue ladder, they watch like solo queue plays, and then, I think a big example is like Goo from TBA, who's now currently on 100 Thieves Next,
Mhm.
where I talked to their coach at the time, Ash or Shieger. He was like, "Yeah, we just kind of found him on solo queue and then just DM'd him and like looked really good." And I'm like,
Mhm.
"How the heck do you determine these things?" And that's always something that I've always wondered when it comes to that. And that's where I think it's very hard, and that's why I bring this question up, because you can always look at the stats, you can always just see like, "Oh, he's good here, he's good here." But then how do you effectively determine if they would be good, one, in a team environment, and two, like mesh with the
Sure.
four of the players. You actually talked about this with Cubby and Prussian on your last True Sight podcast, where you can't just find five like amazing star-studded rosters,
Mhm.
players, put them together and expect a star-studded team. And that's where someone who's watched many teams develop and fall. How would you kind of like figure that out from someone who looks at qualitative and quantitative data and kind of like put your if you were to build like a star-studded roster, what would your qualities be when it comes to looking at those kind of players?
Yeah, I think. I, I mean, for one thing, that element of team construction of like having a good mix of different styles of play and the way the
Mhm,
five players might click together. I think you have
mhm,
more luxury to do that at the LCS level, say, than you would at the amateur level. Where I think at the
mhm,
amateur level, it's probably more advisable generally just find the most skilled individual players you can find, and then
mhm,
hope that you can teach them to work together. I think there's going to be a lot more challenge in
mhm,
identifying the way a player plays or what type of a player they are because you just haven't had as much opportunity probably to learn about them. Whereas with
mhm,
pro players who have been around for quite a while, you should have a pretty good idea like, oh,
mhm.
Blabber likes to soak up a ton of resources and
Yeah,
carry
yeah,
really hard. So we don't want to pair him with a mid laner who wants to do the exact same thing. That kind of thing. When you come
yeah.
down to the amateur level, you're not going to have quite as much opportunity um, to have an existing idea of the way a player wants to play.
Mhm,
So I think it really comes down mostly to just like having a good eye for just mechanics and like
mhm,
inbuilt talent of that sort. Um, and just I think it comes from knowing the mechanics of the champions and the matchups as a coach or as a scout,
mhm,
and being able to apply that so that your core observations are as accurate as possible. And
mhm,
that's somewhere that I have never played the game at that challenger level or anything like that. So
mhm,
it's somewhere that a lot of other people have more insight on that than I do.
mhm,
But I think you can work with whatever level of insights you have on the individual kind of mechanical play and kind of how good their hands
mhm.
are, as a lot of coaches would
Yeah,
say or
yeah.
a lot of scouts would say, and just work on it from there. I think once you get to the point of putting an actual team of five together, it's going to come down a lot to talking to the players and trying to be able to ask the right kinds of questions to them while you're kind of in the
Mhm,
recruitment process of how do you like to play and which champions do you spend a lot of time on. And you can look at their metrics on certain things and see whether they are a mid laner who plays the map a lot, whether they're a mid laner who just stands up in lane and tries
mhm,
to 1v1 their opponent. Like um you know are they an ADC who tends to soak a lot of resources or not that much. I think
mhm,
you can learn some of that from the metrics, but I think at the amateur level, it's going to be a lot more about, do they seem to understand how to actually play the basic portions of the game and outplay their opponents and actually have good hands or not. The extra layers on top of that are going to be a little more of a luxury and something that you're going to have to spend a lot more time to figure out. Of course, you get rewarded for that investment of figuring out how to build the actual team because if you are able to kind of find those players who click together, like I would
mhm.
say, 100 Thieves next last year with Copy being a little bit more of a team facilitating mid laner, and then you had Kenvi who loves to
Yeah.
carry, like something like that. Like
Mhm.
maybe they knew that going in, or maybe they got a little lucky, or maybe they kind of fell into those roles. I'm not sure. I wasn't watching the team closely enough through the entire year. Didn't know the
Yeah.
players beforehand, but um, that extra percentage on top of their mechanics of getting the team click together is kind of it's the piece that takes the most effort to figure out, I'm sure, but will kind of
Mhm,
make it all click and make it come together into something that's greater than the sum of its parts.
mhm. Speaking of which, would you ever want to be like a player scout or like a someone who develops rosters for teams or whatnot, knowing that you have a pretty good solid base of, looking at numbers and also looking at play styles and all that?
Yeah, it's a tough thing because, like I say, like I really I enjoy especially as I'm getting more insight into amateur and getting a little more involved with it. I really enjoy looking for players who I think have kind of the potential to be the next big thing, and it's a lot of fun and something I'm very interested in. It's also something where I recognize I have a bit of this weakness coming in, that the kind of the fundamental mechanics of the game are something that I'm not going to understand as well as, say, an ex-pro player or something like that. So that's something that I've been working on a lot of trying to learn more about, and specifically speaking to people who can teach me more on that area, because there are a couple of ways to get more insight on that. One is to actually try to play yourself up to that level and figure out from experience. That's going to take a few thousand hours and may never happen. I think I'm a little past my prime on competitive gaming.
Hey,
but
come on, man.
in the other way,
I think you got it. I think you got it, Tim.
Yeah, I don't think my wife would appreciate me trying to invest that amount of time. But the other part is just trying to talk to people who can actually teach on that. And so, I mean, one of the things that I spend a lot of time doing is just, random Discord or Twitter DMs with coaches and analysts and people like that, and learning everything I can from them. I just go to them with questions all the time, and, figure out which ones are actually have the time and the inclination to share and kind of cultivate those relationships. So whether or not I think I would want to be in that space, I think it's something that I enjoy doing for the sake of producing content on the academy and amateur scenes. Whether I would go deeper than that or not, I mean, maybe if there was a kind of an actual opportunity to explore that on kind of like the business front or something like that, or working with a team or something, I'd be open to it. I'm kind of interested in it, but I'm not sure if it's the right direction for me right now.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I think it'll be cool. I think it'll always be cool to have someone like that, build rosters and stuff and see if it works out. But speaking of North American amateur, because you mentioned we were talking a lot about that and how you're kind of playing around with all these players and all these things and seeing how their skill sets rise up. How does it compare when you look at North American amateur and comparing that to academy and an LCS? Because I think I think Cubby and Prussian talked about it, where it seems as though academy and amateur are kind of blending in now, especially with proving grounds coming up. But I kind of want your take as someone who's kind of coming right in, not really knowing a lot about amateur, and kind of now having kind of like sights from behind the scenes. Because I've been an amateur, Cubby's been a part of collegiate, and Prussian has been a part of collegiate and amateur for quite a while. We've been around the scene for quite a while, for many years now.
Yeah, I think one of the assumptions that people who haven't watched much amateur or collegiate or anything in that space would have is that there's going to be this huge gap in like mechanical skill, right? People think that you throw Licorice up against, I mean, I think this is a good example, Licorice against Niles or something like that, right? And Niles coming out of collegiate, and you'd say, oh, of course, Licorice is going to be way better. He's got all this pro experience and stuff. But I think one thing that we're learning, that I've definitely been seeing, and that I probably would have assumed a little bit coming in, is that that's not really the case. I think the real gap that you get between pro players and then, to a lesser extent, like academy being the stepping stone in between, and then amateur players, is understanding how to work together as a team, understanding the more kind of broad mental concepts of, as a team, this is where I have to take a minor individual loss and rotate to this team play and work for this objective, and here are the subtleties of the vision game and all this kind of stuff, the things that need to be coached, right? Here are the ways to structure a good set of comms for a team, and who's supposed to be sharing which information and at what time. All of those things. It's not about really a huge difference in how well you can play out, Gangplank versus Aurelia or whatever like that. That can, obviously, some people are going to be more experienced and skilled on certain champions and in certain matchups, but I think you could have a big 1v1 tournament between a bunch of amateur and academy and LCS teams, and you're not going to have 3 tiers to that by any means. There's lots of good skill and good hands down at the amateur level, and I think a lot of it comes down to whether or not the ability for these players to kind of climb the ranks comes down to, do they get connected with the right coach and the right team environment where they can learn those things about how to play the structured pro 5v5 style of game. And that's somewhere where the blending of academy and amateur that the LCS is doing with the proving ground structure, the proving ground circuit, is really interesting opportunity, because it's going to give more opportunity for these amateur players to potentially be coached by LCS org staff if they're in an LCS backed amateur team, and to potentially, even if the players aren't being directly coached by coaches at that level, they're going to learn from playing against those teams and say, oh, they beat us by doing this and this, and assuming that they can actually have those insights, they're going to learn how to adapt that for themselves. And the players, over the long term, players will move on from those teams, and maybe some of them will promote out of amateur into academy. Some of them will stay behind. but they'll disseminate that insight to the rest of the scene. And I think that's something I'm really excited to see happen. It's something where I think there is a pretty clear, especially if you listen to any team comms, if you ever get access to like tryout scrims or academy or amateur team kind of scrim games or comms, and you listen to those comms at those levels, there's a really big gap in what information is being shared, how it's being shared, the way the players are thinking about the game while they're in the middle of it. And there are certain players that have really impressed me when I've had access to that, and others where you go, okay, I can see that this guy hasn't had the chance yet to learn how to think the game the way an academy or LCS player thinks it. So those are the things, those are the places where the gaps come in. And it's something that I think the new competitive structure is going to potentially help out with a lot.
So then this is where I'm kind of wondering now when it comes to kind of picking up new talent, right? Because I think in North America we've been notorious for just cycling old talent over and over and over. Kabi, I think, brought it up last on your podcast last episode, where I think COVID, mainly kind of brought up this kind of new generation just investing into young talent, and that's where I wonder how you think academy and amateur and everything else is going to be when it comes to just kind of generating and also just taking risks of these new young talented players. I think I was watching Ellis go for on one of his YouTube ones where he was talking about Niles, where sometimes some of the old guards don't want to fix their old ways. They want to just kind of maintain and do their own thing, whereas some new players are down to innovate. And that's where, looking at someone from the outside in and looking at talent being grown up, where do you think that breaking point is of being able to pick up a young talent, putting him and inserting him and seeing how well they'll do versus just kind of leaving him there or kind of knowing that they are not there yet?
Yeah, I think there's a pretty big shift going on with all of that, and I think the certain things about the COVID situation have played into that. With I think that's a little bit more of an outside view of, hey, these, for example, the NBA backed teams in the LCS are having their budget slashed, so they have to go with young talent. I think there's some truth to that, but it definitely doesn't tell as much of the story as people from the outside might expect it to. I think a lot of teams that have gone for that young and rebuilding role actually just wanted to in certain cases, or had to because they would have spent big, but the players they wanted weren't there. And they figured, okay, if we're not going to be able to bring in this star that we wanted to, it's not because we don't have the budget to do it, but we didn't get that player and there's not another player as good. Okay, we might as well take a step. So there are other reasons for that. But I think the LCS as a whole is moving more in this kind of, I think there's been enough international losing that there's starting to be a recognition that things have to change. And that's been building over time. And I think we're seeing a bit of an inflection point right now. I think the LCS, with the way it is structuring itself competitively, is feeding into that in a good way. And I think also the more you see success stories, right? The more you see a Blabber come up or a Tactical come up and in a relatively short amount of time become one of the better players in the league of their position, the more you end up getting other teams saying, hey, well, we want to have the next Tactical. Who could that be? And let's try to see if we can do that, right? And then, of course, you're going to get certain successes in certain cases where it doesn't work out. And hopefully that trend kind of continues, right? Because I think mostly in any kind of professional sports, you're going to see everybody tries to emulate the winners. And so you hope that the kind of youth-oriented approach or development-oriented approach, if you're a fan of seeing all of that talent get developed and get promoted, you want to just see those teams win. And you want to see those players do well, because that's what's going to be the main thing that drives other orgs to try to do the same thing. I think we're seeing it go in the right direction. I'm pretty encouraged by the way certain aspects of this offseason played out, for example, to kind of promote certain players in and have teams take a much bigger kind of risk on players who may not really have been proven before, rather than trying to import and build their teams around bringing in former world champions or respected names from other regions, things like that, which it can be a valid approach too. And it's an approach that got emulated for a long time, I think, again, because certain teams that won did it because they had the best imports. And other teams kind of tried to follow that. But yeah, we're seeing it shift now. And we're seeing more and more opportunity. I think also as coaching is getting better, just because you have more coaches who have more experience, and the coaches who don't succeed kind of get filtered out of the space, and the coaches who are doing well kind of get promoted and all of that. I think just the existence of the academy scene in general has given coaches a lot more opportunity to become better coaches and to therefore be able to develop players more. I think there are a lot of pieces coming together to make all of this happen. And I'm pretty encouraged by the general direction it's going.
Okay. That's gonna be pretty cool. I'm down for it. I'm always down to see young
Mm.
talent increase and improve here. This is where I think with Proving Grounds being announced, the collegiate scene is kind of like it's in a weird scene. I'm being honest, because I'm part of the collegiate scene too. Cubby of course works with Miami University, Ohio. Have you explored the collegiate scene and the ecosystem there at all, or no?
Yeah, no, I've had some insight to it, especially from like we
Mm-hmm.
were saying earlier, back when I was running Shadow and
Mm-hmm.
we were working on kind of a collegiate product and talking to a lot of the coaches of the different schools that, especially the ones that had some budget and that might actually be able to be aware of products out there that they could bring in to help with scouting opponents, developing their team, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's it's very interesting because I think especially in the US, there's a perception of collegiate sports as the stepping stone between like high school and professional, right? Especially when you
Yeah.
look at football, you look at basketball, and that's a very
Mm-hmm.
standard baseball too, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it's a very standard structure, right? Whereas you come to league and you say, okay, well, most players so far in the history of the league kind of
Mm-hmm.
peak like 19 to 21, somewhere in there, which
Mm-hmm.
is collegiate age. And
Mm-hmm.
so are you really going to go through a 4-year degree and then you're going to graduate from that and now you're going to turn pro? Like it's something that is much less the kind of the prime of a player is different than it would be in a traditional sport where it's
Mm-hmm.
more like mid to late 20s typically. So you go through your kind of your collegiate degree and then you kind of physically mature into a professional sports role. And so it's a very different kind of environment. So I think that's always left collegiate law in an interesting space of some people think, oh, collegiate is going to be a great way to be a pathway to pro. And then other people look at it and go, nah, nah, nah. If they were going to be a pro, they would have gone pro way before they graduated.
Yeah.
And I think there's a mix of both that can be true. And I think it's been really interesting to see collegiate teams competing in the amateur circuit, for example, and some of them doing quite well.
Mm-hmm.
And certain players now actually, Niles and Iconic coming
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
Maryville and going into the LCS. And, if that succeeds, especially, then we're going to see that happen more often, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think there is still that kind of structural element that collegiate, I don't think is intended to be a pathway to pro. I think it can fill that niche for certain players and it can be a way for certain players um, to get there. But I think
Mm-hmm.
there are other routes that are more direct and more straightforward. Uh,
Yeah.
so, I mean, the collegiate ecosystem doesn't need to be a pathway to pro for it to be successful or valuable either,
Mm-hmm.
right? It
No.
can
Yeah.
be something that exists in its own right. That certain players maybe retire into collegiate, and we've seen that happen
Mm-hmm.
with other players too. And I think
Mm-hmm.
that's also very valuable because as a young sport, you got a lot of players who play pro for a little while, maybe don't stick around quite long enough to set themselves up
Mm-hmm.
for life financially, or aren't quite
Mm-hmm.
good enough for that. And need a backup plan.
Mm-hmm.
And if they can kind of retire into collegiate and get a degree and move on with their life that way, that's excellent for them, and hopefully good for the schools and promotes them and all the reasons that they have varsity sports
Yeah.
in general. So I think collegiate has been run very nicely. I think there are some good some good direction that it's going, and I'm sure there have been pain
Mm-hmm.
points within it. But I think it's being set up in a way that is hopefully going to be sustainable and that
Mm-hmm.
is growing and doing some good things for the space. And yeah, I've enjoyed the bits of access I've had to seeing some of those teams play at least.
And you brought up like the sweet spot of age when you're trying to play in legalized, which is around 19 and 21. It's always something that I've wondered because we talked about traditional sports where usually players in their prime are in their kind of late 20s. Would you ever think League of Legends could ever get to that point? Because I think for that to even occur, I think that's probably why collegiate's kind of getting a lot right. If players who are in their primes are on the 24, 25 year old age, and you have that kind of pathway where regardless through amateur or through collegiate, could be a point. But do you think there's a stigma behind having talent at that kind of sweet spot age? Why can't we have players be older, and why can't we develop them for longer? That's always something I've been wondering about.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I don't have specific insight on kind of
Yeah.
any of the neuroscience of it, or things like that. All I can really do is sit on the outside and say, how well are players at different ages performing, and how long
Mhm.
are careers lasting, and where are people dropping off. And you can look at certain players who have had a really good long career, and then they've dropped off a little bit for 1 year and retired right away.
Mhm.
Others who have stuck it out a little longer. Um, there have definitely been some very good players in their late 20s. And when you look
Mhm.
in some other esports,
Yeah.
there have been really good players in their 30s. Uh,
Mhm.
I don't think there's any reason that League of Legends pros can't play into their 30s. I think there's a long-term shift happening, whereas in the first 5, 6, 7, even 8 years of League of Legends,
Hmm.
players often socially aged out or burned out in different ways, and that's what
Yeah,
would lead to retirements in their mid-20s or something
maybe.
like that. Like,
Yeah.
and I don't know how much of it explains, but when you have somebody kind of crammed into a game house with a bunch of other 19-year-olds, and now you end up being the
That's true.
24, 25-year-old who wants to start, settling down and having a long-term relationship and getting out and having
Yeah,
your own space and stuff, and maybe you kind of, in certain ways, like, it feels kind of condescending, but you kind of mature out of it.
that's
And I
true.
think
Yeah.
the more professionalized that's gotten, and the more you're able to kind of separate, work and life, the rest of your life, I think the less of a problem that's become, which is really good and really
Yeah.
valuable. Um, and so I think that's one big portion of it. Another one is just, the ergonomics and kind of physical care of your body, and being able to actually devote yourself in an effective way that your body and your mind too don't wear out, and you don't get burned out
Hmm.
on the game itself by practicing 16, 18 hours a day and neglecting your sleep and your nutrition, all that kind of stuff. I think that's a problem
Hmm.
that, again, with more professionalization, is getting addressed more and more. So
Hmm.
I think we're trending more in the direction of, players' careers lasting into their mid to late 20s, assuming that they're actually good enough. Uh,
Hmm.
and I think there's no reason in my mind that can't trend into the 30s eventually.
Yeah.
Not that every player will play till they're 30, but that, the best players can last that long without any noticeable drop off. I don't see a way that physically or mentally, like, that players will not be able
Hmm.
to, keep up with that a 30-year-old can't keep up with a 21-year-old in League of Legends. Like, I don't think it's that, but somebody with more insight on kind of the neuroscience
Hmm.
side of it might
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
different opinion on it. It's hard to say.
yeah. I'm always curious about that because it's always like, I've seen players who are 24, 25, and they're still playing well, and it's weird to see. Oh, I guess in a sense, it's different to see the collegiate scene kind of be like the place to retire, like where Quas is going back to play for Bay State, where he's played pro, he's been pro, and then he's now playing collegiate, and of course
Mhm.
the Oceanic players now coming to North America to play in the collegiate scene too is also something very unique, and I personally hope that the collegiate scene becomes to a point where it's at the same level of amateur, where you're getting an education and you're also getting a place where it is a potential pathway to pro. And also not that you have a backup plan. I think it's always a good thing
Yeah.
to have, especially when you're pursuing esports. But yeah, collegiate is definitely unique in that sense. I was also curious too on if you know a little bit more about how Proving Grounds has impacted collegiate, because collegiate, of course, a lot of directors have brought this up. Clerky Fletch from IWU's brought this up, where Proving Grounds takes place in the middle of the collegiate season.
Mm.
Monday, Tuesday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We've seen Maryville, and they play their CLOL games right before the Proving Grounds matches, and then they go right back into it. Uh, that's where I'm a little bit afraid of if amateur and collegiate are too close together. I was wondering maybe if collegiate could ever go into the position of being after Proving Grounds in the fall season, because and in your perspective, of course, you may not know a lot about it, but then in your perspective, do you think that'll be a healthier ecosystem if that were to be the case?
Yeah, it's tough because I haven't had any specific conversations with anyone about this, but
Mm-hmm.
I do see, like, given that collegiate is not that overall ecosystem hasn't been designed to be a path to pro, right? Like, that's more of a
Yeah.
nice side benefit if it's there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if you just take collegiate in isolation, it makes way more sense to have kind of during second semester, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
January to April is where you have your serious competition, and that's where all the riot structured competition happens.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas kind of the fall or winter semester uh, is more, the students are settling into their studies for the year. They
Mm-hmm.
have some tournaments and stuff, but that's not the official competition. So I think it would be pretty
Mm-hmm.
hard to shift kind of the official riot backed collegiate season
Mm-hmm.
into the first semester. I think
Mm-hmm.
that would raise other issues for collegiate itself, and it fits much
Mm-hmm.
more naturally for collegiate to be kind
Oh,
of,
sure. Yeah.
yeah, more kind of
Mm-hmm.
like January to April. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so I mean, and I'm curious too, with like the summer split of Proving Grounds, if that follows kind of the June to September ish kind of range. That
Yeah.
doesn't really overlap with anything for collegiate. Like, people aren't
Mm-hmm.
even really in school for that. So,
Mm-hmm.
I can see how that raises some pain points. I'm not sure. I assume that there have been some conversations with the heads of the collegiate side and the heads of kind of the
Mm-hmm.
Proving Grounds kind of side of things, and but I don't think there's an easy way to make all of that fit in together. And I think it's something that most likely they're just going to have to say, hey, collegiate program, if you want to compete in amateur, there are certain sacrifices you're going to have to make, and there are certain things
Yeah.
you're going to have to work around.
Mhm.
And we don't really have a good solution to it because they aren't designed to be all part of one happy kind of coexisting system, unfortunately. So I'm
Yeah.
not sure that there are any easy answers to it, but hopefully they're at least talking and trying to accommodate the teams that want to be involved in both.
That'd be, I'm waiting for that to happen. We'll see what happens here. Um, Tim, we've been talking for quite a while, man. I think we've already talked through a lot of the topics here. You have any questions for me, by the way, Tim, before we end off the podcast?
Yeah, well, no, I'm excited about the, like I was saying earlier, the amount of
Hmm.
people who are like investing themselves in amateur, casting it, doing some content around it. The organizers who are actually running the events has been great to see, and especially as those events get run successfully and they have really good content built around them, that's something that's a great service, I think, to the community and also to the players and teams involved.
Hmm.
So I've been enjoying kind of seeing your face on a lot of the casts and a lot of the other people
Thanks.
that you're
Yeah.
working with, and
Hmm.
um, I don't know that I have any specific questions to bring up about how that's going to work out, but I just kind of wanted to put that out there that the more you guys kind of run these good events, and the more hopefully we can get people watching them and kind of cheering people on, the more that's
Hmm.
going to feed into kind of the whole value of the amateur system of both giving people a place to be competitive and kind of a competitive outlet for them, but also kind of moving players up in the ecosystem, giving them a pathway forward. So just appreciate the work you guys are doing.
Thanks a lot, Tim. I appreciate it a lot. As commentators, we're the ones telling the player stories. And unfortunately, sometimes we don't get a chance to tell ours. So I appreciate you
Mhm.
paying attention to some of us commentators and some of the analysts and the people who are working behind the scenes here. Last stuff, Tim. Where can people find you? Where can people catch you? And where can people learn more about you and figure out what you do?
Yeah, so I think the one of the easiest places to kind of get access to me is following me on Twitter at Tim Sevenhusen, and looking at oracleselixir.com. I post a lot of my content through there, whether it's
Hmm.
videos, articles, things like that. So you get access to my YouTube channel. We have a Discord server where we like to talk about League and different data science topics, and a lot of people in there doing some pretty fun stuff and hanging around watching the games. We talk a lot about amateur and also academy
Hmm.
and the pro games and all of that. So um, yeah, those are the main places kind of see what I'm working on and where I'm hanging out.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Tim, for the third episode of the Upsurge podcast. For everyone listening and tuning in, we're gonna be closing out, and the next week we'll have a next guest, guys. So thanks a lot for listening in, and we'll catch you guys all later.
the show last night. And welcome back, everybody, for another week, another day, another beautiful time right here on the Upsurge Premier League for the League of Legends, man. I am your host for the evening, Ravage, joined here yet again by these two very, very handsome gentlemen. It's to my this side, right beside me yet again, Mr. Beatdown Boulevard. How you doing, baby? You good?
Oh, I'm doing good, bro. What's up, Robbie?
I'm good, man. Thank you for asking
All
me, homie. I
right.
appreciate you. I gotta say, I like the color of your shirt. You look very handsome, man.
Dude, that's crazy, bro. I like the color of your shirt. You looking pretty
Oh,
good.
dude, that's absolutely wild, bro. But you
That's
know what?
wild.
But you know, there's one more shirt on the desk, which you
Uh-huh.
gotta congratulate, bro.
Oh, who is
There's
it?
one more dude with that gorgeous smile. Look at him showing all of them teeth, all nice and straight. You used to have braces, don't you? But no, you don't anymore. I like you seeing your Koskinen back at it. Welcome back. How you doing, man?
Glad to be back. Really love being on here. Got a little different set this time. And
Just sound
picked out
like
my
it.
favorite shirt for this one.
Yeah.
I do like how we have a very similar color palette going here.
Genuinely believe that you guys talked about this without me, because going into this, I'm like, wait, everyone's wearing pink. Why didn't no one tell me? I got a pink shirt, so I ran up and put this one on.
I see
Is
you
that
also.
Persian?
I mean, I see you also out here going with the roll sleeves beat. So you know what? I'm gonna join you here,
Yeah,
baby.
of course. Oh, let's go. That's what we like to see.
Let the sleeves be free. So Koskinen, are your sleeves free, brother? Can I see him? Let's go. Raise
Sorry.
these up.
They're up.
Oh,
Sorry. Not gonna happen.
that's
Not gonna
that's-
happen. Wow, that's
I
cold.
mean, that's okay, man. You know what? That's what you're the guest, and I rate you, respect you
That's
for it.
true.
But let's talk about more things we rate and respect, which is
Heck
these
yeah.
teams that we'll be saying today. Let's go and take a look at the standings and see where we are here, gentlemen, to really break down, because we're close to playoffs. Only a
Uh-huh.
couple more weeks off, and the teams you see at the top really darn well might be the teams you'll see going into the playoffs for the UPL. And tonight we got two prospects coming at you. And of course, we see we see Revival right at the top of the Baron Conference, but on the other end, Supernova. Yeah, Supernova killing us. I am being told that is wildcard indeed, and we'll see which we're seeing. Like so, absolutely kill it. On the other end, their opponents tonight, which is Bethany A here beating, aren't doing too bad themselves. What you think about that beatdown?
About Bethany A. So
Yeah.
Bethany A. Okay, so I think the interesting thing about Bethany A is how I think this is true with both of these teams, but they are a team that really needs to get a strong pick for their mid laner CP Freeze, because a lot of how they like to play the game does depend on getting that mid priority. And
Yeah.
especially, I believe it's Freeze too, who has these pocket picks that if you get the R5, they can set himself up real nice with the Anivia.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
I definitely can talk for a bit about Bethany.
Yeah, it's these teams have been a lot of fun to watch. So let's dive into what we might see here today, right? Because Bethany has definitely been back and forth within their performance, right? Because they're not 2-2,
Mhm.
but they did mention, talking to Collimer, that loss to Dawn that they previously had was kind of a fluke here, Koskinen. But do you think they're ready to take it back?
I do. I think individually as players that Bethany has a bunch of really talented people. I think Hunter is someone you should definitely watch out for. If you hadn't been noticing, I mean, if you see here, you'll watch him get a quadra kill in this game. This game was very fun to watch if you hadn't seen it. He's like really behind here, and he manages to pick up 4 kills in a row. If you haven't been paying attention to Amateur, Hunter was actually playing for Mirage during the Risen tournament, which is a tier 2 tournament in the Amateur Proving Grounds. And they took a game off of Golden Guardians Academy, and it was really impressive because he won the game on Nunu, which is one of his very good pocket picks. And I really hope they're able to pick it out today, because that champ is fun to watch. I think CP Freeze is a very talented player. A lot of respect for him in the amateur scene. And Wizardish is also just a beast. If you've seen his OP.GG, his win rates are crazy. He's like 75% win rate. He's like 500 LP challenger. It's really, they're definitely like a lot of individual talented players. I just hope that their cohesion's there. I hope they've been practicing. I hope that they have some good macro to show it to us, because I think they can definitely be the underdog. I definitely think they can beat this team that has no losses so far.
I mean, consider right now that Bethany is shaping up to one of the best teams, not only in UPL but also in CLOL as well. They are pretty much have gone completely lossless as well, and I believe they're close to being on the level of Maryville too. So definitely a college team to be feared. What you would know all about that here, Koskinen, because you belong especially to one of them. I'm sure you guys have crossed paths a fair amount. So I'm excited to see what they'll bring up because
course.
according to Collimer, they said they will be serious today. We're not gonna blind pick Salas anymore here, guys. That's not what we want to see.
You give my man CP Freeze a counter pick. I want to see him pop off.
Exactly. Yeah, because Freeze is a insane mid laner, but we'll get into that in just a little bit. Where B, let's talk a little about wildcard here, man. These guys have pretty much just gone across the board, 0 losses to their name, only dropping a couple of matches.
Yeah, wildcard development are looking so good right now. You can see in this clip too, Ghostly Cat is their jungler and a player they love to play through, super resource intensive. Draft is for him. The best pick they can get is for him. And like I said earlier on, it is all about getting them a solid mid matchup as well for Remember. So in that clip, you saw he has the Azir, something love that like that can get them constant mid priority because that does allow him to do a lot more of what he wants around the map and even potentially go for invades. And the other thing that helps them a lot is that you've seen their support, really good player, really smart about playing the map. And honestly, he doesn't spend a whole lot of time in lane. After levels 3, level 4, immediately says, all right, I'll see you later, buddy. And he just holds Ghostly Cat's hand as they make plays all around the map. And it's gotten them a lot of success. Clearly, this is definitely the stronger of the conferences if you look at the strength between all the teams, between Baron and Elder. So it does really mean something that wildcard developmental are standing at the top here.
Yes, sir. The only main team that they have really been able to face so far, I believe, has been a Revival as of right now. And they do say, according to both Asher and Sako, their coaches and player managers, they're ready for it. They are not afraid of any other team. They see it right now. They're in fact going even within the main team. And so they think that they should be able to actually take at least a game or two off a Revival, possibly even win the series. If one, they say they play well, and two, they're able to snowball their early game. Which see that honestly, Alex, raised a lot of questions for me. Akoska, you said sure though, but you don't sound too confident of them being able to match up to the main roster.
I mean, I have faith in Bethany. I think that this will be their turnaround. I think that if there's a time for them to show that they're good, this is definitely a moment. This is definitely like they can be like maybe an undefeated team in UPL. They might, maybe wildcards are going to underestimate them a bit. I definitely wouldn't. I think that looking at their players, looking at their team, even if they're down a couple of games, they lost to some pretty good teams, and even though they lost, I think that they put up a pretty good fight, and maybe they could have hammered a lot of the problems out in their macro play. And I want to see them. I want to see them succeed. I want to see them play well. And yeah, I think that if they don't respect them, and like if they say, "Oh, it's just new," just give them it. Who cares? That's a free win. I think they're gonna regret that sorely. I think that Hollywood is a pretty good player too. I remember when he used to play mid, and a lot of successful supports actually lane swapped from mid to support, such as Shady, who was who was a competitive player for Maryville, who he has swapped from mid to support as well in competitive LCS. And I know that actually Yassine, who is the support for Wildcard, is also an ex mid laner. So a lot of good mid laners swapped to support and had a lot of success. I think that Hollywood, I respect him as like a macro caller, so I think he can maybe change things up, maybe call around to help his team out, release some pressure, make sure that Wizardish gets the resources he needs, because Wizardish can 1v9 if given the correct resources.
I mean, all these soul leaders switching up their lanes, especially going for the mid side. And mid, I find, is one of those matches that I wanted to break down very intensely with you both, right? Because that's going to be a absolutely massive point of contention. We were talking a little bit about the junglers before, but really, if you have no mid prior as a jungler, what do you really have, right? Koskinen, you know, a bit later yourself. So talk to me a bit more about the Freeze versus Remember matchup.
Okay, well, Remember is a very big Zoe player, and I don't think he'll be allowed to take that champion because that helps his jungler do everything he needs. He's a very resource-intensive jungler. He wants that mid-prio, and Zoe's very good at getting that mid-prio, and I think that his stats are a little bit slacking because of that, because I think he is able to play a lot of world champions, such as Azir, who's very strong in the current meta. I think that CB Freeze, while also doesn't have like the most insane stats, the fact that his damage share is number 1 in the entire tournament shows that this man is scary. Like, even though they're 2-2, like, this man is definitely something you need to watch out for, because even though if his team's losing, he's going to be dealing so much damage on that team. And
Mhm.
yeah, but it's still nothing to slack about. Remember, his KDA is still pretty high. He's 5th in tournament. Having out almost 4 KDA is pretty impressive for a competitive run. And
Yeah.
yeah, I would probably say that I would respect Freeze a little bit, like mechanically better and like more malleable with picks. But
Mhm.
I do know for a fact that Wildcard's support, yeah, Yassine likes to go mid and help him free up some pressure for their jungler. So
Yeah.
see, Freeze has to be really careful of those support roams, and Hollywood has to be ready to match those, or at least take equivalent trade bot side if they're gonna keep up with macro play.
Wildcard support Yassine likes to go everywhere, honestly, but jungle. And I remember actually talking to Taco. I remember he also mentioned that there were some scrims where Yassine was actually matching Ghostly Cat in the jungle for 3 whole minutes.
Oh God.
Going with it from cap to cap, and then he kept asking, "Can I go home now?" It's like, "No, wait, no more camp, please."
Ghostly Cat uses resources, and if he wants them, he will call for them. And
Yeah.
yeah, that's why I'm a little scared. I'm a little scared for him because if he's saying this guy's gonna play Nunu, who cares? You got to remember a patch dropped today that lower the jungle XP, lower the gold they're getting, and
Yeah.
a resource intense jungler such as Ghostly Cat might suffer. He might not be comfortable enough to clear properly to be able to gank, be able to put the pressure that someone like BE Hunter has, who is very comfortable with ganking. He plays a lot of lower econ champions. I know he has the Ivern in the pocket, which I would
Mhm.
also like to see whipped out. Although Moonstone did also get nerfed a little bit. But
Mhm.
his Nunu, scary, especially with this patch. He's going to be very strong with gank heavy playstyles. I'm interested to see if he's going to pick anything weird. I'm interested to
Mhm.
see if Ghostly Cat's going to pick anything weird because this new patch is pretty spooky. I want to see it. I want to see it happen.
I believe we have lost beatdown. Unfortunately, as you can't see, but we're working very hard to try to get him back here, man. Because
Yeah.
we do like beatdown a lot. He's a really cool guy. So I'm gonna make sure I want you all to go ahead and type in that hashtag bring back BDB, right? Just so that we can get it back as fast as possible, man. We need y'all support. We need Beatdown to hear us. We need him to be with us too. And so if y'all call out to him, I'm sure he'll come back very, very soon. So stick around, y'all. I'm sure we'll get back. But I want to see y'all spamming it. Bring back BDB, BDB. It's exactly what I want to get down. But Pastor De Koskin, you raised a really interesting point talking about the jungle pick, right? Considering, this patch genuinely affects the playstyles of both Ghostly Cat and of Hunter. Because, like you said, Hunter is very much a jungler who pays for the players, right?
Of
He's
course.
there supporting all of them. Because he's going for his reganks, and as of right now, power farming just is not a thing. It just cannot be possible. You see it here right now too, just how often he's consistently in lane, especially for the side of Bethany too. Even though they won that 2v2, that's another point where we see, because look at this right now. This is just when Lion Lives actually come back to lane to tries to set up a different gank, up onto Hollywood, and it doesn't go well at all because he spends so much time with Ghostly Cat, which is, I mean, like, I understand you want a buddy in lane, bro, but my guy, chill.
Yeah. I
Let
mean,
him.
it also like contrasts with BE's playstyle where they play very like their bot laner is mostly Hollywood's mostly playing for lane because he knows Wizard is just good, and they
Yeah.
play a lot. They played a lot of Samira. They picked that a lot because Wizard is just
Mhm.
so good at champion. It's his most played in solo queue. Crazy win rate, high low. Like he's
Mhm.
playing against pro players and has like a 77% win rate, crazy KDA. But Samira got really hard nerfed this patch. Like every single ability got hit, and I really hate to see it because she is very fun to watch. I think she has pretty clear counterplay, in my opinion. So it's really unfortunate to see a player who's like really skilled at the champion,
Mhm.
who might be afraid to pick it because he doesn't know exactly like how hurt she is, and I don't know
Yeah.
either. But it looks pretty bad on PBE. I'm pretty sure the champion's not going to be like, at least it's not going to be blind pickable anymore. Such as champs like
I
Ezreal and Senna who are pretty strong right now. So that makes me
I
a little sad. I'm rooting for Bethany. I'm not going to lie because I always root for the underdog. And but I'm interested to see what else he's gonna start playing. I'm interested to see what Wizardish is just as good as Samira as he is on the meta champions.
Now, speaking of Wizards, though, and along with that bot side, I know you and I both heard some rumblings that on the other end, Wildcard might be bringing out some interesting picks, right, to that bot side. We're not going to leak anything as of yet, but we do want you all to know that like, be careful and watch out for it, as we are getting word that unfortunately, Beatdown has unfortunately just been Mordekaiser alted. So let's go ahead and pray that he's able to cleanse himself out of it, right? We will get him back as soon as possible. Remember, y'all, bring back BDB, BBBDB.
Sorry to say you can't cleanse Mordekaiser. You got to QSS it.
Dear mom, today I learned.
So you
Nah,
got
nah.
the player on the desk.
I was playing around with you, man. It's just look, bro. Look, at the end of the day, when I play on Mordekaiser, I know nobody's escaping, right? Because I make sure to get the easiest pick of the fight. That all you have to do is land down one decimate, and I just get all those stats for free because it's just that easy. But we're not here to talk about me, right? We're here to talk about these players. Let's move on a little bit to focusing on wildcard development.
Of course.
Yeah, now because we were mentioned before about how well they play on Ghostly Cat too. That's another thing too, but they're not necessarily the overall win lane win game type of team, right?
Of course. They're
They're
very macro intensive.
exactly. They are more than the sum of their parts. Just as a whole, they genuinely play around trying to set up that slow macro, but especially trying to set up, like you mentioned before, that snowball type early game here, Koskinen. And so for you, if you're looking at wild card right now, what kind of picks would you expect them to secure to make sure that they succeed in these goals of theirs?
Well, I definitely think because of their more roam-heavy support playstyle, they'll pick a tanky, more engaged support. Because Yassine, once again, doesn't really like to play the bot side. And that playstyle is very scary to play against because you don't know if that support's going to show top lane. You don't know if they're going to show mid. It's hard to want to push out if you don't have the vision set up. So they have to be very careful on the side of Bethany to be
Yeah.
able to play around this roaming support. And here we got a clip coming up here of a wildcard team fight. And you see Porsche is playing a more like team fight heavy champion. You can see they're playing a standard front to back with Minu is actually on Syndra here, which is a pretty interesting pick. Considering they
Yeah.
have the Azir mid and very, very gold heavy champion in the jungle once again. And they picked the Thresh, which is a champ that loves to roam. You can see seeing wet Mobies. That's something I expect to see him do. I expect to see him pick a more roamy, tanky Moby champion that wants to just roam around the map, get help Ghostly Porsche, Ghostly get make up for the fact that he can't power farm as much. Maybe get him some extra kills to put him back into the game after these jungle nerfs because that is their playstyle. I don't think they've changed it up too much in this just for this patch. It's live today after all. Don't actually know how impactful it's going to be, but I do know tank supports are pretty scary, especially with the Moonstone nerfs. So I expect their playstyle, while it is hurt a little bit, at least. Oh, he's back.
Beat down.
Yeah.
We got you.
I do expect them to. I do expect the support playstyle to thrive, and so I put a lot of. I'm actually going to say it's going to take me a lot on Yassine's shoulders to make up for the fact that they can't play exactly similarly to how they used to, where they could have Ghostly Cat get all these resources and carry. He's going to need to get some help with those, so you need Yassine to help give pressure on the map, make sure his laners can push, make sure Ghostly Cat can do what he wants to do.
That is exactly so. Because we said it before, right? If you don't have a mid laner, you don't have a jungle, you have absolutely no presence. And we mentioned before, right? Within the picks that wildcard would need to possibly take over the lane. But B, I'll go to you here first. We saw Remember a lot. We saw him actually just past Saturday. Playing all these type of mage champions too. What are you expecting to bring out today to make sure he consistently has priority in lane?
Do you mean Ghostly Cat?
I remember the mid laner for wildcard developmental, sir.
What kind of champs do you think he needs to get that prio for?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, he mostly plays control mages. Probably see him on picks like Azir, Ori. I'm not so I haven't seen any Syndra, but at the end of the day, anything with a lot of wave clear is basically what he's looking towards.
For sure.
1,000%. So with all that here, gentlemen, we do present the storylines. We presented the back and forth, but now we need the numbers from both of you. I need to hear it. Between Bethany and Wildcard Developmental, who do you have as your favorites in this best of three? Pete, I'll come to you first.
All right. I specifically told Hollywood that I have never seen him lose these, but Wildcard 2-0.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Respect. Koskinen?
Bold claim. I am going with a little different. I'm saying Bethany 2-1. I believe in them.
Wow.
I think these games are gonna be. I think these games are gonna be close. So I'm expecting maybe one team drops the ball, but I'm thinking 2-1 Bethany. I think that if they get their act together, if they use their brains, if they play their macro right, they can get this in the bag. Especially with the fact that this patch is very favored for their play style. I believe in.
This is tough, especially when it comes all down to me between y'all, bro. I was hoping y'all would go one side. I don't want Myra to at me on Twitter. I respect your team. I think think you're all a fantastic group of players, especially talking to Ashton and Taco. You guys are really nice guys. But you know what? Like, Colmer's a cool dude. Hollywood's my boy. Wildcard 2-1. That'll be it. Now we're gonna go ahead and set it down to the casters here, man. Mr. Shilling, welcome back. Magical, take it away.
Thank you so much, Desk. It's good to be here. Sadly, it does seem like it's just going to be me. Will had a bit of chilly weather going on over on his end. Hopefully, we'll be able to figure out where he's. Okay, it sounds like Will's here. Will, okay.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
Well, you're here.
All right.
I'm glad
I'm
to
here.
have you. I know that the winter's a bit cold over there.
It's
How you feeling? Is everything fine?
It's -3 degrees, Alex. It's very cold out here. So far, like, god damn. I don't know what to tell you, man. I was just out there shoveling snow, but I'm ready, man. I'm ready to cast this game. Who are we casting again? Just want to make sure.
Pretty much just one good team. They actually haven't lost a series yet. It's Wildcard Developmental. Then some other nobody team. You might not have heard of them before. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. It's Bethany Esports, Team A actually. Have you heard of them?
Yeah, I heard of him. I heard him.
Okay,
Yo,
good,
that's my
good.
boys, Bethany. Let's go. Not biased, by the way. This I just decided to wear this today. Nothing about them being on air, so just want to.
Will also made me wear this because he saw that the desk was all wearing pink, and he's like, "You got to do something like that." I'm like, "I don't want to go upstairs and get my pink blazer," so I had this one right next to me, and I'm like, "Okay, I'll just wear this."
Of course, I think for you guys got to represent the pink, collared, formal look, and I got to represent Bethany because we're the Vikings up here.
Well, either way, why don't we actually talk about what we have in
All
store?
right.
The Desk did a great job in breaking down both of these teams. Like I'd already mentioned, Wildcard Developmental haven't lost a series so far, and this has actually been a bit of a surprise because coming into the tournament, a lot of people had kind of discounted them, thought they weren't going to be able to do as well, while Bethany on the other side sitting at 2-2 in their record 4th series matchups, and that's a bit more surprising as they were a team that was touted as one of the stronger ones going into the UPL.
It's also different too when we take a look at Bethany Lutheran College, right? They're a squad that, back then during winter, they beat Maryville University during the roster swap. And then for them, they also recently made a roster change as well, putting Hollywood in the support role. So I think for Bethany, they're just kind of in those growing pains. But outside of that, a lot of people have been hyping them up. A lot of people have been giving them a lot of credit. And of course, with that roster,
I feel like
it's
that's mostly
pretty
you.
Stacked. Well, you know what? I'm just telling you what other people are telling me. That's all I'm saying. But for Wildcard, though, I think the biggest thing that we have to think about, Alex, is their strength of schedule. The desk already kind of covered it. That so far for Wildcard Gaming, their opponents that they faced so far in the UPL season haven't been that strong relative to everyone else in their group. So for Wildcard, it's going to be a big test to see if they can take down the Vikings.
Right, especially when we go into the draft and how they're going to be able to change things up. We're on a brand new patch, by the way, people. It's 11-4. That means Samira, gutted. Not going to be played. If she is played, people are going to have a huge... It's essentially learning a new champion because they've taken away one of the mechanics she had where she could dash a teammate, as well as losing a lot of times on certain things, such as the cooldown added to her ult, then having less time on her wind wall. It's going to make her feel a lot more awkward to play. But the jungle changes, I think, are the ones that we really have to talk about. Because Ghostly Cat and Hunter, both of these essentially being one-tricks. Kane one-trick on one side, Nunu one-trick on the other. How is that going to impact what we might see?
Honestly, a lot, Alex. I'm being honest. Especially when we take a look at both these teams, as you said, man. Hunter, notorious for playing tanks in the jungle, notorious for his Nunu, notorious for still picking J4 when J4 isn't really that strong in the meta, and just being an overall utility jungler. That's kind of been his MO throughout his entire time as a League of Legends player, even when he was playing in amateur, when he was on XT Esports, TBA Esports, at Long Beach Gerb Nation. That's what he played, and then now eventually starting to pick up some carry junglers. But with this big change, I think the analyst has already stated, it kind of leans into Bethany's favor, knowing that this is kind of where, Hunter likes to thrive. Kind of low econ, like just kind of gank and just setting a vision for his teammates.
Might be able to draft that a little bit early into the composition as well, since you're not trying to hide things. But the strong picks that I wanted to mention, Senna being one of them that's being hovered by Wildcard Developmental, but Kaisa being the other, which has dominated the 2021 split so far. I believe if you look at pro play, she has a 90% presence. No other champion is anywhere close to that. In fact, if I had the stats up just a second ago, I could pull them up pretty fast to find out who's the closest. I think second place was Olaf, at something like a 60% presence, which is way down there. So
Yeah.
I'm expecting to see it pretty much Kai'Sa versus Senna.
Whoa. You know what? I was expecting that. Something I did not expect is this Azir really early on. I don't know if this is the correct champion
Well,
that Bethany's going to be going for, but maybe it's a pro draft thing. I'm not too sure, but
I'll say
I've never seen
this.
Azir
We've actually
this
been
early.
seeing this. Like, I saw this over the other day on Academy, where Azir
Okay.
has been rising in priority purely for the fact of what he can accomplish. You have a pretty decent late game scaling champion who's going to be able to be a nuisance when it comes to any neutral objectives such as the Baron, but also he doesn't really have too many losing matchups if you think about it. Like, the harder matchups for him are the ones that can try to kill him early, such as, hey, Aurelia on the other side.
Sure.
Not going to be an option anymore since that's banned away, which means Azir being picked up this early, not so bad.
I mean, you can look to kind of pick some assassins a million. The other option is that you just kind of pick artillery against Azir, and something to remember can pivot for. You know, Xerath, Vel'Koz are two gigantic champions that are really good at dealing with Azir in the mid lane and in team fights overall. It's something that Wildcard could look to go for, but I'm definitely wondering what's going to be going on for the squad.
Same here. I'm going to try to see if I can quickly do some stats and see if I can find out how many times Vel'Koz has been played this split. Only 10 times throughout the entirety of pro play. That's 1% of presence throughout all of it. Kayn getting locked in for Ghostly Cat. This is something we were wondering. The desk was wondering as well. Was not only Kayn going to make it through for Ghostly Cat, but does Hunter lock in Nunu right here?
No.
No?
100%. Don't pick
No?
Nunu. The reason why you don't want to pick Nunu, Alex, is that Kayn beats Nunu's head in.
Yeah, but
pretty
still,
hard.
Oh, come on. It's game
No.
1. You lay down the gauntlet.
No.
They pick their
No.
one trick.
No.
You pick yours.
No,
Better
no,
one
no.
trick wins. Come
No.
on. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no, no, Alex, no. You draft to win. You don't just pick Hunter Nunu, even though he's a one trick. You have to think about what you're picking the Nunu into, and it's not going to work into a Kayn, man. I'm being honest. It is not a fun champion to go against. He gets free raw stacks. You are never going to kill that man. So I like Hunter pivoting to the Graves just so that he can maintain the clear speed.
It'd be fun. It'd be a lot of fun. They should have done it.
No, it won't be fun.
It would be a lot of fun. You want to know why? And I'll actually... Here, wait, hold on. Hold on. So I'll actually give a good argument. We were talking about the jungle changes. Nunu, I feel like, is a better ganker earlier on. And all he's going to want to do at that rate is just go lane to lane to lane and gank constantly. While
Yeah,
Kane's going
but-
to struggle because he wants to power farm.
Alex, here's the thing. You only have one lane shown from Wildcard. It's Senna Tom Kench.
That's true.
you want to try? So you telling me you want to pick Nunu on the third slot over here when only Senna Tom Kench are shown? Let's think about this logically, all right? You ain't gonna touch that lane. You also showing your jungle champion early on, and then Solins can now pick something that kind of avoid the gank
That's just
altogether.
safe. You
or
pick like a
survive through it.
Corki to go into Azir or something that's just going to be able to Valkyrie away. I guess you
sure,
got a
yeah.
point. You got a point.
Exactly.
Ah,
Yeah, exactly. No,
win this
don't
round.
pick Nunu. You lose jungle. You don't got good lanes to set yourself up for right now, or also to beat your head in. It's going to be tough, but we'll see what Bethany wants to go for when it comes to the carry pool, because we already see the Kai'Sa being banned away. Outside that, a lot of top laners being removed from TC Porsche's pool overall. Aatrox, Camille, GP, which he's notoriously known for too, are some big champions that looks like Bethany does not want to play against.
But we still say some of the other ones that have been pretty strong, such as Renekton, left open that they could easily grab for themselves, but they can always hold off on that. Again, you were talking about counter pick and trying to get a matchup that's going to be fine. And so for the spot lane, no way is it going to be. That'd be spicy.
Whoa! Whoa! Okay.
Now, here's the next question. Is that for Freeze, or is it for Wizardish?
You know, I'm gonna let you know a little secret, Alex. I don't know if you noticed, but I kind of know the Bethany boys.
I know. That's why I'm asking you this question.
I kind of know. This brand's going AD, bro. It's gonna be bot lane 100%. Wizardish has played many mages on the bot side.
Because that's why I was wondering if
that's what they're playing.
The thing is they have Azir, so Azir can be flex bot lane too. And that's my question. It's like, do you send...
okay. I know Wizardish. He does not play Azir bottom, but he does play the brand bottom. Okay.
All right.
If they do play bottom, then that's a surprise for me too. But I'm excited to see Wizards play some of these mages. I think he's one of the only 80 carries so far in UPL who's down to play some mages, because I know he has the Heimerdinger in his little pocket to pull it out. He's down to play, and he's down to play a lot of things on the bot side. He's just an 80 carry who just likes to have fun. So that's something that Wildcard has to kind of be ready for, knowing that Wizardish is a wild card in the bottom lane.
And now as Wukong and Orianna get locked in, pretty good wombo combo potential that they're going to be able to have when it comes to the later team fights. But I'm really curious to see what's going to go top lane. You have essentially the marksman in Hunter onto that Graves. So it's Volibear going to the top lane to be more of that front lane bruiser. But it's far more the bruiser build we've been seeing out of Volibear, not the tank build that was there for a little bit of time. It's much more about being able to not only survive, but dish out a hell of a lot of damage.
The one thing I'm a little bit questioning is how good Volibear is going to be when kind of stopping Wukong and stopping kind of the engage from the wildcard team. It is a winning matchup. It definitely can work, but it's very clear that Hanjay is going to be linebacker for the rest of Bethany. We'll have to see if it works out altogether. I'm personally not a fan of it. I think I would have liked Ornn a lot more. I would have liked a better tank that could just survive the lane and then just kind of push yourself through. That's just me though. I prefer that kind of champion to fit Bethany's overall composition. But Hanjay, he is a carry top laner. He is someone who is rather play Renekton. He's known for a Yasuo one trick, so not surprising for him to kind of pick something that is more lane oriented.
Yeah, that is a good point. So here, I have the stat, by the way. I was telling you about how Kai'Sa is one of the most played champions right now in the current season. She's been played a total of 807 times in pro leagues. Yeah. Second place is Orianna at 425.
Yeah, there's not a lot of good 80 carries right now, Alex.
No.
I gotta be real here. It's literally just Kai'Sa, Senna, sometimes Miss Morgan,
or Brand.
Sometimes
Hey,
Ezreal.
Brand.
First time we see Brand in Upsurge Premier. I think it's the first time I've seen Brand so far in this 2021 amateur season, including Risen, a big league, and Challengers Uprising. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm double checking some stats really quick, going through some of the notes that we've been given. We've been told that it's possible that it's Tom Kench's first time being seen in Upsurge as well. That one, yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's Tom Kench's actually first. That one surprises me a bit, purely for how safe Senna Tom Kench bot lane is. I mean, people always complain it's so boring. Oh, I don't get to do much.
Of course.
But that's kind of the point.
So boring.
That's kind of the point.
It's so boring, man. It's like I talk to a lot of Tom Kench players. They just throw their tongue out, they save a teammate, and that's the only time they get to have fun. Usually the other times when they have fun is when they're stuck in a one-on-one and then they get to eat the other person. That's the other only time they have fun, but usually you're just kind of sitting there and just chilling,
I miss Bruiser Tom Kench top lane. Back when he had the percentage health damage on his ult, that once he got his ult, he had that percentage health damage that he got on his abilities.
Yeah.
So you'd play him like that weird tank top that just could do this absurd amount of damage, and you're like, fight me, I dare you, I'll take y'all on.
That's something that I would expect you to do, Alex. That's something that.
And then build Omrekrika's best item in the game. 100% win rate.
Stop.
Never lose.
We even get to that point. I wasn't even gonna bring that up. You're the one who had to bring up Omrekr.
Hey, Joshi said it on Twitter best. That if there's one thing I am, it's consistent.
Consistently selling a bad item. We confirmed. I had to get some other inputs. I talked to Kelsey Moser, and you were there too. And Kelsey was like, "Yeah,
no, she was just trying to make you feel better."
Item.
She told me later.
No,
she's like, no. She told me in private, like, you're right. It's the best item in the game.
Stop. Don't be putting words into Kelsey's mouth, man. That's a dangerous game to play, Alex. You got to be honest, man.
All right. Well, we have a very interesting draft that we're going to be seeing for the first game here of Upsurge for Bethany A and Wildcard Developmental Team. I'm excited to see how these two teams are going to be able to pair up against one another, but honestly, I'm just not sure. Apparently, there was a client crash, I guess because it was just too fire of a draft coming in from Bethany, maybe. Now, I'm not sure. I feel like when you pick Brand for the first time of any league, it's definitely something that people, including League of Legends, is just not ready for.
I mean, that's definitely true, Alex. I mean, and we take a look at Wildcard as well. Like, their comp that's designed a wombo combo, 100%. Then we look at the ease of execution. Wukong, Orianna, pretty simple. Kane's also the ball delivery system. And for Bethany, it's very clear that they have to kite away. They have to make sure they make some space against that engage, and then make sure they can just kind of win that fight at the end. That's where it's kind of tough because I think Bethany's composition is a little bit harder to execute overall, but it's going to be on Freeze to see if he can actually knock everyone else away and make sure they don't get that clear engage.
Well, the one thing that I do have a bit of a worry for coming in from the side of Wildcard is Ghostly Cat tends to go for Blue Cane, correct? That's what we've been mostly seeing. I feel like this is not a game you can go for that. You need someone who can survive a bit longer in that front line, purely for the fact that there's going to be a good amount of damage coming in, especially if you get locked down by Wizardish. That brand is going to annihilate you before you can do much.
I can see both ways, Alex. I can see a world where Ghostly Cat just runs rampant. He assassinates Hunter, assassinates Freeze, assassinates Wizardish on the back line if he gets kind of fed. Red Kid, of course, is a lot more consistent, like no doubt about it. I can see both arguments. Of course, I personally like Red King. It's a lot more consistent in the way you want a team fight, in the way you want to set yourself up, in the way you just want to be a drain tank against Bethany's squad. But Blue King can work. It's definitely not a composition. You're not going against 4 tanks on Bethany's side. You're not going against 4 melees on their side. So if you do manage to snowball early and get the punish, Blue King is viable if you kind of want to win more.
But I feel like and this is where we go back again for the third time to the jungle changes in 11.
Third time.
Yeah, well, third time for us. Jessica's done it a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that makes the argument for Blue Cane even weaker because you want to be able to kind of farm up so you can get to that the cane form faster, so you're going to be able to assassinate and snowball quickly. Yes, you're going to gank a lot, but that's where Red Cane's a little bit more efficient because when you can get a lot of these ganks off a bit earlier, that makes it a little bit easier. You don't have to power farm to then snowball.
It's different. Like, I definitely understand why he should be power farming, but then there's 4 ranged champions on Bethany's side, Alex. I don't know if you know that.
Technically, Thresh has got a weird interaction.
Thresh,
I think with the souls he's counted as ranged. I think
he's
you're right.
Counted as ranged. Yeah, he's counted as ranged. Which is weird. Even though Thresh kind of operates as like a melee champion.
Right. It's kind of like that Rakan thing too.
Yeah,
but Rakan's the opposite.
Yeah, unless he's sitting topside, I'm kind of wondering how he's going to be getting red souls for himself and turn to Ross pretty fast.
That's a good point.
You can get that blue and then just kind of sit on it for a while and then let your red cane kind of come up to speed, which is an option for you. But
here's a good question for you. We look at the compositions drafted by both teams. Orianna, Azir. You want to gank that lane? Okay, Senaton, Kench.
First off, Kane doesn't gank. Kane just kind of shows up and lands like, yo, let me just take some of those souls real quick.
And then smite the cannon, and then be like,
and then smite the cannon, yeah. And then Charisma the wave too. So
I think my sparkles are
Blazer.
Yeah, I was like, my camera just wanted to match with me. But okay, then let's go. So yeah, you go get, I guess, drive-by souls because you're not really going to expect to do much there unless Freeze is way overcommitted. Bot lane, almost a similar kind of thing. Thresh should be keeping Brand pretty safe. I mean, yes, you can argue that Brand is pretty immobile, but it's still Thresh. If you're playing this one properly, the Thresh actually isn't going to ever look for engage because how the hell are you going to engage into Senatom Kench? You're using Thresh as the way to get out.
Yeah. Honestly, just expect Wizards to throw that ultimate and see if it lands on anything. And hopefully he does a lot of AoE damage across the team of Wildcard Gaming. Definitely surprising though that they did opt into Thresh and Brand on the bottom side. It's something I haven't seen a lot of. I'm definitely not experienced in that department. It's a cool bottom lane. I know that Wizards plays it. And again, this is the answer that Bethany has opted into to answer that Senna. So if it works out, that means that Senna is going to be available. It's going to be open on the table for both these teams to pick up if this Brand works out too.
I am really curious to see what build Wizardish is going to go for. If it's going to be more of that supportive type build where you're trying. You sometimes see it where you try to go for the Everfrost, especially with the buff that just came into it. I doubt that's going to be the actual route for it. I'm expecting it to be the Lianju's Anguish, just to be able to get that extra burn damage that you can get. Not Luden's Tempest. I feel like Luden's Tempest is more of the mid lane pick.
Luden's Tempest is kind of a bait item on Brand. Honestly, I like the Lianju's. It works out a lot. It assists it assists with your passive. Once you get Demonic Embrace too, you do a lot of damage over time. Damage, you know what I'm saying? You just kind of
burn, baby, burn.
Yeah, you kind of burn and you think you're fine, and then you realize that 300 HP is just gone as a Thanos snap comes through. You know, it's not a fun sight. So I like that build personally. I think that's what Wizards is going to be going for, and knowing that he wants to make sure he can do the most damage in team fights, knowing that he's not going to be the one securing some of these kills. More than likely, Hunter and Frieza are going to be the ones taking some of those kills as well. All Wizards has to do is just make sure these guys melt away.
And he's gone for Dark Harvest brand as well. I am so
yeah.
happy. Sometimes you don't see that. Sometimes you see the phase rush, and it's like, okay, I get it. You're trying to be a little safer, but the Chad move is always Dark Harvest. Dark Harvest anybody, and you already win my heart. That's just how it always works.
He also ran TP too, so it's very clear that Wizardish is not looking to kind of play the 2v2s. He's just looking to farm up.
Again,
make sure he gets
send a
those
Tom
spikes
Kench.
and then just
Will,
set some
how
stuff up.
are they supposed to do that?
That's true. Yeah, you know, expect Wizards to just kind of 1v2 the lane. I think he can just sit there, farm by himself, and hopefully Hollywood gets some time to make moves on the map. You know, gank, remember, scout out Ghostly, you know, stop Porsche. There's a lot of ways they can play.
You know, there is a lot of ways that they can play. And actually, I think you brought up a good point that I kind of want to talk about as we're jumping into the first game between Bethany and Wildcard Developmental, is the fact that Brand can stay by himself. Is he's able to just hang out by himself and not really need the assistance of Hollywood if he's playing it smart. You throw out the Pillar of Flame, get back out of there. That's about all you got to do, and rinse and repeat, since you're not expecting Minui or Yasin to actually do much to you as Senatom Kench.
Yeah. Honestly, that's gonna be the biggest thing, man. Like, they're just gonna be chilling, farming it up, making sure Yasin gets all that farm. A tanky Tom Kench is not something that you want to deal with. Something you want to deal with for Bethany, and it's also annoying, man. Like, every time this champion shows up, Alex, like, you have to make like 3 plays, because one play is always gonna be flubbed out by Tom Kench if he's around the area. It's honestly just a really annoying thing to deal with.
So I know I always talk about Ohm-Wrecker as being the best item of the game because 100% win rate. Don't at me. But Rod of Ages was always an item that I treasured. Like, it was always one of those items I never expected to go away. And I always built it on Tom Kench. It's similar to my Blitzcrank build, as we are jumping into the first game here between Bethany A and Wildcard Developmental. We'll see how they're going to be able to perform. No Rod of Ages, unfortunately, like I said. That's not in the game anymore. It's always a lot more fun that way when you have something that's a bit more unique in its ideas with its passives that weren't unique, and that's why I loved it so much.
I always liked Rod of Ages, man. I remember the good old days where Civ HD played LeBlanc, and all he built was Rod of Ages.
Civ HD honestly influenced a lot of my early League of Legends. He was one of my favorites. The kill the Ashe bot lane of Vigar LeBlanc bot lane. I always had a friend who would play LeBlanc. No, I'd play LeBlanc. He'd play Vigar, and we just kill the ADC over and over again and see if how mad we can get them. One time we had this Vayne. We got her down. I think she was 1-30, and yeah, she was not happy with us. Oh, but it was great. I had a lot of fun.
Bullying, by the way. You know,
we surrendered the game, so they had at least, they got the win.
You know, sure, okay, I respect that, but still, man, like, that's mean, bro.
No one said I'm a nice person.
You're nice to me.
I mean, I also troll you at every single step I can by mentioning Ohm-Wrecker, which I know tilts you.
I'm already used to it at this point.
You've just become numb to it. You've joined the Ender in the world of, I'm just so numb to it at this point. You just you do these things. But then I still surprise you with some of the random things that I say that you just get completely caught off guard and you're not sure how to respond fully, and you just say that you hate me.
You know, sometimes you just gotta deal with it, man. I think that's the crucial part of every relationship. You know, there's gonna be things that you can't change about your duo partner's opinions. There's gonna be things that you want to change, and you know it's not going to. So you know, you just let them have their fun. And you just accept it, and I think that's where myself, Ender, Cage, and the Rage, literally everyone in the amateur who's commentated with you has kind of dealt with at this point.
That's true. Similar to how Wizardish and Hollywood are having to deal with top lane. Grabbing flash in, first blood. Oh man, TC Porsche way overextended against this Volibear. He knew how to play that matchup.
A big mistake here. Hook comes on the bottom side too, so definitely trying to.
Yasin not caring. Look at him.
Yasin.
Look at that Tom Kench.
Tom Kench.
He didn't care.
Why?
Can't bench the Kench. All right, going back to top lane though. I mean, we got to jump back right into the middle of all of it, but TC Porsche, I feel like this is something that a lot of people always forget about Volibear, is how
Sure,
not
yeah.
only how much can he deal out in damage, but how he does with the shields and heals. So you go in and you feel like you're going to be able to get this burst of damage. Plus, you're like, I got Conqueror, I'll be fine. But
Yeah.
then Volibear
No.
bites your face twice, and you're like, oh, I don't even have Conqueror stacked up to be able to fight back yet.
I mean, you know, if we look at the overall kind of animal kingdom, a bear's an apex predator, man. Monkeys aren't the apex predators. They're very smart,
Who would win?
but
A bear or a gorilla?
bears usually would win that. You know, that's something I never really thought about.
Well, now you have. So
King
who would
Kong
win?
3? King
Bear
Kong 3,
or
where we see
gorilla?
King Kong fight a grizzly bear? I'm down for that kind of movie. That'd be cool.
All right. So you're not deciding. You're sitting on the fence on this one.
Well, I don't have the research to kind of back up any side, you know.
No,
It is-
you just gotta go with what your heart says sometimes, Will.
We're not gambling today, Alex. Come on.
No, we're
I
not.
gambled
We're just
too much already.
It's just opinions. I mean, we already saw that a bear can beat a monkey clearly, so I feel like
sure.
it would have an edge over a gorilla at least.
I think this is where Riot needs to make a gorilla champion.
They need to make a camel champion for me that spits at people.
Okay, well, he's gonna have a gigantic hurt box though, Alex, because a camel is just like you're gonna walk away and you're like, oh, this is not gonna hit me, and then it hits your freaking hump, and you're like, wow.
But that's the thing.
that
The
sucks.
hump heals him because it's magical and it's got magical water in it, so it heals him over time.
All right, your lovely magical humps. All right, Alex.
Yeah, exactly. But now we gotta look at how everything's going. Surprising, we haven't really seen too much jungle interaction. We've kind of seen them have drive-bys where Ghostly Cat and Hunter, you know, gentleman nod. You're like, yes, hello, how do you do? Don't really want to fight. Hunter finally making a presence bot lane to get a ward and then bail out immediately from that one. Again, not really getting much. As Ghostly Cat gonna be spotted out on the chickens. Might actually finally get some sort of interaction between the two.
Yeah, but they also have a ward on Hunter, and you already see bot side have priority. They could look to opt into all these fights, as we see Cat
looking good.
see Hunter. Hunter is in a very dangerous position. He has to get
Yeah.
the heck out.
Gotta be careful, but it's not level 6, nor is there much mana on Remember. Could flash away. Hollywood nearby wants to be able to give the lantern with a shield. Here comes the bot lane to show up. They're going to be able to get a little bit of damage with the Flame. He's going to be able to stop the fight for now. Tongue Lash. Hollywood taking a lot of damage. Going to be rooted up as well from Last Embrace. Here comes the hook and the TP in behind, but they got the Emperor's Divide underneath. It's going to be the trade of supports. A flash, no! Somehow Yasin survives, even underneath.
here.
He's got to be careful because Wizardish does want to be able to pick up the skill. Has the Sun, Pillar Flame. He's going to be able to take him down. There it is. The passive helping out as well. Manui so far away, had to flash back, but look at that shockwave! Shutting them down, and that takes down Bethany.
Oh, man. I'm not really happy right now, Alex. I don't think Hunter should have been there in the first place. He didn't have bot prio. They opted to that fight. Let's take a look at that replay, man. And it all started off of Hunter going for an early game, for an early invade on the bottom side where there was a ward that spotted him out. That kind of just transgressed everything that occurred from this point onwards. And also keep in mind that Wizardish was very far away. He walked himself all the way to this fight. You see him, he's fighting a 1 vs 3 for just a very short while, but I love what Remember did. He actually went back to the lane to get some of that experience because he was level 5 when that fight occurred. And by the time he hits 6, he comes in, has a ball delivery system, shockwaves, and gets the rest of Bethany Esports.
And with that advantage now, you can already see that there's going to be the pressure around that dragon. Should be pretty easy for the side of Bethany to be able to get themselves, but that's pretty much just a silver lining for them at this moment. You have a 3-0-1 Orianna mid lane. Sure, you know, not at that mythic just yet, but that's not really how you want this lane to go. Orianna to Azir is supposed to go dead even. They're supposed to just farm for days, kind of show up to a couple fights here and there, and that's about it. But now you have an Orianna with an advantage over an Azir, who's going to be able to push back and always be the first one to show up to any other fight.
Yeah, it's also very dangerous too because the bottom side was just didn't really favor Wizardish and Hollywood on that rotation because they were behind. Of course, though, he's getting a beating by the bear as Hanjay is flexing the top side, which is going to be good for Bethany, knowing that they do have one winning lane across the map.
I mean, we talked about it, monkey into bear. And that's how it should go. This mid lane,
sheesh.
Freeze taking a lot of damage from Remember.
Okay.
Emperor's Divide back over to Hunter, but the flash over the wall gets the kill in the 1v2, trying to escape, could not do so, is shut down, but still is able to get the kill his bot lane. There was a gank underneath the turret from Ghost the Cat to take down Wizardish. Yasin again surviving underneath the turret. How many turret shots can this Tom Kench take?
I mean, that's what happens when you play Senna Tom Kench, man. You got a great health. You also got healing from Senna, and also with Yasin taking the entire turret, Cash is basically sitting there at 100% HP. He's also going Dark Harvest too, ganking a bottom lane that's going to give him blue essence, Alex. So if I'm wildcard, I'm definitely going Blue Kane in this game.
I talked about the snowball potential. That's pretty much why I was wondering if Blue Kane was going to be worth it or not. Well, you got Ghost the Cat with a pretty good snowball. Sure, 1-0-4 might not seem like the most on paper, but it's a lot more than you'd have to consider what we were expecting. We were expecting the two junglers to kind of have the gentleman's agreement, not really wanting to do too much, just staring at one another, waiting it out. But you're already getting close to being able to get those mythics completed on the side of Wildcard. They have quite the large advantage over Bethany, and I want to see where they're going to be able to place that.
I'm definitely wondering what the cause of this lane swap. What caused this lane swap? It looks like they're just kind of. Looks like they just want to put pressure on Hanjay on the top side or get force out of lane, because we do see Minui and Yasin on the top lane here. Rift Herald is down. It's 9 minutes in, and Bethany did manage to pick themselves up. So we usually don't really see this occur when it comes to a full-on commit of lane swap, but I guess the big thing is just making sure that Porsche is able to just kind of survive. But I don't know if you want to sit in lane against a Brand and a Thresh.
Or if you have people showing up, you might want to be able to, because Ghost Cat was already able to level up too into Blue Kane, gets stunned up, pulled back in. Cyclone does not help. Wizardish was able to get the kill they need to, and the TP in behind. They've locked down TC Push, and remember, trying to be able to turn back one at least for the team, but they got to be careful because TC Push might get dove. Hanjay wanted to get more pressure, but they'll take the 2-for-1 trade.
Oh, easily. I definitely take that all day of the week. And credits to Wizardish for stalling out Ghostly Cat when it came to that gank here. If Cat managed to get in real close, I think Cat would have actually survived throughout it. But then, he got stunned up with Wizardish throwing the Hadouken. And then, of course, he just gets hooked up, and then it's pretty easy to fall through. So, good job on Bethany to actually counterattack the bottom side when it came to Wildcard's offensive play.
And sometimes that is the problem with going for this Blue Kane build is, what are you going to do to be able to get into that backline? You can't survive if you get locked down at all. And you've noticed that already from Ghost the Cat, who wants to be able to make a repeat performance into the spot lane, not realizing that someone's here and scary. He immediately jumps back in, saying, nah, I'm good. I'm out of here.
I mean, definitely just stops Cat from snowballing any further. Him putting pressure on the bottom side, of course, isn't really going to help out, knowing that you're dealing with Hanjay, who's itemizing for those tank stats. I think if I'm wildcard, just keep on pressuring Bethany's bottom lane, knowing that that's probably the most vulnerable lane to go for.
Currently, just kind of waiting to see where Hunter might be able to place down that Eye of the Rift Herald. I mean, the first one to complete a mythic item as well might be a nice place to be able to give some free gold over to Freeze. That's what I want to see them be able to help out this year. I already mentioned how Remember was able to get those 3 early kills. Now 5, 2, and 1. Sure, Shutdown Gold was picked up by the side of Bethany, but you want to be able to get Freeze out of this. Bot lane, another gank is being attempted by Ghostly Cat, but they notice Hunter on the flank. Same with Freeze, showing up nearby. Reach going to get a lot of damage, but Emperor's Divide knocked back. No Dawning Shadow at all. Emerald Trespass onto Freeze, trying to see if they can get the kill. A lot of damage, though. Ghostly Cat back into the wall, being able to get away. As you can see, TC portion to the backline, taking down Hollywood. Looking for more, getting another Cyclone Flash away. Boom goes the Dynamite out of Wizardish and take down a Retribution kill. 1-for-1 at the moment. Neither squad wanting to relent just yet, but not many of them having their ults left. They've pretty much used everything left in the tank, and now are going to try to fight around this Infernal Dragon being pulled out by Bethany. A little bit of damage onto Freeze. No Tongue Lash, though. Hanjay, you're a lot lower than I think you expect, and the side of Wildcard are a lot healthier. You got to be careful. Here is Ghostly Cat trying to help out the flash in. Wizardish is barely able to survive through this all. Seeing who else is going to be able to join back in on the team fight.
Smite fight.
Might be able to smite it. No, it's going to be over to the side of Hunter. They're going to try to see if they can take down the back line. Everyone's so low. They finally got Hanjay. Remember, not going to be able to turn it back around as the death sentence takes down another 2 kills for the side of Bethany with the dragon in hand. Hunter, are you serious? He flashed over the wall. He still wants to reach a dodge away. Turns it back. 2 more kills into their pocket.
All right, Bethany, I don't know why you're playing on such a dang tightrope, but if you're going to try and play that game, I guess you're going to come out on top. Because at Bethany Esports, there are 4 low health bars across the board. Actually, 3 low health bars because Hunter was sitting there full HP with that Immortal Shield Bow on deck. But it was very dangerous, man. We saw Manui flash forward in the middle of that fight to see if he can assassinate Freeze, but that kind of just gave the opening for Bethany Esports, and now they're coming back in. And take a look at that scoreboard, Alex. 3 of them got a lot of bounties on their hand.
That was a very long, drawn-out fight, and that fight was also very interesting because you look at it and you think that wildcard developmental, the ones with the lead going into it, they felt like they were too because they had already gotten Ghost of the Cat to be able to evolve. They had Remember in a great position, but the gold was nearly dead even between the two sides.
Yeah.
So that didn't really give them the advantage they thought they had, even with the health bars. They thought that they could easily play into this choke and find these fights, but they gotta work together. Manui split off trying to kill Wizardish, flashing forward into the middle of 3 other members of Bethany, which meant the rest of Wildcard all had to collapse trying to save Manui.
It's all just because those ultimates, man. Like, Wildcard didn't have Shockwave, right, Alex? Like, they didn't have the Dawning Shadow from Manui. Ghost of Cat didn't have his ultimate. Porsche's already down. And of course, even if he was, he had his ultimate. He didn't have ultimate either. So it's very clear that we're taking a look at Wildcard, and they are very ultimate dependent right now. As Yasin, he's gonna get burned down, but water type beats fire type. I don't know if you play Pokemon, Alex, and that's basically the case right there in that little interaction.
Well, see, I have, but I've also watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, and if I recall, the Fire Nation is pretty much like conquering most of the Water Nation.
If only there's more Firebenders on Bethany's side, then I can see that. You know.
I'm just saying, you know, if you look at it, like they lost. Same with like the Airbenders. The Firebenders just beat everyone pretty much, except for the Earthbenders.
Oh, they did fight someone though.
Ghostly Cat picked off. Exhaust was used. Not really going to be too helpful. Was able to get towards the wall to be able to dash away though. As Hunter continuing this chase, locked down by Last Embrace. Ghostly Cat. Ooh, I was waiting to see if collateral damage was used by Hunter to pick up the kill, but instead backing out of there. Wise call, not really wanting to overextend, lose some of their lead that they've been able to accrue.
It's all crazy too, because the biggest reason why they're just fighting is for that bottom side river control, Alex. Like, there's no objectives on the board. There's nothing that they're going to be going for. That
there's
like
a Rift Herald, I guess.
There's a Rift Herald on the top side, but then everyone's just on the bottom side, making sure that they have that avenue to walk from bottom to mid and mid to bottom. And right now, Bethany has the advantage. It's kind of very important for Bethany to make sure they have the kind of space to work through, because you kind of have to scout Ghostly Cat and his avenues of ganking bot side. So I'm liking what Bethany is doing, just controlling this bottom side.
Ooh. Flash out of Remember. Oh, and then he stepped too far forward. Hunter was able to show back up, even with the shockwave. The channel time was too long.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. Doesn't mean that Freeze and Hunter are able to break the mid-tier 1, which is going to be good. Gives them avenue to kind of cut off Ghostly Cat's farm when it comes to these jungle camps. So I like him breaking mid-tier 1 16 minutes in, because this is where at this time you kind of want to move around the map and, you know, start setting yourself up for these kind of mid-game objectives.
And again, this is where I have to criticize the fact going Blue King. I mean, of course, you know, you want to be able to level up sooner, and you can make the argument that that was what was available first, and you can see how early Ghostly Cat was able to do so. Yeah. But you haven't been able to get that snowball from there. You haven't been able to utilize that potential that you've gotten to be able to kill off Wizardish, kill off Freeze. And you're not going to be able to kill off Hunter because he's got the Immortal Shield Bow now.
Yeah, and also credits to Bethany Esports, man. Like, there's a reason why a lot of fights were happening on the bottom side to make sure Ghostly can't snowball off of their bottom lane. That's the #1 bottom lane that is vulnerable to can ganks. And even though they lost the bottom side turret, you know, I think they're okay giving that up, knowing that, you know, Hanjay's when Freeze is now kind of picking themselves back up, and Hunter, of course, has a gigantic lead. You know, already had a second item with the Collector being built in here. I mean, remember, she's getting picked on too, man.
This just feels too reminiscent of what we just witnessed. And again, tried using Shockwave, and again, the cooldown, the channel time was just a bit too long to even impact anything.
It does fit his name though, Alex, because you know, I remember that scenario where he got picked on. He probably remembers that scenario that he got picked on.
Ghostly Cat. Oh, this actually might be a good pick coming in from him. But Freeze drags him back over the wall, and that's not a good pick. Burn and even collateral damage just to pick off the kill. Dragon in their pockets. Third one of the game. One away from the Mountain Soul.
Yo, Cat just kind of got baited right there, man. He's like, psh, I got this. You can hop over this pit. Nothing's going to happen. And then, you know, Freeze is like, hey, I got 3 members right by my side. You sure you want to take this fight? He's like, nah, I'm going to die here. It's all good. I forfeit. The longer this game goes, though, Alex, the better it is going to be for Bethany Esports. Actually, it's kind of debatable. It's like Senna versus Azir at that point. It's going to be a game of between those two when it comes to those interactions. But for the rest of Wildcard, you know, I think Cat getting bullied on is going to be pretty impactful when it comes to these fights because he's not Red Cane, right? He's not able to kind of sit in those fights for a prolonged period of time. Porsche also hasn't made a gigantic impact in the game either way. And for Bethany Esports, they're definitely trying to see if they can crack this top tier 1 with that.
They're going to be able to crack it. They even used the Stormbringer as well, looking for the dive. Ghost the Cat on the other side was able to kill off Wizardess, but they're trying to see if they can get the charge. Charge going to be able to complete. They got so much damage. Emperor's Divide draws back in. TC push as well as they take down the bot lane for their double kill coming in from Hunter. Remember on the other side, trying to see if they can get back into the fight onto Hollywood. But look at the damage. They're able to get the triple kill. Shockwave going to be on it. Only 2 members. Remember trying to be able to run away from the fight, trying to be able to escape, but they've got the slow and they've got the quadra kill.
Alex, remember the analyst desk and I said that Hunter was he was a farming jungler, he was a utility jungler. This is not the case in this game.
Ooh.
And credits to Hunter, he's been making a lot of changes when it comes to his jungle pool, and it's been opening up so well so far. This is where we take a look at that dive on the top side. Yes, we see Ghosty Cat assassinate Wizardish, but he's not the main carry on Bethany's squad right now. It's the man with the gigantic shotgun who's blasting people in the face right now. I mean, take a look at Hunter. Take a look at how fast he blows up Catman. Like, goddamn.
And it's unfortunate. Remember even TPing in behind, thinking they had the flank to be able to get into that one because they had the assassination. But what do you do from there? What do you do when you have your Kane do exactly as he's supposed to? He assassinates one member, might even be able to assassinate a second one here. Freeze. There it is. Shut down and oh, no. I feel like this is not a good spot for Ghost the Cat to be in. Hunter, you're 2 levels over him. You could probably fight him if you wanted to.
Yeah. Backup is around the corner though, so he's definitely not going to continue. This is where a Ghosty Cat wants to kind of do his thing. Sit in the jungle, find some traps, see if he can catch any unsuspecting prey in the river. Go noodling. And he's found 2 so far.
I'm glad you've learned about noodling.
Yeah.
Who taught you that?
It
was me. I know.
I watched Bon Appetit and Bradley Yoni when he went down to Louisiana with Maddie Madison, and it was a good episode. It's alive. Yeah.
I totally believe that. All right, but now Hunter having completed, Bloodthirster already unkillable. The one thing I want to talk about is I'm a bit sad that Freeze died there. He had 20 stacked on the Magi's.
I know, man.
I know. That's like why I'm bringing up items here. I'm like, it's so close. So close to being able to get the full stacks.
I mean, I get that's like Freeze's fault, man. Why are you in the jungle when you know that Ghosty Cat is gonna try and find you, man? Like, you usually kind of have to sit in lane. Freeze wants to see if he can find a monkey.
He's trying to put on his best impression of Ghosty Cat there. Was waiting for it, wanting to be able to get the assassination, but wasn't able to do so. Now instead, they're setting up around the Mountain Soul. They know that they can just bait and set up Wildcard at any moment because they have to fight over this. They can't, especially a Mountain Soul and someone who wants to be able to assassinate, such as Ghost the Cat. That's going to be detrimental. Hollywood might have gotten picked out. No, they didn't continue to collapse on that one. They had him down to 50%. I'm surprised they were so afraid getting collapsed by Bethany. They backed out of it.
I respect that, honestly, because you don't want to blow all your resources just to catch out the support. Hunter's the main priority target on wildcard sites, and you have to take him out. Otherwise, he's just gonna run rampant and just walk through the fight, especially with double lifesteal, man. Like, you talk about a drain tank, Hunter's definitely gonna be one of them, and he's gonna hurt while draining through everything that you're throwing at him. So I respect that a lot of Wildcard to not put everything onto Hollywood. They have to play this low and slow. That's gonna be their game plan. Take your time, make sure you assess some of these fights, and make sure you pick off the right targets.
Yeah, but right now they are 7,000 gold behind, 22.5 minutes in. There's the setup coming in from the side of Bethany. They're slowly choking the life out of Wildcard Developmental, where it feels like any pick is better than no pick. They need something, anything, to be able to claw their ways back into this game, to be able to fight back against Bethany, who are controlling their jungle.
Ooh. That is no smite, though, on Cat, so they do have a window to take this dragon if they wanted to. Hook's gonna land on Senna, though.
On a Manui. Oh, what a flay and what a box in the back line. The Cyclone trying to see if they can at least do something to be able to take down Hollywood. They're going to be able to trade support for support. Jay slams down with the Stormbringer. Ghostly Cat was able to get the kill on a Freeze in the back line. It's a 2 for 2 so far. This is the best fight that Wildcard could possibly hope for, but they got to be able to get Agent Wildcat out of there, away from Hunter, who wants to just be able to kill him, knows he's on the other side of the wall, but then Hunter's like, oh wait, there's really
Yo,
squishy.
Hunter doesn't
we
care.
can easily go onto them.
Hunter doesn't
I have
care,
the
bro.
shields that I need to be able to go legendary with a Mountain Soul on the line too. Ghost the Cat on the other side of the wall, wanting to be able to get into the pit.
He has no smite.
Hunter shot,
He has no
shot,
smite.
easily. Smite stolen by Ghostly Cat, but Hunter wants to make him pay for that. He has so much damage coming in. He even had the flash if he wanted to be able to get over the wall, but instead, looking for the chase down, getting rid of the members of Wildcard. Ghostly Cat lets them be able to survive for a little bit longer.
Oh man, a little bit bold for Hunter to actually just hop over the wall, knowing that he didn't have smite available because he was just fighting here. But with that dragon being said, Bethany Esports are making a speed play on this Baron, knowing that the teleport's available for him.
Right.
Look at Wildcard, Alex. They're just coming out of the base. There's no wards on this Baron. Bethany Esports are shredding this pretty damn fast, and the moment Freeze gets here, it's gonna fall down to pieces. It's honestly at this point gone. Yasin's gonna walk and he's gonna get hooked up, but it's not gonna matter because look at that Baron.
Well.
He's gonna fall down.
Wants to be able to get in this one, has the spell shield, but Yasin is the target. They know they had the pick and
Wait.
What?
What?
Look at that! Look at him! Manui!
What?
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 What is that damage out of Hunter?
Oh, Yasin had like 800 HP, guys. Something like that.
What are we? Jesus. This damage is absurd, and Stormbringer used just so they could try to see if they could take down the turret. Freeze dives to Ghostly Cat. They want to be able to chase him down, but he has a spell shield still to be able to escape, at least for a little bit longer. But you gotta imagine the moment Hunter finds him, shoots him once in the head with a shotgun, it's gonna be half of his health. We already witnessed that against Manui.
Yeah, but Alex, this is where we take a look at items, and we're not really a big fan of items, but I know you like calling Divine Tsundere.
That's his real name. What are you talking about?
Going on to my point, I like to call Moby's Nikes. So, Ghostly Cat got the Nikes in his pocket. He's
Why not the Air
boy.
Jordans?
Air Jordans is different because Air Jordans you actually have to dunk on them. So and you can't really determine that once you pick it up. So Nike just helps you run fast. That's what we call it for.
I know. Every Nikes I've worn has not been that way. But then again, I also don't really wear Nikes, so.
Yeah, that's just you, man.
Right. So it's
Are you
like
Adidas? Are you an Adidas guy?
the thing is, I just wear whatever I find for cheap.
Oh. Those are just called
Actually,
Boost Tier 1.
So I am lying. I have one pair of Nikes I really like. They're like this cool, it's this nice black, but it's got this purple fringe with it and like that glow in the dark green around it.
Okay.
That's like I call them the Danny Phantoms because they look like they're something Danny Phantom would have worn.
There's a Danny Phantom in this game, Alex. That's Ghostly Cat. He's gonna get jumped on.
He might become a ghost very soon because look at
Um,
that damage coming in. Even with the Umbral Trespass onto Wizardish, he's got so much damage left on his head. The reach to be able to get the slow, not going to be able to get at least a little bit of that seer damage to be able to pick him up. Freeze, not going to let him escape this time around. He finally got his revenge. Wait.
Oh, and whoa, wait. Hunter.
They're just diving him
Hunter.
between the two turrets. They're
Okay.
just killing them between the two turrets underneath that own inhibitor turret. This is a Hunter pretty much flexing at this point. 16, 1, and 6 on this Graves. He is nearly full build here. Good God.
Yeah, how crazy is it that the most well-known utility jungler in solo queue, the Nunu one trick, is the one rocking this Graves. 16, 1, and 6, chunking many health bars from Wildcard all the way through. Remember, for some reason, does get knocked back from the soldiers, but
Freeze
it's not going to
might
matter.
die to the soldiers.
as,
Freeze is able to get the
everyone's
1-for-1. Turrets. One more shot coming in from Hunter. They
Hunter's
do
alive.
lose Hanjay on the other side. 3 members. Wizardish being the low health one. TC Force being able to get him to go
They're
golden.
overextending.
Trying to see if they can get Hunter. That'd be huge shutdown if they can kill off Hunter. They finally do and give it over to Manui. They're taking down the bot lane. It's a double kill for Manui. So gold back into the pockets of Wildcard Developmental. The game will go on just a little bit longer.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is it's a lot of bounties getting thrown over to Wildcard's pool of gold, too. They got everyone on that side. It was basically 5 people going in. And for Bethany Esports, a little bit over-aggressive, a little bit kind of playing with your food at the end there where you all could have just been hitting the turret, but then Freeze kind of wanted some fantasy points. I guess everyone else wanted some fantasy points. just kind of open themselves up here. At this point, though, I think Bethany should still look to secure the game, knowing that they're 10K ahead. But it's usually something we don't really like to see, you know?
So Hunter died. Shut
did
down
die.
gold, gifted over to Wildcard, and he still has a 700 gold bounty on his head.
Yeah.
That is how far ahead he is right now.
Yeah. He needs 2 bounties for people to be incentivized to catch him.
I mean, I guess it's just rough right now for the side of Wildcard, even though they're able to mount somewhat of a defense. Another chance at the Mountain Soul for the side of Bethany. They've gotten themselves within the pit. They're going to be the DP right behind. Oh, they couldn't even steal it. Ghost of the Cat, he tried, desperately flashed over the wall. And here's Hanjay being able to interrupt the backs. Shockwave used only onto him. Stormbringer bringing it down on the head of Remember, who's able to get eaten up, snatched up, and saved. Hunter, though, might be on the hunt. Might be able to find Snipe with collateral damage. He knows that Remember's nearby, but Hanjay's able to distract so they can get the kill to see support. And Hunter did exactly as I thought he was going to do, while the rest of the members die. And Hanjay, what the hell?
My God, man, what is going on, yo? I just need to see that HP of Yasin. How much HP? He's holding a lot of HP, guys, and he's getting popped like a dang pimple twice, Alex.
Putting back on the jacket. It's hot in here, so that's why I had to take it off. There you go. But good God, was that brutal? Like, Hunter got so far ahead in that one that, but it's not often you see an auto attack like that in a professional game like this, where it's just one tap essentially, the support. And that's not like an enchanter support, you know, something you'd expect to be squishy. That was a Tom Kent, something you'd expect to survive from that kind of attack.
I mean, he had 6 items. I think.
No, Yasin
only had 2.
He had 5.5.
5.5.
He only had the zeal.
He had 2. Honestly, I don't have any other words, man. Like, Hunter played out of his mind.
Technically,
this game.
he only had 1, I guess.
I guess he technically only had 1. It seems more reasonable now when I take a look at the items, but my God, Hunter was just popping kids left and right in the back of their heads, and it worked out. Credits to Bethany again. They kind of stopped what Ghostly Cat wanted to do, what Wildcard effectively wanted to do on the bottom side of just putting pressure onto Wizardish and onto Hollywood. And we saw them, right? They fought over that bottom river majority of the time, even after Dragon was gone, which is something that we don't really see teams go for. But that was usually what they were fighting for. They were literally just fighting for this space. And for Bethany Esports, they were down to slug it out. And majority of the time that when they did, they kind of won at the back end of it. And that's why I kind of just stopped Wildcard in their tracks. And, you know, in regards to that 12 to 15 minute period.
Well, you know, I feel like the game kind of broke down, like you said, around those fights where Hunter started getting to be a nightmare situation for the side of Wildcard. But I feel like we can toss it to a break. When we come back, the desk can break that game down a little bit more, because you and I were just so baffled by the auto attack. So let's toss it to a break. When we come back, Ravish and the rest of the desk will break down that first game.
Did I say wild card? Did, that's a
Man,
I
took my, that's taking my
I'm not
bit.
completely stole that one, but maybe I must have misspoke. I must have had a Freudian slip. Bethany
Yeah,
are
of course.
killing
Yeah.
the game right now, beat down.
Yeah.
And you know what? But let's take it back a little bit and talk about that draft, which I felt really came from their chest. It was out there.
Yeah, you could definitely say that, and that's something that Wildcard Developmental clearly like to do. We've seen him do it here. We saw it on Mobile Pool in the weekend. There,
Mhm.
they pick Kane with their whole chest, Robbie. They say no problem, blind pick, Ghostly Cat's the man, no problem. Well, there was a problem. Ghostly Cat became irrelevant very quickly. I just don't just blind. Kane's not a blindable champ. I'm sorry.
I have
not.
to agree.
Thank you.
Don't do that, please. Especially when it's
Please.
Blue Cade, man.
Oh my god.
Not a fan.
Yeah.
It's-
It's just not it. It was yeah, it really didn't end up working out. You saw the early game was kind of going all right for wild card developmental, but again, like you kind of saw as time went on how difficult it was for Ghostly Cat to actually kind of have an impact on the map. Bethany have a really good bot lane matchup with that Thresh brand. And although we saw some good plays on that bottom side of the map, you got to a point where like Blue Clay's not going to kill. He has a lot of trouble catching up to CP Freeze on the Azir. He has a lot of trouble trying to kill Hanjay on the Volley Bear, who's tanky as all hell. Like, who is he
Hanjay
really
did
supposed to
pop
go
off.
for? Yeah, Hanjay did pop off, and the problem ends up being target selection. And the reason you don't pick Kane, especially if you're going blue so early, is that who is he going to be able to go for? Anytime you saw him get a kill, get a nice shutdown, it ends up being off the back of a team fight. His team just lost. It's like, hey guys, don't worry, I got CP Freeze, and then they're all just gray screen, and it's just like, cool. That's really cool. That was ego, like to the
Yeah.
extreme.
Yeah, I mean, the early game couldn't have gotten better either. Like they got a trip.
Yeah.
That was a gorgeous shockwave.
Oh
I
my
gotta
god,
say,
yeah.
that was a really good shockwave. From remember, he picked up 3 kills before 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure, and like the game was in his hands.
Yeah.
But I saw a really big issue, a really big flaw with their draft and decision making. Relatively, was one is that they put Yassine on Tom Kench, and Tom Kench doesn't really like to leave Seta when they pick that combo, like at all. And due to that fact, he was mainly on his own most of the game. And while on the other hand, Bethany picked Thresh for Hollywood, and he was able to make like tons of roam plays. They got so much vision for Freeze. He also was still big at Prio. And he's just, I guess he's just really comfortable on Azir. Blind picking Azir is very common in LCS, very strong champion. He was able to get so much vision around mid lane. They remember he had 3-0. He was stuck on a tower. He couldn't do anything. He had no way to like walk on the map. He was scared of Thresh.
Yeah.
He was scared of Graves. And I got to tell you, Hunter, what an absolute monster this game. I said before the game started that the easiest way Bethany has to win this game is because they just have so much AP damage. Volibear deals 6 damage. Azir and Brand really deal a lot of magic damage. So if Graves is ahead, the enemy team does not want to build armor. They're dealing with these huge AP damage nukes. And then Hunter just got massive and was able to just like 2-shot people like Tom Kench. He killed him for over half healthy on the game. I was freaking out. I was like, oh my god, this man is huge. He was clearly showing a lot of prowess in the jungle. He was showing a lot of I can't knock anything really about Bethany's players. They played really well. Besides that little fluke with Wizardish in the beginning when Ori got a triple. That flank was a bit questionable.
I mean, I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair to call that a fluke. I think that's just, an instance of Bethany taking a fight they definitely shouldn't have. You already get a pick. You know what? We're kind of low HP. Orianna does have Shockwave. Maybe we shouldn't clump up in a very tight area. Maybe. And it didn't occur to any of them. And yeah, that's when that triple kill comes through. But yeah, like I agree with you. The support pick is another big red flag here, especially how much we before I disappeared was trying to before I got nocturnal to this, Ravi would say, before picking a support for a scene that isn't actually allowed to win lane, I think is a terrible decision, because we talked about how important it is for Ghostly Cat to play the style that he likes to play, that Yassine can help him, can leave lane, can have a pick like Thresh, Alistar, something that can affect other areas of the map. But he didn't end up doing all of that. Ghostly Cat is trying to still do the exact same thing, but with no support help. And he's hey, I've been hooked by Thresh. Can you headbutt? Oh, you're playing Tom Kent. You're not here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit harder for them to do their initial play style, as I said. That they want to roam up, they want to help Ghostly Cat get this lead, and he was down like 20 CS at like around like 10 to 15 minutes to the Graves, who was just like hard farming, getting all these resources. He was just able to get so much more than Kane was, and Kane needs those resources. So Hunter played it really well. I think their macro was pretty good at getting him what he needed, and I assume their communication was really good too, because even after that early play, they pulled it back. They didn't tilt. They didn't make any dumb decisions. They just reeled back. They allowed their players to show, hey, I'm a little bit better. Maybe I can do this. Maybe Hunter can just full clear, eat top wave while. Oh, I almost forgot. I really don't know what that lane swap was.
Yeah.
Where they just threw set of Tom Kench top lane when Herald was already despawned. And then they just like Wukong was bot lane and they opted in for like a 3v3, and Graves just gets so much gold off the play. He just gets to go up so much farm. He eats the top wave, and they managed to win the fight bot side because, man, Volibear was a really big threat during these games. I really think he popped off. He got the soul kill early. They couldn't deal with him.
Yeah, I'm super convinced that they made that lane swap partially so you could try to have that mismatch so you can get plates in the top side and opt into that dive on the bottom, because Cyclone is such a great tool for fighting there. So they think in their minds that 3v3 is going to work there from the way I see it. But like, I agree with you. It's not very smart. You should at that moment know that the Volibear Hanjay has TP up and of course is going to get that flank from behind, and they just absolutely decimate them. And that's where the game, I think you honestly, if we had to pinpoint it, that's where the game really started to tip into Bethany's favor. And you would even argue it was kind of over from that point, because that's when Hunter got those kills. That's when the main source of solo AD damage on the side of Bethany got ahead. And at that point, because they weren't really itemizing towards him, he was just destroying people. 4 items by 20 minutes, if I remember correctly. He had IE, and like you said, bro, IE on Graves hits.
Massive. Yeah, no, and I saw that IE just get like full purchase. I was like, this is scary. Also, that dip play also saved Wizardish, because he was like looking pretty sad. He was like 0-2, and he just gets like an influx of gold. I've never seen a scarier 2-3 brand in my life, when he would just I remember I saw one of his pops just kill someone from like over a fourth of HP. And I was like, okay, I guess that just happens. I guess Brand is a little bit better than I thought he was. I questioned it during the draft phase. I believe in that one. I still don't believe in the Kane, and I still don't necessarily like the Volibear over the Malphite, but it looked to be probably a comfort pick, and Heijin popped off on it, so I'm not gonna question that either.
Can't
absolutely terrifying picks across the board. Just like with the Oriana, you don't want to clump up. Neither do you on the Brand side, right? But that remains to be seen, because as of right now, we'll see if Bethany takes that clean 2-0, or if on the other end, WCD is actually able to bring it back. So want to throw it over to a casters, Mr. Chill and Walk More, and also seeing your Mad Magical to take us to game number 2. Gentlemen, let's get it.
Welcome back over to the caster desk. Itself, Mad Magical. This time, actually joined by Chilling Walk instead of having the whole charade of him coming up on the screen and be like, "Oh, I'm late. Look at me. I
had to shovel some snow. I had to shovel some snow, man. Listen, Alex, you're from Los Angeles.
I have not seen snow like ever.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if it's real. It might be a myth. You know.
First off, just okay. All right.
Did you know it actually? So okay,
Alex, about snow, please.
So it snowed in like Southern California where I live, a total of twice, I think, in the last 200 years. And
I know that there was
one of the times was more recently, and it was about 2 years ago. But 2 years ago, it actually snowed. I mean, you would see it, Will, and you'd be like, "This ain't snow. This ain't snow." It was like
not snow.
It would land on the ground, and about 5 minutes later, it would already be melted. So,
I do remember. I think just this past year, in 2020, during during the Hmong New Year in Sacramento.
Mhm.
There was some snow that came down when it came to the trip because my brother's in LA. He had to drive in there. Apparently, there was like a gigantic snowstorm, and everyone couldn't. It took everyone a while to get to Sacramento.
We
Let's
don't
just
know.
kind of make
We
that
don't know
clear.
weather here. We have
Yeah,
no
you
idea
guys-
what weather is.
It was definitely surprising, but it's good that you experienced snow. Now you know
Yeah.
how we feel.
Well, you know
That's
what?
something-
You know what?
Now we share
Enough
that
of this. Enough of
commonality.
this. I want to get into the game. Let's see
Alright.
how Bethany's going to do into this game because last time where it was a little iffy at the beginning, like the desk said, when it was that lane swap and then the fight that immediately broke out after that, Hunter had so much damn gold in his pocket that there was no way in hell Wildcard were ever going to be able to come back from that.
It was so tough, man. And the desk highlighted it too. They highlighted the blind pick Kane from Wildcard, and that's where I think objectively it's a very very bad pick. Maybe Wildcard was just hedging their bets that Hunter can't play carries in the jungle, knowing that he plays utility tanks. Because if we were kind of taking a look at that logic, it makes sense, right? Like, oh, he's just gonna play a tank. We get a free Kane pick here, and then we're good to go. But then Hunter pulls out the Graves, was like, ooh, okay, maybe this Kane pick don't look so good anymore. And that's kind of like what happened. So hopefully Wildcard changes back up. Happy to see him back on the blue side, though. They kind of want to have a salty run back against Bethany.
Right, I was about to say, it looks like we're getting the run back here from both
Yeah.
teams. Bands looking, or at least until that is here, we're looking pretty similar. We got
Yep.
Aurelia and Zoe first ban, Lucian being substituted by Azir. I wonder if Gangplank right there from TC Porsche making
Yep.
that. So that's not going to be a thing. Udyr probably going to also be hitting the bench, and Seraphine. I think the only thing changing is
Yeah.
that Lucian.
Yeah. Freeze can't play Lucian, of course. Wizards can play Lucian too. Hanji can play Lucian, so I can understand
Ooh.
why. Okay, they don't want to play Senna. That is surprising. Maybe, and that's what I was kind of stating back then in the game 1 draft. If Bethany manages to figure out an answer and Brand seems to work out, the Senna pick kind of just loses value on Wildcard's squad, and that's why we see it banned away.
And I wonder here what we're gonna get first picked. Do we see the Udyr locked in right here for Coach the Cat and see a completely different style of what we saw before? I mean,
Okay.
with Udyr being left open, I would be hard pressed to imagine it would be anything
Ooh.
anything but.
Yeah, but this is where you're playing a tank jungler into one of the best tank junglers in the solo queue ladder. So instead, they're going to be picking the Thresh away from Hollywood. I think it's a smart pick. It's a takeaway from game 1. That means that we're going to have to see what Hollywood's pool is going to be, knowing that he did recently roll swap from mid to support role,
And I think Thresh is also one of those picks that it helps out so much because not only can he set up so much for your team, this is why you see at like the higher echelons of play, Thresh always ends up coming
there it
back
is.
because of the skill expression that he has. But like you were mentioning, that Lucian getting locked in for the side of Bethany could go bot, more than likely probably going to go mid for
Yeah.
freeze. Maybe in a very small capacity, could be for Hanji in the top lane. You had been mentioning before to me that Hanji used to be a mid laner, now being flexed up into the top
Yep.
lane.
Ooh, okay.
Whoa!
Hollywood's going for a big call out in the support matchup. You're picking the Blitzcrank into Thresh, who a lot of sports have said it's a counter pick when it comes to that matchup because when Thresh winds up that hook, your hook is instant. You just shoot that rocket grab and then you're good to go. We'll have to see what Wildcard can kind of set themselves up. This is where if I'm Wildcard, I'm down to pick things that can go in and things that are okay getting hooked into it, like the Udyr, like some beefy boys on Wildcard's squad. So it will work out. I do want to make a quick observation though, Alex, on regards to this Lucian pick and how much value it gives to Bethany. Knowing that Lucian is able to be flexed from mid, top, and AD carry, and also knowing that Wizardish is down to play mage supports, more likely Bethany's damage distribution is going to be a-okay. It's usually a risk that you face when you're picking a marksman in the mid lane or an an attack damage dealer in one of these roles. But for Bethany, everything works out well as long as Wizardish can play mages, and we'll have to see what Bethany can do with it.
Well, and this is where I'd wonder what mage you would pair up with the Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank wanting to be able to get that level 1 pull, being able to be fairly aggressive early on, and into something that's going to be not as immobile and has to kind of put herself into danger
Heimerdinger.
early on, the Kaisa.
Heimerdinger. I'm being honest.
I
If
would
you
like
want
to
to go
see it.
Heimerdinger, it works.
would like to see it.
Just imagine
I'm
you're
for
playing
it.
Thresh and you have to hook freaking turrets, man. Just imagine playing Kaisa and you have to Killer Instinct into a bunch of turrets, man.
I'm for it. I'm here.
It's not a
I'm
fun
here
time.
for it. I am here for it.
Yeah. I'm just
Like-
saying, man.
You're not gonna hear any complaints from me on that one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Shen got locked in, but I'm waiting to see the Heimerdinger. You've got me all excited now.
Oh yeah, I know. I've always that's always something that about our dynamic, Alex. I usually get you excited when I start mentioning like random weird picks that will be looking good on certain teams.
That could fit in. Highly
Yeah.
unlikely to be actually picked, but
Highly likely that it can be picked.
no, it's like less than 10%. I mean, you're almost as bad as I am with Omricker with your Kindred bot lane.
Okay, first off, Heimerdinger is actually a legit pick.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not saying
So-
Heimerdinger. I'm talking about Kindred bot lane.
Kindred bot would not be good here. Again, there's only a small specific scenario when Kindred is good, is when you fully know that a team is going to be diving onto you, you know? In this game, it's debatable if you even want the Kindred right now, just because there's nothing really shown, you know?
As now we're into the second part of bans, Camille and Mundo, both being banned away. Probably going to see the double up on the jungle bans, probably coming in from Wildcard Developmental. Top lane getting wailed away by the side of Bethany. I think the Camille, same ban as before, but the Aatrox is what they swapped out instead of banning away that. They've now banned away this Mordekaiser that I'm a bit surprised to see banned. Well, I mean, it does do well into Shen, so that pretty much indicates to me that the Shen isn't going to be River Shen like I was, I was hoping. Hunter, you said plays utility. I really was hoping to see River Shen, but that's probably not happening.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. I mean, Wildcard did ban 2 counter-pick junglers against Udyr, which was the Mundo and Skarner, and they have been looking pretty well in that matchup too. We'll have to see what Hunter wants to pick here.
River Shen.
They're looking to set that up, man. They have a lot of flexes coming in onto the squad. Never mind, they don't have a lot of flexes coming to the squad.
River
but-
Shen. River Shen. Hey!
Not confirmed yet. Not confirmed yet.
River Shen. River Shen.
All
River
right.
Shen. That's all I want. I don't want Hunter, if you're listening out there, don't listen to him. Listen to me, River Shen, all
right.
the way.
I don't think it's Hunter. It's Colomer's decision when it comes to that.
Hunter,
I'm
you,
down
you
for it.
beg Colomer for that River Shen.
It's looking likely. I don't disagree. It's looking likely unless they want to send Volibear in the jungle, which could be the case. Who knows?
We haven't seen that in a while, though.
We haven't seen that in a while. But with jungle change
And
coming
River
in,
Shen's cooler.
it could work. River Shen is cooler. So, I like this Echo Hover though.
Echo is pretty good into Syndra, trying to be able to play aggressive early. You just got to be careful of
Oh,
when you jump in. Ooh.
okay.
All right, so Lucian mid lane, bot lane is going to be Wizardish onto Ziggs, I'd imagine.
It could be flex either way, man. We have to
It
be
can,
open.
I know it can. That
It can,
that
yeah.
one is a hard one. I'm gonna say that one is a hard one, but I'm willing to say that Hanche onto Volibear again had a great performance last time.
Yep.
River Shen, I'm getting my wish, and Freeze.
Yep.
I feel like Freeze is getting Lucian. I feel like Wizardish is on Ziggs.
I feel like Freeze is getting Ziggs, man.
Nah.
Yeah, well, if you're
Nah.
playing, think about it. If you're
Lucian.
playing
I'm
Lucian,
writing it in my notebook right now.
you're vulnerable to the Scatter of the Weak. And
Uh-huh.
you're also vulnerable for an Udyr walking at your face and stunning you. With Ziggs, you don't gotta worry, man. You just toss some bombs from very far away.
You know how you
clear
get
waves
around that?
instantly? How do you get
Fight.
around that, Alex?
You fight
Okay,
level
well,
1.
Okay, well, all right. No, you don't do that.
You do it. That's how you get around it.
You don't fight level 1, Alex. You
No,
don't
you-
fight
you-
level 1, Alex.
You do it.
You don't fight level 1, Alex.
You have River Shen. You bring River Shen in, and you fight level 1. Damn it.
You know you're cucking Shen by having him show up mid lane to fight, right? His clear speed ain't the best.
He's
in the
River
first
Shen. He
tier.
don't give no dams. He's gonna go everywhere.
So Twitch chat, please let Alex know that he is completely in the wrong. I have to deal with this, guys. Like every time Alex gets pouty
See,
about
the
something,
thing
he does
that-
this a lot.
Ah, damn it.
And also, I did say that it could be a Volibear jungle. It's looking the case, man. I called it.
Bethany,
I also called Freeze and I also called Freeze and Wizards
all
too.
all of you have disappointed.
It's just a
me.
Bethany gap.
I don't
It's
even
just a
care.
Bethany
I don't
gap.
even care about being wrong about Freeze and Wizardish. I care more about River Shen. That's what I'm upset about. That's the
Alright,
only thing I'm upset about. You gave me hope that I was gonna have River Shen, and you took it away.
I legit said that it could be Volibear jungle in this matchup because Shen kind of sucks in the jungle right now. I also
Doesn't
called out
matter, Will. It's River Shen.
Oh God, all right. I made Alex mad. He's gonna get pouty for a couple seconds. I'm gonna have to solo cast for just a bit. So just
I have to
that's
change
why
my
everyone
whole
be
notebook
ready for
now.
it.
I hope you know. I have to cross all these out and I have to rewrite them.
My God,
So-
first world problems, man, Alex.
I
Oh
know.
man, you gotta cross something out.
Wait,
Oh,
wait.
wait.
We're both
We're
in
waiting.
utter suspense right now. We're both in utter suspense. Yes!
They
It's
swapped
River
that
Shen! Yes! That's all I care about. All I care about. That's all I want in life is River Shen. Thank you, Bethany. All right, you've won me back. You've won me back. That's all I care about is River Shen. And so there we go. All right, gotta rewrite those. Boom, boom. Don't care about the Ziggs being wrong. I just wanted River Shen. So there we go.
You're right. I was wrong.
Yeah.
Don't you dare put salt in that wound, Alex. You got in the win, but just take it, move on.
It's like Omrecker, 100%, baby.
Shut the frick up, man.
Doesn't matter, Hyper. Our producers
we
in
have-
our ears
yeah.
telling us that Will wins, but the problem is Will knows that I'm not going to focus on that because I only cared about River Shen.
It doesn't matter if I'm right on one thing because Alex is so focused on the other that it just sucks. It's like
Exactly.
it's like arguing with a kid. Is like, I want to play this. I want this game, mom and dad. It's like, but this game is like way better.
Or
it
it's
has
like,
9
we have
out of
it
10
at home.
stars.
We have it at home.
Like, come on. Like, why do you want this? I don't care. I want this game. I want this thing. And it's like, oh yeah, all right, just give it to him, make him happy. That's kind of like where I'm at right now.
I'm so happy right now.
I
That's all
know
I
you
wanted.
are.
All
I'm
right,
glad.
okay. So let's actually talk about what's going to happen in this game. So let's actually start with you being right. So you are right in the bot lane, Lucian, Blitzcrank into the Kai'Sa Thresh. So walk me through this lane, and this is actually something I had asked. I was wondering, mages, this is what I was thinking. Something that could level 1, level 2. Well, Lucian is going to function in that similar capacity to look to be able to put pressure on at level 1 and 2.
Yeah, and historically, Lucian has won the Kai'Sa matchup in a vacuum as well. So we take a look at the 80 carries, Lucian wins that. We take a look at the supports, Blitzcrank overall wins that. So it's very clear Bethany has a very strong side on the bottom lane. And then we take a flip on the top side, Alex. Hanji had a pretty damn good performance on Volibear in the top lane, even though he came from mid lane from before. Even though he's known as a Yasuo one trick in the ladder, he was definitely putting on a show in the top lane against TC Porsche. So those are some things that we do have to be mindful of. And now in this game, this is where Bethany Esports have now changed the script in regards to the mid 2v2s. In game 1, Hunter was always ganking Freeze because when Freeze had the Emperor's Divide, it was always something to look for against Remember. In this game, Hunter's not touching mid lane at all. Freeze is just going to be like, don't worry, guy. Don't worry, bro. The wave's done. Don't worry about me. That's basically what's going to happen in 2v2s.
It's pretty much, remember Season 8 when mages and bot lane were like the rage, and you'd play Ziggs, you'd play Syndra, Cassiopeia, but you'd play them purely to be able to stop Ziggs from doing anything, because you needed to be able to clear out the minion waves as fast as he did.
And that's basically what's going to happen. I mean, Remember does have an opportunity if he lands Sky of the Week 4, Ghostly Cat to show up. Cat did run Ghost, though, so he's not going to flash Bear Slap Freeze at all.
I know. I'm disappointed in that, but you know what? We're getting into game 2 anyways. Bethany up 1-0 into this matchup. They win this game. They're going to be able to hand Wildcard Developmental their first series loss in the UPL. Wildcard, they've handed a couple losses in the past, but they've been able to shrug them off, bounce back, and take the series. Here, they got to deal with River Shen with press the attack. Can they do it?
Hopefully it works out.
I hope not, because I just want to root for River Shen now.
It's good that now you're rooting for Bethany because, Bethany's a cool team. I don't know if you know, Alex. 4 out of the 5 members are from Minnesota. My state, my home state. Also, 2 of the members are Hmong. I don't know if you know that. Hanjay and Hollywood are Hmong. So, 1 is a Minnesota gap. 2 is a Bethany gap. 3 is a Hmong gap. It's a lot of gaps going on so far.
Yeah,
Not biased, by the way. I just want to point that out for everyone listening in.
Well, you know what? Right now we have a pretty typical start. Actually, a little atypical coming in from Hunter, getting Hanjay's assistance in the top side. I'm a bit surprised by that. I mean, sure, you know, Shen doesn't really need blue buff, nor is it really that imperative to be able to go bot lane. You want to be able to have that Lucian and Blitzcrank in the bot lane initially so they can look for the early fights.
Yeah, but he's slow. Like, he's very slow in the clear. That's why he kind of needs that help from Andre. So we'll have to. I mean, take a look at it right now. Cat's already done with the second cap.
Wait.
Hunter's going a very
River Shen, baby.
Play. Yo, he's ganking bottom.
River
he's
Shen,
ganking bottom.
baby.
They have
Let's
no
go.
idea.
They
They have no idea.
They don't know.
Oh,
They've
no.
spotted it out now.
They
It's
have
too
no
late.
idea.
They're gonna be able to get the shadow dash. Yasin, you are the sacrificed first blood to the River Shen gods.
Yo, Hunter went from red buff, and he was like, I'm ganking bot lane, guys. Don't worry about it. And he's walking all the way to just set up the bot side, though. Unfortunate that Hunter picked up the kill. It didn't go over Wizardish. I actually would have liked a lot better on Bethany's side to give it to Lucian, knowing that he could just kind of snowball the lane with Blitzcrank. But again, a kill is a kill, and it's definitely going to be a lot of mental damage against a Wildcard's team this early on.
I mean, you have to give sacrifices to the River Shen. That's
Okay.
it's understandable that they had to give Hunter the kill.
I mean, you're not wrong. Oh!
No. Ooh, good pull. No
Okay.
flash from Inui, and they got the exhaust. Heal is available if they wanted to continue to chase that with the press of the attack damage. They're going to be able to
good
get
hook.
the death sense they need to on a Wizardish flash away. Could not get away from the Cathian Rain. They've even popped Ghost out of Ghostly Cat to be able to get the stun on with the Bear Slap. Double kill for Inui.
Oh, big mistake from Wizards, man. He got hooked up, didn't burn the flash, and he stepped up a little bit too far to get one more auto attack on a Manui, too. Definitely unfortunate from Bethany squad as Wildcard finds a good answer back in the bottom side.
Well, Free's going to be able to use the Satchel Charge over the wall. Gives a thumbs up. It's okay to be able to escape, but that bot lane play, nicely done out of Manui. I thought for sure that Kai'Sa was going to die before Ghostly Cat was going to be able to show up, but you know what? Sometimes if you disrespect that damage coming in from Kai'Sa, especially her passive, they can rip you apart, especially when you have no heal yourself.
Yeah, Wizards took that exhaust in the bottom side because he wanted to fight those individual one-on-ones and also just snowball the bottom side, but fortunately, didn't really expect it. Yasin, I know you're on, just a heads up, you're on a ward.
They don't know.
They want to go for it.
Well, Hunter's nearby, flashed away. Gonna be able to get the death
okay.
sentence, but he already had at least the Thunder.
Oh, good return.
Nice lockdown. I actually am surprised that they were able to get the turnaround, so it's a one-for-one.
Yeah, definitely something you really want, especially getting that pressured here. I think Hunter should have backed off a lot more, though, because, you know, he saw them
Agreed.
on the vision.
Oh,
He'd be
Shadow
back
Dash.
in, though.
Dodged away from the Darkened Blade again. Has pressed the attack damage. Going to be able to get Hunter to be able to show up. Flash away from Hassan as they try to drag him back with the Death Sentence. A lot of damage on TC push. Infernal Change draws back in. Even with the Flayed, too. Waiting for that Death Sentence. Hunter, he completely bailed out of this fight, and he sacrificed his top laner for a second time.
All right, Bethany Esports getting a little cocky, man. Ghostly Cat's up here, too, and they're looking to dive Hunter. Wildcard are just looking to punish a lot.
Yeah, this isn't looking too good. He's trying to use that dodge field, but they got at least something back with the turret on the Ghostly Cat. The smite was enough to give him enough health to escape.
Yep, big mistakes from Bethany now. I think overconfidence is hitting him really hard, Alex. Because in game 1, we did not see 7 kills happen 5 minutes in. In this game, 7 kills going in, Wildcard with 5 kills across the board is not something that we want to see.
Not at all. And even if you have Wizardish and Hollywood bot lane forcing out Manui away from the turret, he already got the double kills earlier on. He's not too threatened, and they were able to get so much on that top side of the map that Hanji is going to have this huge deficit to climb back against TC Porsche, where it was the opposite last time. The 1v1 had favored Hanji. Not this time, even though Yasin was pulled back in by the rock grab, trying to see if they can use the press of the attack damage. They are going to be able to pick up the kill with the help of that ignite. A bit of aggression from Yasin, but at the same time, Wildcard Developmental still should have the lead across the map.
Yeah, Yasin want to stop the backs, Alex, from Bethany's bot lane. That's why you don't want to walk into a Blitzcrank hook, though. So he has definitely learned his lesson after that little excursion.
Trivia, what's the best Blitzcrank skin? There's only one answer. It's not a subjective thing.
I Blitzcrank?
No, incorrect. No, that's incorrect too. I was told Lancer 0. There's only definitely a not Blitzcrank. That is the only.
Oh, you're right.
Skin. Flash
Hollywood!
Hollywood! What is that?
Hollywood!
Man, looking like a celebrity there. That was beautiful.
Just heads up, this guy rolls off from mid support, you know? And he
I love
wanted
that
a
play.
flash hook on a Yasin, man. Okay, well, Hollywood's having fun on support.
Not just a flash hook. That was a flash fadeaway hook.
Yeah, it was a flash fadeaway. Oh!
That's what was so good about that hook, is that he goes for the pull, having flash technically to the side and a bit back to get the pull on the Yasin to pull him underneath the turret to then punch him into the air so he's locked down for so long he dies.
Yeah, Hollywood's just kind of flexing at that point. He honestly didn't need a
Now
flash,
he's dead.
but with no flash, he's gonna
Sacrifice
get punished.
him. You sacrifice him. Wizardish, get out of there. He's dead to you. Even with the shield, he's not worth saving. Just give it
All
up.
right. All right, okay. It's very clear Bethany's having a lot of fun in this game. Freeze, you might be stepping a little bit too much, good sir. You don't have a lot of mana to duel.
But neither does
And-
Remember, so
Okay.
looking like they're going to have a lot more damage traded back onto Remember
right.
than onto Freeze. Probably will force out an early back from Remember not having TP either. So we'll probably see Freeze try to rinse and repeat push that lane.
Does mean, though, that with Hunter on the top side and with Hollywood going down on the bottom, this Dragon is going to be for wild card for themselves. It's the first Drake, their first Drake compared to game 1 where they lost the first 3 Drakes. So it's good on them for wild card to kind of shift their focus on controlling the bottom side. I feel like we're going to be seeing that a lot again in this game, where both these teams just want to make sure they're able to move around the bottom side of the map, especially in this game where Wizardish and Hollywood are going to be looking to fight 2v2s and Hollywood's roaming. So that's one thing I do want to focus on when it comes to the vision of both these teams.
Well, and the desk, I know Koskinen had criticized the side of Wildcard for having that lane swap last time. That really didn't make sense. This time, it seems like they figured out how to properly do it. They know there's the objective top side. They can easily use that to try to see if they can pressure around this Rift Herald, but they got to be careful because the rest of Bethany are nearby with the hook onto Hollywood. He's taken down before the rest of the members of Bethany are able to show up, and that was the problem. Giving a free killed, and now the objective over to Wildcard Developmental. TC Push even jumping on to Freeze. He uses Sat Charge to be able to escape. Death Sentence not connecting.
Yeah, Hollywood, of course, over-aggressing a little bit here, not having the mid-priority just to walk yourself into the river on the top side. And Wildcard, good job on them. They actually committed to the lane swap and set themselves up a little bit earlier just to take that Rift Herald play, and credit them. It looks like in this game they definitely changed a lot of focus.
Figured out what they needed to do, where they needed to be able to get the gold as well. As unlike last time when they had the kill lead, this time they also have the gold lead. About 1,500 gold over that of Bethany, allowing themselves to be able to put some pressure on some of these side lanes, try to see if they can maybe pop an early Rift Herald. I wonder where they want to place that, though. Do you continue to put more gold into TC Porsche to be able to be that split push menace that Aatrox can be?
Personally, if I'm Bethany, I would want to get rid of Hanje's landing as soon as possible, knowing that he's in a pretty tough lane against TC Porsche. I don't think you want to dump it onto Wizardish and Hollywood side, knowing that they could just look for 2v2s and extend that laning phase overall. Mid lane is just a farm lane regardless, so unless you want to break it with the stature charge, it is a viable option. So personally, maybe get some goal on Hanje. If you break the turret, so be it. You get Hanje out of lane, he can start participating in some of these fights. That's probably going to be the best idea.
At least if they can, you know, you're kind of waiting to see if you're going to be able to find these team fights, find these picks as well out of Hollywood. That is one of the things with Blitzcrank is he's a great pick tool. You can find someone and force them into a position where they all have to fight around him now. But unfortunately, until then, or even past then, they're not really so useful. You have one bad hook where maybe you pull in TC Porsche and he's already gotten to that beefy point with the Gore Drinker. You're not going to be able to kill him, and he's just going to be able to run rampant into your backline.
Good job on Freeze to also stop Remember's back too. Force Remember to stay in lane, and take a look at that mana pool. And also gives a window for Freeze to reset early on and impact the map off of this too. So this is a good way for Freeze to just kind of hold the lane. As long as he doesn't get hit by the stun though.
He is tempting it.
And he gets hit by the stun.
He knew, but he also got the bouncing bomb out. So he was just playing with Remember right there.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not even trying to actually get this back off. I'm playing with you. You're going to cancel it, and I'm going to be able to throw a bomb. It's all good.
We do see another lane swap occurring though, Alex. from the bottom lanes again. We're reallocating the matchups. Hanjay's going top. Wizardish and Hollywood are going bottom, along with their respective opponents. I mean, as we see here, Minui's back on the bottom side, and Yasin. It's a big old game of cat and mouse right now.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Watch him
trying
reset
to
and go
be
back
able to-
top lane.
Oh, they're probably going to. They're, do they cancel the back? They canceled one.
What's up, Minui?
Yasin?
Okay.
Ooh. I was
Yasin
expecting to
completes
see Yasin cancel his back as well to be able to stay with Minuiing. But now after that, it means they're not going to be able to do the lane swap because now Yasin already booking it. I mean, it makes sense too. The objective is on the bottom half of the map. Lane swapping at this point would have been meaningless. He wouldn't have been able to get much. As Ghostly Cat.
Ooh.
Oh, he wants this. He wants this. He's going for it. Gonna be able to get the stun they need to, but he's gonna be bouncing to the air. They got the death sentence. Here comes Sandy United. Too late to be able to save him. Shadow Dash on to Ghostly Cat. Trying to get the
Hanjay's
fight
not
onto
TPing,
Hollywood.
he's late.
You can see the TP behind, but World Ender. Here comes TC Forge. Darkened Blade twice. Killing spree for it. Hanjay in the middle of all four. Sliced around, bounced around, wants to be able to use the Stormbringer to be able to stay alive and be able to fight back, but it's a double kill. That of TC Porsche.
Big mistakes from Bethany Esports, man. Very complacent for Freeze to just walk up and hit a ward when he doesn't just check the bush with his bombs. Like, you can easily just do that and just chuck a bomb in, see if anyone's in there, and then walk up and do it. The fact that you just didn't and you're like a toss is a big thing.
What a hook from Yasin.
Hook on Freeze too, but even then, Alex, like, Bethany Esports are making a lot of individual mistakes in this game, and I'm not too sure why. Some very uncharacteristic from game one.
And now that means they're going to lose the second dragon. They lost a lot of plates in mid lane. They're forced back into this corner, trying to see if they can find a pick. Hollywood wants to be able to catch out, almost with the lantern, because you can interrupt that with the rocket pull, but unfortunately just a little off.
Yeah, I don't know, Alex. Bethany Esports are just kind of looking like they're looking for too many things. They're skipping some steps. They need to slow down their game plan and make sure they're playing towards the lanes that are strong. Hollywood's 1-4, Hanjay's 1-3. They're both definitely suffering when it comes to this early game and all these swabs because you look at their opponents, man. Porsche's 4-0. Probably has Gore Drinker when he resets. Minui already has Kraken Slayer too, especially with all these lane swaps. Bethany Esports, they kind of have to go for some cheese, and I kind of like what Hunter's doing here. If it works out on Minui, that's definitely a good way of getting themselves back in the game, knowing that Minui has 150 gold.
Goes the cat on the other side. They have the lantern as well with a huge play and a death sentence. Jordish trying to be able to get away. Can Wizardish be able to get at least a turnaround? He couldn't. It's a killing spree coming in from Minui. Hollywood's going to be the next target. They get the killing spree coming in from Ghostly Cat with Hunter trying to run away so that Freeze can be able to show down. Get at least a little bit of damage. No, he couldn't even land the bouncing bomb. Had to use the satchel charge to be able to get over the wall to survive.
And that was the bot lane again for Bethany Esports, going down, both of them falling at the hands of Minui and Ghostly Cat. Credits to Wildcard, man. They read that play like a book. They knew the Hunter was going to be there, and they actually just set themselves up for Ghostly Cat to just answer back. And it works out miraculously for them, pushing themselves up now to a 4K gold lead and an 8K and an 8-kill lead as well against Bethany Esports. Wildcard definitely have this game pretty close in the bag at this point.
Pretty much. As long as they keep playing it sharply like this, getting solo kills out of their mid laner, doesn't seem like there's much that Bethany can do to be able to come back into this game.
All right, I messaged Collimer, Alex.
Uh-huh.
He told me that I can't yell at the players directly, but I can yell at them on broadcast. So Bethany Esports, get your butts in shape, man. This is not the game I want to see. I'm rocking Bethany Esports right now. We got to represent. What y'all doing?
They didn't play the River Shen enough. They only had one gank, man.
I know.
Gotta have more.
I'm wearing the logo, and it's like, come on, man. Not only this is one part of the experiment that we have currently going on. Two, I'm rocking the school team. Come on, guys.
Hollywood wants the pull, barely off. Unfortunately, and it's going to be the rotation that comes in first for the side of Wildcard, already on the top half of the map. They already had the push mid lane, so first turret gold gifted over to Remember. Wizardish and Hollywood are going to try to do their best to be able to get something back for the team, but Hanjay has to use the Stormbringer just to be able to escape.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate, man. Wildcard just now at this point controls a lot of these jungle quadrants, and take a look at the top side. 2-3 control wards setting themselves up to make sure all these camps are gone for them, and putting more gold into Minui too is going to be a good thing for themselves. And Hanjay, even though he had a good performance game one, in this game two, he's definitely not having that.
Not at all. much more difficult matchup for him right now up into this Aatrox that they had banned away previously from TC Porsche, trying to make it so that it was going to be a bit easier for them in that, well, at least what they thought was going to be a bit easier in game 1. This time they realized that TC Porsche, when he gets the champs that he really loves to play, such as this Aatrox, he can take over the game.
Yeah, I mean, it got through. It's one of the reasons why Aatrox is just so devastating. Even though he does have a lot of counters when it comes to compositions, as long as he's part of one good team fight, it works wonders, and it's really hard to kind of stop an Aatrox momentum when he picks up multiple kills in a team fight in a row. And for Bethany Esports, they have to figure out a solution to this problem.
Oh, well, looks like a big problem's about to happen right now. Even though they got the Shadow Dash, the flash away from the pull. World Ender has been used. Look at the backline. They got the hook onto the right members. They've taken down Freeze, looking to see if they can get on to Wizardish on the backline, but his body blocked by Hunter instead. They collapse and double kill Hollywood so that way they can turn around, make sure they control the Dragon Pit yet again, and get themselves within soul points.
You know, this is where I'm just kind of wondering. I'm looking back at draft and what was the logic behind picking the Shen into the Udyr, why we're picking Volibear again blind, why we're not picking mid lane early when Syndra, when you could set up for Syndra too. I mean, Wizardish is already dropping down to literally 3 HP from that. If Hunter did not throw the Stand United, 100% Wizardish is already dead. Like, good lord, Wildcard is definitely making a run in this game.
And now they're 7,500 gold up above Bethany. They're controlling the jungle, trying to make it so it's much more difficult for Hunter to continue to get more gold into his pocket, and even sacrificing some of that gold just so they can maybe have some of those advantages when it comes to these fights and maybe even some of these skirmishes. Like I said, Blitzcrank's real power comes into his ability to be able to pick someone out. They haven't been able to find that since the early moments of the game.
Find another hook on a Hunter too. The Dragon's already gonna be gone.
And they're trying to force this fight, but look at the damage onto Hunter. Look at the damage onto Hollywood. They're trying to see if they can advance round 1, but it's going to be the shutdown onto Manui with the pull coming back in.
Okay.
Swordbringer trying to see if they can dodge him away, but TC Porsche, he's massive. He looked for Wizardish. He shuts him down. He's unstoppable. He wants to be able to drag back in, gets the double kill for himself. Freeze on the other side of the wall to flash in for the point-blank range pull. Even on the other side, Freeze trying to see if he can run away from the fight yet again and be able to take down one more member, but with the stun, it's going to make it that much more difficult. He can't dodge the volleyballs. It's already looking over. He's going underneath the turret, says it's an ace, and that's a surrender vote.
Yep. If I'm Bethany, we go next game. The game's already over, Alex. Like, it's so hard to come back from it.
Nope. You never surrender.
And if we want to reflect,
surrender.
kind of back
You never
then of
surrender.
like what the issue. Okay, first off, they did surrender.
You
Let's
never
move
surrender.
that onwards, okay, Alex?
Nope.
They surrendered, Alex. We're on screen right now. They surrendered. Okay, let's
never
accept
surrendered.
that fact. Let's move on. Bethany Esports.
Fight the good fight.
Bethany Esports made a lot of mistakes in the early game. Did a lot of flexing as well. I know Hollywood made a gigantic flash, a fadeaway hook onto the squad, but he gets immediately punished from that. And then, of course, miscommunication on the top side to put Hanja even further behind when he just teleports back into lane and then dies again. So yeah, very uncharacteristic things from Bethany Esports from game 1 going to game 2. And for Wildcard, they don't seem shaken at all from that game 1. In fact, they have a lot of momentum going into game 3. So Bethany's kind of on the back foot.
I don't like surrender votes. You know this.
Stop.
You know I don't. That's one of my things I do not like.
If the game's over, Alex, we just
Nope.
move on.
Nope.
First off, you have a migraine. I think you want to kind of go to bed
I kind of
real
do.
quick.
But
Exactly,
But I
so-
do not like surrender votes. This is something that's very well known by me.
That's true. I don't mind as long as it makes sense. And I think in this game, it made sense. Stop nodding to the camera, man. Just accept it. God, you're always pouting about something. Pouts about Omewrecker. Pouts about River Shen.
Hey.
River Shen didn't succeed.
Hey, no, it did well in the beginning, and then they fluffed
first-
it all.
The first gank. Level
That was
2.
great, and then every lane started losing. How is he supposed to do anything?
And also, even after that level 2 gank, Alex, like bot lane also lost because.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like he got a great level 2 gank, and then every lane lost from there. It's like, how is he supposed to stop that?
I don't know, man. You tell me. You tell me.
I'm the play-by-play. You're the color caster. You're supposed to tell me.
Okay, honestly, it was just a bunch of individual mistakes from Bethany Esports, and it just kind of compounded on top of each other. like I said, man, I can't yell at the players directly because Coach Collimer says I can't. But guys, get your act together, man. That's you guys are representing. I'm representing. Y'all representing Bethany. I know Collimer. He's mad now at this point, so they better shape up and make sure that Game 3 is looking good for them. You know.
Well, you know what? We do know. So why don't we toss that break so that way we can get into that Game 3 a bit faster. So stick around. We'll be back for the third game as well as the desk to break down the second game.
Best skin is Rusty Blitzcrank.
And welcome back to the desk here, everybody. It's me, Beatdown Boulevard and Constant, coming back at you yet again after our fantastic game 2 between Bethany Esports and Wildcard Developmental. I gotta say this right from the jump, right? Just came out swinging from Wildcard 2. And Constant, I think you said it best that Wildcard genuinely played to the advantage. But Beatdown, I want to go to you first, man. What do you think of that game?
Yeah, I didn't think much of that one either, honestly. Not gonna lie. But if I had to say something, it would be I think that maybe Wildcard came in to the first game. I was like, these guys are pushovers. We can blind Kane. We can play instead of Tom Kent. We don't got to play our style. And then they got their asses kicked. I can't say that. They got their butts kicked. And then they came back, game 2. They're like, fine. You earned the right to play against our standard. They drafted like Saints. They were like, let's play Syndra, Udyr. Let's play good champions. Let's pick Thresh. I think the blind Thresh was a little. I don't agree with that, but I do agree with them sticking to their guns and being like, okay, let's put Yasin Yasin on roaming support. Let's let him help our jungler. Let's let him get out of the lane. Let's let him do what he likes to do. And they played it really well. I do think I'm not like necessarily blaming Bethany for like playing poorly. I think they took 2 very close plays in the early game. The one play where Kais ended up getting a double kill. When she got 2 kills, like their game plan falls apart. And then Aatrox gets 2 kills top lane. And those plays are like so close. And it feels really bad for Bethany to have their like they picked a very clear-cut comp. They're like, okay, well, we picked a comfort pick mid with a global ult. They clearly want to give their pressure to the Lucian bot. They have a counter matchup bot lane. They're a really comfortable spot. Wizardish, he 1v9s when he gets ahead. He knows what he's doing. But they couldn't get that lead onto him. They couldn't execute on the game plan. I think they lost sight of what they wanted to do after Kaisi got some kills. And because they threw all of their gold top lane right after that unfortunate play, it was really hard for them to get back in the game. I think that if they stuck to their comp, I don't think the draft was very much bad. I think it was a little bit like, it was a little funky. Like, a Ziggs pick. Ooh, that's something new. Blitzcrank at the Thresh is relatively standard, but it's a little bit, interesting.
It's interesting, and I'll come to you with this next year, man. I know you were talking a lot about how much you like the Ziggs pick, though. What'd you think about that? Okay, there's no need to flame it, bro. Let's relax. This is a PG show that we want. But so, final thoughts from you here. Going into the next game, do you think Bethany can bring it back?
I will always believe Bethany will bring it back because I bet on them 2-1, not 2-0.
Okay.
Thought this would happen the whole time. I'm sorry, Big Dan. I took the words out of your mouth, didn't I?
See.
You know me, same wavelength. But this excites me because I think Bethany were holding back, just like I thought Wildcard holding back game 1. I think they can whip out the new this game. I really do because they're not banning it, and it's wide open. And it looks fine. It looks fine every game. It doesn't look bad. I don't think they'll get punished. I think they can bring it out. I think they have to be a little careful about that Udyr pick. Udyr is really scary right now. Yeah. Maybe not necessarily pick the Volibear when the Aatrox is up. I liked that they picked it in the first game. They banned Camille, and Camille's pretty good for Volibear. I guess it's a scary champion, but the Aatrox looked a little bit hard for him to deal with. Looked like he wasn't. Andre wasn't able to do nearly as much as they could in the first game, especially after the early play. And I think they should. I think he's fine in the Volibear. Maybe it's like a really good comfort pick for him. But I think they have to be a little bit more careful when they just blind stuff like that. But without, you'll get punished for that by better players. And Wildcard, they're 4-0. They have. I really like their macro. I think they were playing pretty well that game. Once they got their leads, they kept it. They held tight, and they didn't show any signs of not being confident. And they pushed through. Even though Syndra wasn't even ahead, she was able to find her own lead. I was really impressed by Rember's performance there because he was like a little bit behind. Then he just started popping off, and I was like, nice. So I'd like to see Wildcard draft the same style of comp. I want to see them go hard. I want to see them play this style, play this good macro, this clean cut gameplay, and don't do any funky bot rotations randomly to top lane. And I want to see Bethany pull all the stops. I want to see Freeze on a funky champion like Ziggs. I like that. I like that a lot. I like the Blitzcrank counter matchup. I don't really like the early Lucian pick if you're not going to flex it. I think if they actually put Ziggs bot there and Lucian mid, the game could have been way different and way better, personally. I think the Ziggs bot there was kind of crazy because they know Thresh wants to leave and he can just take that tower. But
I was going to say, I also really want to touch on, like you mentioned, just that Blitzcrank picked up by Hollywood there too. with him going head to head against Yassine Thresh, I think we were generally seeing in game for so many of the skirmishes. It was literally just whoever lands that hook first wins that skirmish. Whoever
sure.
presses Q first wins that fight, and that's literally it. And it decides so many of those smaller skirmishes based upon around those neutral objectives. So Hollywood, I gotta say, man, when you're going into it, right, you do what I do, bro. You walk up, no thoughts, empty head, push. and
For sure.
immediately
It's definitely a Western showdown between those two. Whoever pulls the hook first, whoever hits that first hook, it's a mess for the other team. And gotta say, you see him pretty clean on those hooks. I was thinking especially pretty nice, even though he's in a pretty bad matchup. I know I've heard Iceborne complain about that one dozens of times. So I was a little bit concerned when they picked the Blitzcrank. I was like, oh no, it's gonna be the Wizardish is gonna pop off. But yeah, I think they need to. I think as long as Wildcard isn't tilted, I know the FFs. I hope their mentals are clean. I hope they're ready for a good third game. I want to see them both at their peak performance. I want to see them both popping off. I want to see the best sides from both teams. And I want the better team to win. I want that team to be Bethany. That's my prediction. Although Wildcard was looking good, I'm scared. I think if they come in again like that, I'm thinking, they're undefeated for a reason. That was pretty. That was some solid gameplay. I'm not gonna lie. I was a little bit surprised after the first game. They pulled it back. Clearly strong mentals. Good stuff.
It was definitely a lot of fun to watch. Like you mentioned, they did pull it back. And honestly, Koskin, you said a great butt. Beta, you definitely said it best here, man. There's a lot being expected out of this game. Now, I know I'm going to have to stop you right there. I know you got a lot to say, Beat, but we'll go and pull it back and throw it over to Cassius real quick. Mad, magical, and chilling walk to take us into the final game of the night between Bethany and Wildcard Developmental. Let's get it.
Welcome back in. We're ready for Game 3 between Wildcard Developmental and between Bethany Esports A. Honestly, after that last game, I'm a little disappointed. I'm still going to say about the FF. However, we're here for Game 3. I want to see them bounce back into this one. No more of that. I want solid League of Legends. And from what I'm hearing, too, Will, they're swapping sides.
They did. I'm excited to see what Bethany Esports can do on the blue side, knowing that Wildcard did get the salty run back. But I gotta say something quick to the two Hmong homies on the squad on Bethany Esports real quick. Hollywood won't understand this because he doesn't know Hmong, but Hanjay will. And Hanjay, just please translate to your fellow Hmong brother in the bottom lane. Ne lai zao on da na, ne lai ying, zao o kong dua heng na, okay? Mlong lu, mlong ko coach, mlong tano ko jo, ko ti, ko ne ying o. Or Jamu E Bete Hollywood Jamu Isha That's it.
You know what I love about this? What I love about this, I know exactly why you're doing this. You're getting around Colomar's rule to you about not yelling at the players.
Oh, easily.
He can't understand you.
Because you guys don't. Because the only people who understand what I'm saying is one, Hanjay, two, sometimes Hollywood, and three, all the other Hmong brothers and sisters in Twitch chat right now. And for everyone who doesn't know what I said that, hey, stop messing up. That's all I said. Kind of went harder, but
I knew exactly what he was trying to do right there.
Exactly.
The moment he started saying, I'm like, oh, he's just getting around his promise right here. He's using magical logic here to try to jump around some hoops so he doesn't get in trouble.
That's always a cool thing when it comes to speaking language not a lot of people know. Because I could talk smack about Wildcard, talk smack about you with Hanjay and Hollywood and be like, hey, right? And that's a cool thing. You guys don't understand because you guys can be like, man, this guy's just talking smack. And I might be. Or
I'm trying to remember my German slang right now. It's like, God, it's been so long since I last studied both German and Japanese. I have my old books around here somewhere. Actually, wait. Oh, I do have something. Here we go. It's a German book.
All right. Okay.
Of random words that are in German.
Words. Okay.
Yeah.
What does that even say in the front?
Schadenfreude.
Okay. What does that mean?
I can't remember.
Oh, all right. Well,
God, the thing is, a lot of these long words are like, they're really long words that you'll hear, and they are words. They aren't really used though. They're just kind of there to exist.
They're just there.
Like Kraftfahrtungs, in den Ausstattungsneugeruch Genuss.
Well, Alex, you know what? You cast that,
That
spell.
means
Let's go
that
ahead.
means
Go ahead and roll
new
a
car
d20.
smell. That means new car
Oh.
smell apparently.
I thought you were casting a spell in D&D, knowing that you're a big fan of that.
Let's
So
see.
I assumed you
that
want to roll a
bottom word.
d20.
It's that bottom one.
It's a great word. It has like 30 characters. Very unnecessary.
I've asked German friends too, and they're like, none of us use that word. Like we literally
So
just
what
call
what do they use?
like,
What do they use, Alex?
neuen Fahrrad. Just God, how do you say smell again? It's like literally, I think it's like Genuss, but it's literally they just say it like how an English way would say it, just word for word translation. Because like how I'm gonna say that whole word. But let's get into game 3. Let's see how the draft is gonna be. Run back that River Shen. I feel like the River Shen got a bad rap there.
Don't run back the River Shen.
Because it was great, but they didn't play around it right.
Don't run back the River Shen.
Run it back.
Let's
Run it
just
back.
get that out of there.
Run it back.
All right. Well, we do see the Zoe getting banned again, so that's something that's been continuing against Remember. No, he's pretty good at it. I expect a GP ban, of course, from Bethany, knowing that Porsche's a big one trick on that champion. I wonder if the Nunu's gonna get picked though. I know. Koskinen brought to light if Bethany wanted to pick Hunter's most notorious champion in solo queue. Could work out.
I would be really interested to see that. Honestly, I don't feel like it would be that bad personally. I feel like
don't either.
with the change to the jungle, like the jungle XP and gold, it actually might make more sense than it did previously. Similar to how like Udyr, you know, everyone's like, oh, he's a troll champ, he's useless.
No,
but with the new items, with the new mythics, now you see how powerful he can be.
Yeah, Frostfire Gauntlet on Nunu is really annoying to deal with. Surprising though that Udyr is going to be let through. More than likely, Senna is also going to be up for a trade. Well, never mind. Senna's going to be up for a ban. Question though is Hunter going to pick up that Udyr for himself and, you know, show wildcard who's boss?
There's Udyr, there's Kaisa, there's Nunu, as you mentioned before.
Yep.
Let's see, what else do we have? There's
Thresh.
Thresh right there.
That is high priority.
For.
It's won both games, so I don't see why not, right? Game 1, Hollywood ran it, and he did really well on it. Game 2, wildcard course, picked the Thresh, and they did okay on it too. So this is something that is high priority, but there's that trade now that Udyr is going to be going back on Gozy Cat's pool. So now Bethany has to come up with a new strategy on how to deal with it. Personally, it's not the River Shen. I think it's a little bit too slow when it comes to the clear speed and everything else, and you're kind of forced to do some of those cheeky roams. It's not a Rek'Sai. Don't worry about the hover, guys.
Okay.
This is whatever.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Don't get baited.
That actually is
This
a
is a
pick.
good pick.
The Rel. Now, Rel hasn't really been seen too much, and you've been seeing her really start to, like, first you saw it in pro play, then it started trickling its way down into academy. Now you're starting to see it more in the amateur circuits because people are more comfortable playing that champion. And personally, I think she is one of the strongest supports in the meta right now.
I agree. I think Rel is very strong right now. Works super good into engaged champions.
Whoa,
Bethany, of course,
Tristana.
picking up Tristana very early.
Right, that's the only problem I have with it.
Yeah, the last time I saw Tristana get picked up was on base state when Serenok took it into the mid lane. This
That's
could
usually
be
where
a
she's been
flex.
played.
Yeah, and this could be a flex between Freeze and Wizardish. Nunu's getting hovered though.
I think they're trolling us. I feel like we're getting baited here. Yeah, there it is. Skarner would make much more sense to be able to lock
Makes way
in.
more sense.
You had talked about it before. One of the good counters into Udyr. Udyr, runs done, job done. How do you stop that? You suppress him.
Yep.
You put him
works
into
too.
a cage.
Yeah, it also stops Rel as well because you know you're pulling Rel away. It all depends on if she has the gravity field that basically stops Skarner in his tracks. So that's one thing that we do have to watch the interaction for when the engages start coming through. But so far, it's relatively balanced on both sides. Both teams are just getting what they want right now, and no team is strictly countering someone. This Veigar pick coming in very early for Remember, and it works really well so far into Bethany's first 3 picks. Thresh can't really go in with the hook because if he does, he's trapped in the cage. Tristana can't really jump if she gets caged in, and Skarner has to walk his scorpion butt all the way around that cage, or if he's trapped in there, he also can't move. I'm liking this Veigar pick right now because it just forces Bethany to either A, pick hard dive, which isn't really good into Udyr and Rel, or 2, pivot away and play the poke game against this Veigar, because that is one option that they can go for.
And the thing about Veigar as well is he did just get a little, just a tiny bit of buff. But it's a mana cost to his Q, which is going to be spamming a lot, so
Yep.
that's perfect for him, getting a couple more while in laning phase. And then also, as the game gets into the later stages of the game, a 60-second cooldown on his ult. That is going to be if you get enough ability haste, you're going to get that down probably close to that 40-second mark, which, depending on how long the fights can draw out for, you could probably get 2 in a fight.
I'm just wondering what Bethany wants to kind of pivot. You know, that's where I'm trying to think of like what they can do. Poke is really good, honestly, because you managed to poke out Jessen, and also stop Remember. But it's getting kind of tough. Wildcard is kind of doubling down on the engage to make sure that poke isn't the option for Bethany Esports too, and also just making to create more space for Remember so he can just do his thing.
So now this is interesting.
Oh.
We haven't seen the ADC locked in by
Whoa.
Manui. And there's
Okay.
what you wanted to see, the Heimerdinger. That's going
wanna
to be
see the
for
game too.
Wizardish, because Tristana has been far more played mid lane. Renekton, we can get to that in a second. I already know your reaction to that one, especially going up against Wukong as well as the rest of Wildcard Developmental. But I was talking about Manui not locking in the ADC, and I wanted to bring that up mostly just because of that Vygar pick. Where the Vygar pick, I was wondering if maybe was going to be flexed around, but now that they're hovering the Cephalios, as well as Kai'Sa still being left open, I doubt that that's going to be a play. Whoa!
Okay. It's Vagar bottom.
Wait,
It's
so
Vagar
I'm
bottom.
right.
Yeah. That's one thing I want to point out. Vagar can just go bottom into Heimerdinger. And
Right.
it's not a good matchup it's not a good matchup for the engineer. I'm very afraid of how Bethany actually wants to pilot this now. The only saving grace for Bethany is that they do have a traditional AD carry to pump out that damage in the later phases, but again, like, I don't know how you touch Remember outside of, like, you know, chucking a shock grenade from Wizardish and his ultimate, and maybe it lands on him through and through. But even then, you have a lot of people in wildcard to create space. Even though I'm rocking the Bethany brand right now, I also am very afraid of how they want to pilot this composition, Alex.
Yeah, this is going to be a really difficult thing to be able to pilot. And it reminds me a lot of their last game, the issues that they had. Ziggs, his whole idea is pushing the lane to be able to get the early turrets so you can use that lead to snowball other lanes. They never were able to get that mid lane. Tristana functions in a pretty similar manner, being able to push out the waves really fast, being able to try to get a lot of pressure onto the plate, same with Heimerdinger. But against what Wildcard have drafted, how are you supposed to even get to the turrets? They're going to clear the minion waves just as quickly as you are.
I also just don't know what Hunter can do, because Hunter, of course, doesn't have a dash, doesn't have anything to kind of speed him up outside of a chem take that he builds later on.
Gale Force.
No. Stop. Can someone get this guy off?
You asked for a dash, and I've got
someone get this guy off, please.
All right, Rocket Belt.
No.
Hey!
There you
hey,
go.
hey.
All right, we're good.
Rocket Belt.
We're good.
What about Rocket Belt?
We're good. All right. So, how does Hunter get in, Alex? Because one,
Rocket
he has to
Belt.
dodge-
You're asking
Stop.
me these things. I'm
Stop.
telling you.
No. Okay, let's be logical.
Okay,
let's
fine.
think about this. Okay, Hunter has to dodge charm, has to make sure he doesn't get caged, has to avoid cage, and also has to get through Rel and Wukong and Udyr, stunning him in the face. And now you ask, is it worth pulling in Rel, pulling in Udyr, pulling in Wukong? Not so much. So I'm very.
I mean, the only way I can
bewildered.
see that they can win is they have to avoid team fights. They have to set up a 1-3-1 at all times, and they have to avoid team fights at any possible moment.
You
That
can.
Skarner and that Thresh have to be used as tools to peel. That's it. You utilize the fact that you're probably going to be running triple TP to outmaneuver Wildcard. I feel like that's your game plan.
At that point, you might as well, right? And I agree with you. Like, you have to run 1-3-1, because I think in a straight up team fight, Bethany is it's just so hard for Bethany to even close the distance against Wildcard's composition. So yeah, I for the second time in your life, Alex, you are right. I think 1-3-1 is the option
I'm always
for
right.
Bethany, and hopefully they can break down the side turrets and drag him left and right across the map. If they enter
I'm yelling at our
5-on-5 though,
producer right now. Omrecker
it's
is
not gonna be
100%
good.
win rate. I'll remind him.
shut up. God, always.
Our
shove that in my
producer's the one who
face.
said that I was wrong about Omrecker, but it's got a 100% win rate, so I just want to remind him.
Ah.
Our producer's the one who said that I was wrong about Omrecker, but it's got a 100% win rate, so I just want to remind him.
All right. All right. Okay.
So,
All right. All right, Alex. Let's think about this real quick. Let's also think about this. I want to kind of pitch this, right? I'm wearing three pieces of Bethany Esports apparel, and in regards to the experiment, I think it was 4 more, right, that we tested for Cloud9 during that time.
I had way more than that.
Okay, it was 4+ for Cloud9 to win, right? I think that was like the general.
Oh
rule.
yeah. It was like it was something
One
like
wasn't good
you
enough.
had
Yeah.
you couldn't wear more than I think 6, but you couldn't
Okay.
wear less than 3.
Okay.
I think that's
So
what
I'm
we
wearing
discovered.
And we haven't confirmed 3 yet. I don't think, have we?
No,
3
you had
pieces of-
2 we knew lost.
2 lost,
and then you put
so-
6 on and they lost. But then you
Okay.
you took 1 off and they won. And so you're like,
Yeah,
let
okay.
me take another 1 off and they won again. And then
Okay.
I don't know what happened after that. I think you left that on, then they lost. And
Okay,
so
yeah.
technically,
So
4 has like a 1-for-1. So we're not
Okay.
sure about 3 yet.
okay, so this is going to be the determining factor, guys. Regardless of if Bethany wins this, wearing 3 pieces of the team's apparel as a commentator seems to correlate to them winning. So far, currently, looks like 4 is also the magic number as well. We'll have to see if this experiment works out well for me and you, knowing that we like to wear a lot of team apparel.
So here's another fun word for you. Sommerferien Ewigkeitsgefühl.
Yeah. What does that,
That
mean?
means a childhood sensation that summer vacation will last forever.
Okay. Wait. One word for that?
Yeah.
You know, I think
I thought you would
so-
enjoy that one. That one was a better one.
it was a better one. It's just so long for all that.
I mean, it's not as long as the last one. If you could still see, it's like
It's not.
It's not nearly as long.
It's
I
not.
feel like that would actually be a word that's used. Like one of the
Sure.
German words that actually is used a good amount that I remember that's not from this is Zusammengehörigkeitsgefühl,
Okay.
which means the feeling of community spirit.
there was a word in How I Met Your Mother at the end. It was I forgot what it was. Have you seen How I Met Your Mother?
Not at all.
Oh dang it! There's like an episode in season 8, I think, where Ted's ex-girlfriend's husband was kind of giving this German word. I forgot, man. Twitch chat, if you guys know what I'm talking about, help me out. It was a German
She's gone
word.
crazier
but-
than me.
Shut up. For everyone who's a How I Met Your Mother fan, you guys know what I'm talking about.
Wait a
Please let
minute.
me know. I just forgot. Okay,
Wait a
guys?
minute. We gotta jump into this game. We gotta get into
Yeah.
this game. It's game 3. And
Okay.
and look at this. Wild card
Oh.
are all grouped up together.
Oh.
You know how much I love level 1s. They are
Oh, yeah.
all they're going for the cheese
Big
brush
fan.
too.
The cheddar.
Oh my god.
Well, they see him
Oh.
now.
No, they don't.
They saw 3 of them.
Did they?
I'm pretty sure.
Did they step out just that far enough to be able to be spotted?
Pretty sure the turret spotted him. No.
I don't think so.
Oh, maybe not.
I don't
maybe
think
not.
so.
Okay.
That turret that is up by the tri-bush would definitely spot them. That one is
Yep.
going to be able to notice them. And
Ha!
Wizardish is going to be like, oh, well
Huh.
then.
You guys took out my ward.
Oh,
the
and
ward
he
means
has
turret.
the swag walk. Oh, Wizardish
Oh.
knows exactly how to play Heimerdinger.
Oh yeah.
If you don't know, he starts off with a different animation for his walk, and you can toggle it to get the swag walk.
Oh.
And so he's toggled it to be able to get the swag walk. And that, see, now it's the bad one.
Mhm.
See, he's using the bad one right now. When it's the swag walk is where his hair's back and it's flowing.
You know, I
That's the
think
swag walk.
Beatdown, Alex. I think I think Beatdown actually confirmed this last time I commentated with him. Heimerdinger has a 6-pack. Fun fact: we saw a scan. He had this pool party Heimerdinger, and he was rocking a 6-pack. Our observers, Mr. K-Tad helped us out and zoomed in.
He's
He was like, yeah.
inventing stuff all the time, and so who's
Yeah.
lifting all that heavy equipment?
He just kind of built.
right.
He just built
exactly.
different.
That makes
Yeah.
sense. That makes sense.
It makes sense. Yeah.
Who else is moving all that equipment that he's got in his workshop?
That's true. He's also a
That's like-
Yordle, so he's a tinier guy. He's a smaller frame. So
Oh, see, now he's got the dumb one. He switch back to the swag walk.
switch back to the swag walk.
There he goes. Okay.
Oh,
whoa.
Hanjay! Whoa! We just saw flashes.
Yeah, that's it. Andre, nice.
Okay. Hanjay, Gang Hing. Gang
So-
Hing means good job.
So, I guess we've also learned that Monkey loses a crocodile, since we learned earlier today on the Discovery Channel that a bear beats a monkey. And so now we know crocodile beats a monkey. Does that therefore mean that a crocodile and a bear are equally matched?
I think that's a valid logic. I will say though that it is confirmed that Demon Lord beats Bear. So,
ooh, all right. Though that would make sense if you think about it. Demon Lord
it makes
should
sense.
beat a bear.
It should be. So
that does make a lot of sense. But now the biggest question: do they all lose to the homeless man?
Who's the homeless man?
Udyr.
Oh. Depends on how much. Depends on what he has and how strong he is. I think in certain phases, Udyr loses and wins. You know.
Because I was gonna say, I usually see Udyr just win most 1v1 matchups, regardless of who it is. That homeless man has learned how to fight on the streets, and I guess the wilderness, and now on the Rift.
The epitome of minimalism is what Udyr is. You know. Don't need anything extravagant. Don't need anything, you know. Don't need any greed. Don't need gold. Well, he needs gold for items if he wants to fight, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, but look at him. He's just taking the whole top side of the jungle, and he's waiting for Grump. He is legitimately just waiting.
He's chilling.
He wants that Grump. Oh, he's going to be spotted.
That's spot.
Hanjay's like, all right, maybe he's nearby. Good call by Hanjay to kind of be on top of that and be like, you know what, he might be here to try to steal that Grump the moment it spawns.
Yeah. I think it was smart from Hunter to actually communicate that to Hanjay. It's like, I think he's on my Grump, guys. And then, you know, get spotted out. So, a little more tempo for Hunter in the jungle matchup. Freeze, though, I want to talk a little bit about this Tristana pick, Alex. Oh, before I get to that, threading the needle.
Hold on, because we got Baby Cage locked down. Nice double stun from Inui to be able to keep Wizardish and Hollywood from going any further. But going back to the mid lane, what was your point?
Yeah. So, we haven't really seen Tristana mid a lot so far. I think
amount.
We've seen a decent amount. We just haven't seen a lot so far when it comes to this new season, just because of how she operates with crit and her itemization overall. Like, she's still kind of built as like an AD caster, kind of like a mid lane assassin, right?
I miss the days of AP Tristana.
I miss the days too. It was kind of dumb. One explosive shot was also a damage over time that scaled with ability power.
Oh, those are so fun. And you get Deathfire Grasp, and you just nuke everyone.
Okay, well. That was kind of cheesy. Oh.
And LeBlanc was stupid because you just Deathfire Grasp a tank, and then you'd jump on them with your full combo, and they die.
That's true. I do love what that conversation we had back then about champion design, and you enjoyed like old Riot champion design where you are able to build multiple ways into ability power or into attack damage. So
yes, I love that. That's one thing that I miss with so many of the champions that are currently in the game.
Yeah.
All of them are very much hard-coded to be one play style, and it always makes me sad. Like, if you look at Udyr is a great example of someone who can play multiple play styles. For a long time, you know, the Pharaoh Flare and the Devour style where you try to hard farm and be able to do that, that's what was like considered the epitome of Udyr. Then he shortly got a bit of a competitive play because you'd be able to do run stun, job done, flash, bear slap, tank build. Now we're seeing not only can he build that tanky style, but it's Phoenix stance tank style. So he still has a lot of damage when he gets that Lich Bane.
Yeah, a little bit earlier on now, yeah. Back then it was always like a Tiger Stance kind of build, especially if you want a hard carry, because Phoenix Stance just didn't scale well with your overall kit, because it just became just really squishy and you didn't become Bruiser-esque because of the items back then. But now, yeah, all these new items are kind of changing, like all these old champions, right? Like Dr. Mundo is getting some love, especially when Udyr's coming back in. So I like these new item changes. I think the items honestly affected a lot of those old champions that are now coming back in.
Mundo also, by the way, is really dumb when you build him full crit, because when you E and headbutt someone in the face, they just get nuked.
Oh.
All right, right now, good poke, good dash.
Wow.
Nothing really burned. Seems like all summons are still held up by everyone involved in that little bit of a skirmish, as Hunter does want to be able to secure the steal around blue buff, taking that away from Ghost the Cat, saying, anything you can do, I can do better, especially when I have Aspire.
It's also really good for Wizardish too.
Yeah.
Because it just means he's able to maintain his lane priority over and over again. This is one of the risks when you're running a double mid lane mage and a mage bottom, is that blue buff just kind of becomes a gigantic priority for either lane, and knowing that you get your hands on 2 blue buffs for your bottom lane and your mid lane, or even for yourself, it denies a lot and it actually allows you to get some of these waves and get some of this priority, as we see here from Bethany, as we see him walking into Ghostly Cat because Remember doesn't have mana. Yeah, look at Remember. He's very little mana. They're actually double buffing him. There's no answer back from Wildcard Gaming. They're actually letting this go, Alex.
And this is why we're starting to see Skarner propping up in the meta right now. Is the fact that Udyr has been so dominant and people are like, wait a minute, what's also really good and runs at people? Skarner!
Yeah!
And he saw some preemptive nerfs at him, like, oh wait, Skarner's good. People are gonna remember about Skarner. He's pretty much everything Udyr is, but a little bit better if he has Spires.
What was Skarner's old kit back then? I'm trying to remember.
His old kit?
Because it was revamped. Yeah, because it was revamped.
I mean, most of it's the same.
Most of the same? Okay.
Most of it's the same. I think the only change is that his E before was like,
yeah,
it didn't pass through things.
That's
It
right.
would only for whatever it hit first, it would damage and that's it. And then also his passive was completely different. He didn't have the spires at all. I'm trying to remember. It was really lame. I feel like
nope. You see Cat getting jumped on though.
trying to see if he could steal away that red buff.
Backup's here.
Play back in, trying to get the kill. They took him down with the help of the Rockets. They even got the baby cage locked down onto Hollywood. 1-for-1 trade. But it seems that the red buff was actually gifted over to Wizardish. Hunter was able to get the stun back. Tried to see if he could follow it back up a little bit more, but they're going to be able to get the charm. They're going to get the lockdown with the Magnet Storm, so they take down Hunter. Baby cage yet again. Trapped flashed over, though, by Freeze. Goomba stomping onto the head of Remember, wanting to be able to get a kill. No mana, but it has the Honey Fruit. Going to be able to survive the flash over the wall. Has the crit stacks to be able to get a little bit more onto Minui. Wants to be able to get that health back. Trying to turn it around. Baby cage. Rockets taken down, but it's going to be the Goomba stomp. Turned around. Oh, the smite gets the kill for Ghostly Cat as he barely showed up in time.
Alex, just a heads up, that was a 4-for-4. I'm sorry, even trade across the board, man. Like Ghostly Cat went down, then Hunter, then Hollywood, then Yasin, then it was literally just back and forth. It was basically watching a freaking crew battle in Super Smash Bros. Back to back, man.
That was nuts, and I love how Ghostly Cat, the first one to die in that whole fight, was able to respawn, comes down, gets the kill with Smite onto Freeze. He's like, yoink.
I think what's more important though, Alex, is where the kills actually went to. Because 2 of them did go to Freeze, picks up that shield before himself too, and also 2 of them went to Wizardish, which is also very core on the bottom side. We also are going to see a little bit of a lane swap. Freeze is now on the bottom side against Minui.
Interesting. Bit surprising there, but it seems like they want to be able to utilize
at
least a little bit of this pressure coming in from Freeze, dodging away.
Freeze?
One more shot takes the 1v1 kill over Minui.
Alex, I don't know if you saw that, but Freeze spaced that cage last second, bro. He was kind of schmoovin'. It was looking real nice.
Had that connected, probably was dead.
Yeah. Honestly.
Fancy foot, you know. Sometimes you have those
cool things. Yeah.
You have those skills to be able to dodge away something and being able to turn it around. So now that you get the dragon, gotta be careful though. Hunter, Lantern should be able to take that away. Oh, he wanted to be able to Lantern back with Impale. I know what he was wanting to do.
I know what he was looking for.
Yeah. I was wondering. I'm like, why isn't he clicking the Lantern? I'm like, oh, he wants to click the Lantern after Impale.
Yeah. 3 people on the bottom side for Freeze though. He should be okay. He does have the hop.
Doesn't have flash though. There's going to be the Goomba Stomp, even using the Buster Shot away onto Ghostly Cat. The TV's coming behind Magnet Storm with the baby cage, trying to pull him back in. They get the shutdown, but it's Yasin who is the one that got it. As Hanjay onto Minui in the back line, has so much damage that Hunter takes him down, and the hook as well, pulling back in with the Impale Flay too. Yasin trying to be able to escape with the Pharaohmancy to be able to get away back to the arms of Remember with the charm to be able to take down Hunter. Exhaust flashed over the wall by Yasin to be able to survive. Another messy fight between the two teams.
And Remember also picks up another kill for himself too. Now sitting here 4-1 in this mid-lane matchup. So for Wildcard, it's mainly going to be to Remember to make sure he's a big carry threat in this game. Freeze getting caught out, it's going to hamper his growth overall in this game too, Alex. So we're seeing this kind of mid lane dynamic starting to occur. But the biggest thing, of course, is this side lane play, because we mentioned that 1-3-1. Hanjay is 2-0, and he has that Gore Drinker. If this 1-3-1 keeps on going, and Wizardish becomes a champion that he can just send a side lane and handle 1 versus 2s, Hanjay becomes a champion, Freeze becomes a champion that also can send in 1 versus 2 situations, I think Bethany can actually look to take it.
Right now, getting more pressure in this top lane. Wizardish forcing Manui to have to deal with the Heimerdinger, who, you know, doing what he's doing best. And this is what we wanted to see from that Ziggs matchup last time when it was Freeze playing Ziggs. You want to see this champion pushing constantly, forcing around these objectives, trying to get as many plates early on so they continue to snowball. And you see that from the gold lead they currently have on the side of Bethany. 3,000 gold here 13 minutes into the game.
And biggest one is just honestly that top lane discrepancy that's occurred. I'd like to remember though, he did pick up the Everfrost.
Ooh,
Grenade's gonna
wasn't
miss
able to get
though.
the connect. Yeah, it was an upgraded grenade too. Unfortunately, not able to connect it, so they have to back out of that one. Wait it out. They have the pressure already. They got Freeze, who's always going to be able to rotate first, since there's not going to be that tier 2 to really protect. Remember, same with Ghostly Cat, always having to try to farm with knowing that there's that potential that they're going to be invaded at any moment, which means they have to constantly try to see if they can have this goon squad together, and it's worked a couple times, but it's been very messy.
And we can also see both these guys are looking to see if they can control the top side, right? They want to see if they can tackle Manui and prevent him from farming up. Mid tier 1 being gone though means that Bethany Esports are able to access some of these jungles early on. Freeze and Porsche are going to stay high in the bottom side river though.
Yeah, but it does
Freeze, do you
seem
wanna
that
jump
TC
in?
Porsche is able to get a little bit more
Freeze.
damage. Oh, Freeze
Okay.
caught out, even with the Kumasop flashback. Try to get the Buster shot to be able to survive. Hanjay wants to be able to
Good
help
kill,
out a little
Sass,
bit.
but-
Nice splash, though, so they can get that kill over to Ghostly Cat. Hanjay wanted to be able to dash his way out of that one with the slice and dice, but he's getting run down. You know what happens? Front Sun job done.
Hanjay.
He had a huge Gore Drinker, was able to take it back onto Ghostly Cat. Barely
Barely
alive.
alive.
Here comes Remember, though, getting that shutdown to make sure that they can come out of it on top, while the rest of Bethany not in position to be able to answer it.
Man, Freeze is getting baited by a monkey in the mid lane, man. He was 3. It just adds up. He was 3-1 at a certain point, and now he just died twice, just by getting caught off guard, and also just falling into
Nice charm.
not good tendencies. Everfrost's gonna
Flash forward,
stall.
flashed away. Nicely done by both sides, forcing out the summoners. Hunter wants to be able to continue this, but he's got to be careful. He has gotten to that point to be tanky enough to take a lot of that poke that can come out of Remember. And you know, I haven't seen this before, but Everfrost Ari, Remember, is gone for this
I was gonna
path.
say this.
And this is a very interesting thing. This is if you remember, recall back to the days where GLP was in the game. This is the Faker. It reminds me of the Faker build, where you'd play Ari with GLP and go more of this tanky path to be someone who is more of CC, getting the charm, the dash into the backline, functioning like an AP bruiser. And that's what I feel like Remember's going to be going for in this game.
It's actually a little bit crazy because when we take a look at GLP, you're getting more HP with the new changes, but the biggest thing is just the synergy you have with Charm, because it's just a free snare. Cat's gonna get snared up and get
That's
pulled
what
away.
I was talking about with the lantern. Oh, poor Ghostly Cat learned the hard way what happens if there's the lantern to be able to click on. Nice body block with the turret from the
Good
charm.
job, Turret. Yeah, Turret gets a thumbs up.
MVP. Yeah, MVP.
Yeah,
turret.
MVP.
But that should be a free
Hanjay's
dragon.
happy.
Doubt there's going to be anything coming in from the side of Wildcard to be able to actually fight back. But they have to be careful. Now, soul points about to be grabbed by the side of Bethany. One more of these dragons, and they're going to have Ocean Soul. And that is one of the most powerful ones.
It's gonna be good too when dealing against a wild card. Whoa,
that was
Freeze.
a weird interaction.
Okay, Freeze. First off, you chill, bro. Okay, you got a little bit too hungry for a monkey. You die because of it. You got punished on the bottom, so you just need to relax, man. You gotta stop looking for these high plays, good sir.
He's like, I got the immortal shield bow. I'll survive. No.
No, you kind of
Right.
need a quick silver slash. I'm being honest.
Yeah. I agree. You have cleanse, but that's not enough. And it's on a cooldown right now. Especially up against like Manui and Remember, and Yasin, and Ghostly Cat, and TC Porsche. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can only really cleanse one of them.
Yeah. You can only cleanse one. The biggest thing is that if you are saving that rocket jump, I think that's the key. ability that you need to have on Freeze. Jumping in, of course, is not a good thing if you're going to get caught out.
Well, if you go AP, it's a good thing.
Oh, yeah. You know, if you can go AP. But you can't.
Yeah, I know. Makes me sad still. But right now, you know, everyone's building up their mythics, kind of waiting out. Mid lane, there's potential for a fight, but into Heimerdinger, you never want to play into his territory. You always want to try to see if you can bait him out. That's exactly what Wildcard are doing. Is you see Ghostly Cat? Looks like he's almost caught out again, but it was Wizardish on the other side who was caught out by Remember. They're trying to body block, but he's flashing right into the arms of Remember. Charm not going to be able to connect. As Hunter wants to be able to escape from that one. They've sacrificed both Hollywood and Wizardish. That's not going to be able to work out too well, especially because I believe it is going to be the Rift Herald that is up on the table and easily taken by Wildcard.
Yeah, they left Wizardish hanging, man. We saw Hunter and Hollywood get a little bit too hungry for an Udyr, who's a tank, and they left Wizardish to dry. Same thing that happened in game 1, man. It's just that you're going in so far in, Wizardish gets caught out. Now freezes by himself on a top tier 1.
Got the Buster Shot, knocks back.
I don't know if he can hop out.
Cat wants to be able to hop out of that one. Flash is available too. Cleanse is up. Going to be able to cleanse away. Wants to be able to get a lot of damage back onto Ghostly Cat. Remember, he's going to be able to at least keep him a little bit safe because they got to be careful. Everyone from the side of Bethany can collapse here and try to see if they can punish Ghostly Cat for not going for the objective.
But Alex, look at Hanjay right now. He's already pressuring the bottom tier 2 as well. And Hunter is around the corner if anyone wants to answer back. Definitely Bethany Esports is seesawing this pressure, knowing that Hanjay is on that split push. For Bethany Esports, you have to be mindful of the way you want to fight. Get strong jump. Freeze might get assassinated.
Able to get the root briefly. Unfortunately, not long enough. Needed to be able to jump over a little bit quicker if you wanted to be able to get that Everfrost. And they've sacrificed this Rift Herald that should have been wild cards.
Yeah, it's also because Remember is unable to have that ultimate on hand when it came to that fight. He thought he could take out Freeze, but unfortunately unable to do so. Good thing on Bethany Esports to get a little bit of breathing room and also pick up the second Rift Herald.
Sorry, I had to yawn right there. But now you're getting a lot. Bit tired, yep. Bit tired here.
Migraines.
But it's okay. Huh?
Migraines okay?
It's doing all right. It's all right.
It's doing all right.
Thankfully, this is only a best of 3. If it's a best of 5, it'd be a whole other story. Right now.
Make this a best of 5, Twitch chat. F it.
No.
We're changing the format.
No.
Casters are changing the format. We're going to best of 5.
Besides you, Will, wants the best of 5. Right now, 20 minutes in the game.
That's if Bethany loses.
If they win, then it's over.
If they win, it's okay, guys. Yeah,
okay. So, you know, one thing I was a little bit disappointed about is I wanted to see Freeze to be able to go for that TP to be able to set up, you know, the constant split push potential that their team has available for them. But with Cleanse, it makes it so they're less likely to be able to really consistently have that option back in their pockets. They have to be able to group up a little bit more, and that's kind of set them up here where it's so difficult for them to get into this backline. Look at Remember, Spirit Rush away anytime you see any danger. Or Manui, able to put down the baby cage to lock them down so they can't continue to push forward.
I also like that Hunter utilized the Chem Tank to burn Remember Spirit Rush because it's a big ultimate cooldown that helps Remember move in and out of these fights, away from these hooks and away from the river, where all these CC that Bethany Esports has. Wizards might get a little. He's kind of split though.
Oh, but here's the big huge
ultimate.
magnetic storm. Hollywood had to flash away. Hunter's the first one shut down, but they're going to be able to trade it back on the outside. And look in the middle of everybody. It's Hanjay trying to see if he can survive long enough. Freeze going to be able to go for the Goomba Stomp. Not going to be able to get it though. He's still barely alive. He's stunned up. Dashes away. Barely surviving. So many members are pretty low. Only Remember Manui having a lot of health left for themselves. So it's going to be the honey fruit used by Bethany, trying to see if they can set up for this Ocean Soul.
They really want it, but Teleport's already coming in, Alex. This is where they can try and look for this fight. Bethany Esports has to see if they can kite away. You can already take a look at Porch. You want to see if you can find a flank, but I love Hanjay's positioning, playing the linebacker on the left side. Dragon's going to get started up. Cage's going to come through. But this is very scary.
One of them. Smite wasn't on their side, though. They got to be careful. Hanjay taking a lot of damage coming in from TC4. He's trying to see if he can jump back onto Freeze, but there's going to be the play to keep him at least alive a little bit longer. Remember, wants to be able to get in there with the Spirit Rush. There's a lot of damage coming in with a stun that they got locked down for 2 of them. And Hollywood, he's getting chased down, not going to be able to get the Q that they needed to land. Instead, it's going to be the side of Wildcard winning the fight, peeling back, rotating mid.
Why did Freeze go in on an angle, Alex? He's there, he wants to jump in, but then he's just kind of sitting there by himself when he kind of commits to that flash, and Freeze is kind of losing. He's making a lot of mistakes, a lot of fundamental mistakes for Bethany Esports when it comes to these team fights here, and it's kind of costing him because right now, Baron's getting started up. Freeze is a big damage dealer who's off the table, and Hanjay is nowhere near around. There's also no vision for Bethany
There's a
Esports.
blast cone, though.
They're looking to take it. It's only on Hunter to see if he can get the steal.
Hunter has flashed, wants to be able to get over. Baby Cage was popped, even the blast
Go the
cone
other
popped.
way.
Trying to pull away Ghostly Cat. The charm goes wide.
It's
trying
so
to
hard.
get the damage, but Hunter gets jumped on and he is annihilated. Baron is secured by Wildcard Developmental. Even with the Rift Herald pushing down mid, they're going to be the ones with the advantage.
And that's what I was saying, Alex. How the heck does Hunter get in if there's a cage in front of him, if there's a charm in front of him, if there's a freaking Udyr bear slapping him to prevent him from getting in? He doesn't get to have a fun time when it's a 5-on-5, and that's the biggest worry for Bethany Esports. The only 5-on that we had was a pretty even trade, but then they're kind of defaulting in taking these fights around neutral, and it's costing him a lot because now, remember 7-1-4, Manui, he's 3-3-8, but he has a bounty on himself, and he has the Void Staff, so he's going to be throwing that ultimate and nuking someone else out of the fight immediately. It's really tough for Bethany Esports.
By the way, just so everyone knows, unfortunately, there is a little bit of visual glitch with the gold. Wildcard do not have that much gold. They are right now currently up 2,000 gold over that of Bethany.
Yes.
So that way you have a more accurate depiction of what's going on. So unfortunately, we're trying to get that fixed, but hold on with us. Is right now Hunter. Man, I thought he was supposed to be a tank. They're able to draw him right back and immediately kill him.
Void Staff hurts, Alex. Void Staff hurts a lot. And we take a
Double
look
that
at
too.
both mid and bottom as double Void Staff. This item is very efficient when it comes to mages and when it comes to dealing with tanks that are building magic resistance.
Freeze?
Tank being the one that has a lot of magic resist, it hurts Honor a lot, and he's 2-5. He can't really get in.
Will,
Wildcard
where
knocking front
is
door.
Freeze? What is he doing top lane right now?
I don't know, man. They have to commit to something. They can't win this 5-on-5, so Freeze is just saying, you know what? F
Yeah.
it. Let me just
But
try and see if I can get something else on across the map.
That's your tier 2, the inhibitor turret, the inhibitor itself, he still hasn't back.
turn out.
Hanjay engaged because they have to do something, and he's
Hanjay's
blown
dead.
up for it. Hunter wants to be able to draw
Oh.
back anybody, but he's gone as well. Wizard is trying to be able to escape with the help of Exhaust, but remember, barely goes wide with the charm. Mid lane cracked open wide. Inhibitor is gone. 3 members are alive from Bethany. Baron is still up. 5 members are still up from Wildcard. They are looking for the final fight. They've drawn
looking
back
at
in
it.
Hollywood. They had the cyclone damage they needed to, but they already have minions pressured, lined up and ready to get this first Nexus turret. They gotta wait. They have to be careful
One.
because they've lost now. TC Porsche a little bit over aggressive. Finally, with Freeze nearby, they're able to push away Wildcard, but at what cost?
Even then, I still don't know what Bethany Esports does because their 1-3-1 is kind of broken now. They have to answer a mid-wave here. It's only going to be in Wizardish. If they maybe find some picks in the jungle, that'd be great, but fortunately, Baron recalls, get them back into base and gets them back onto a team-wide reset. Knowing that a Dragon's coming up in the next minute, knowing that mid lane is going to be pushed in, I honestly don't know what Bethany can do. Outside of maybe potentially looking for a pick before the fight even starts.
Honestly, that is going to be a huge problem because you're already seeing them struggle to find those picks in the first place. To be able to lock down someone like Remember, that's who they need to be able to take out of this. That or Manui, they're able to use the smite to be able to at least slow down, but Freeze is the target they try to lock down. The Lantern to be able to draw back in. It's got Simmons in the back line, but it's only 3 members. Remember is gone. Manui's on the other side, finally being able to join the fight, but they've lost the member that they needed to be able to keep alive around this dragon.
They did find that pick, and that's something they desperately need. Like I said, Bethany's only hope is to find a pick before the ejector shows up. But it's 20 seconds, and remember, that's 30 seconds left. Hollywood tries to go in.
Not gonna land anything, unfortunately, there. He wanted to make the hero play, but everything went wide, and now Ghostly Cat already trying to threaten down mid lane. Maybe there's going to be that delayed back, trying to see if they can do anything in this fight with Ghostly Cat on the other side. Going to be able to get the stun they needed to on the Wizardish. Taking him out. Heimerdinger's gone. Hunter is gone. Blown up in the fight. Freeze is going to be the next target. Double kill coming in from Manui. Hanjay Hollywood, the only members up. TP into the base coming in from TC Porsche, wanting to end the game. Minions already lined up, ready to execute the equation and the strategy. That is going to be game. That is going to be the set. That is going to be Wildcard Developmental continuing their undefeated streak in Series 5-0 now.
Yeah, honestly, Bethany Esports, made a lot of shambles when it come to some plays, particularly freezing the mid lane. Man, he got caught off from a monkey. He tried to make a play on the dragon, and he lost on that end too. Like, and at the end of the day, like the draft just doesn't favor them, right? I have to highlight the draft overall because we take a look at Hunter. I mean, yes, Hunter wins it. Yes, Skarner wins against Udyr. But when you gotta walk into a cage, when you gotta walk into a charm, when the people you want to target is getting body blocked by a cyclone and a gigantic bear and a girl who can freaking make a horse of metal, it's a terrible time for Hunter. And that's where, I gotta think about what Bethany Esports want to go for. They gave Udyr and Rull away against Skarner, which Skarner now has a really tough time going against. So I don't know, man. I think Wildcard definitely showed up, and I think all of us as a squad, 100% agree that Bethany Esports on paper were the better team. Individually, on paper, were better. But then for Wildcard, their draft worked out really well. They played a lot better as a team once they started going for the 5-on-5s, and it just worked out well, man. I really like the adaptation from Veigar going to the bot lane against Heimerdinger, and both Ari and Veigar indexing into that voice stuff because it literally melted Hanjay and melted Hunter. Like they couldn't do anything.
And sometimes it's all about how you play on the day, right? It's clear that Wildcard Developmental, they've been playing on the day consistently 5 times in a row now. They're able to win their best of 3 matchups. They still hold that title of not losing a series here in the UPL, only team to be able to do so.
Definitely well deserved now because Bethany is a team that beat Maryville back then. It's also a team that's now kind of coalescing with Hollywood on the support role. So, of course, some growing pains. But then I guess the next matchup that we have to see Wildcard Development to go against is Revival, one of the Proving Grounds teams that are doing relatively well overall so far. Made playoffs in big and made it all the way to finals. So that's the next step for Wildcard Developmental. But outside of that, I mean, they're looking like a good team.
I missed Revival on that one. They also haven't lost a series, but they've only played 3 series so far. They still have, I guess, a reschedule they're going to be working on, so that's why I didn't notice them. But still, it's great stuff to see out of Wildcard developmentally. A team that was starting off the whole Proving Grounds thing had been very weak. They were kind of the team that everyone had written off and like, this team's just kind of here just because they can.
Yeah.
But they've been slowly working together. They've been figuring out how to play, and honestly, that's how you got to go about it. Sometimes you start off in a position where everyone's kind of saying, oh, you're not going to do anything, and you just keep working at it. You keep going for the grind. And they are going for the grind, and they're doing pretty damn well with it.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, like in game 2 and in game 3, they punished Bethany for their kind of overreaching when it comes to one-on-ones, and just kind of, I think Bethany kind of tried to flex on them game 2, and it didn't work out. In game 3, it just looked like Bethany didn't really know how they want to execute their composition, and Hunter, of course, getting caught off guard. And then we take a look at Wildcard. I mean, they played their game pretty well. Play around the cage, play around charms. They have to walk into us, and when they do, we kind of win the fight.
Exactly. You know what? It was a good series of games. Unfortunately, it seems the 3 bits of memorabilia and paraphernalia not where it's at, so it doesn't work.
I have to go 4.
You got a 4.
Bethany Esports, give me one more piece of gear. I guarantee you, next time I cast y'all, it's a guarantee win.
No, 5 is the guarantee. 5 is the guarantee. 4 is like the 50-50.
All right, so now I need a bracelet, I need a hat, I need a mask, I just need 2 pieces, Bethany. Okay? I go to your school, but if you want Bethany to win when I'm casting, just give me 2 more gears, okay?
Well, there you go. You've heard it. So now we're going to toss it over to the desk. Ravish and the others are going to take it from here. It was great casting these games. See you guys next time.
Man, what can I say, bro? Even when I'm wrong, I'm right. I'm actually the superior analyst, even as the host. Y'all can go back and clip it. I said it right at the beginning. I said it, yo. Wild card 2-1. Like, it was a hasty decision, but I knew it in my gut. I was right. Beat down.
What'd you say at the when we were going into game 3 though?
That don't matter right now. That's actually not a genuine factor.
I wasn't sure. I'm really glad you cleared that up. But the thing we really want to talk about here is, bro, we saw an Ari
You wanna
in
talk-
a level of play above platinum. Not only did I greatly enjoy that, I think Remember had a really good time because I think he played that matchup honestly pretty well into CP Freeze, even though it's something he definitely shouldn't have won. I'm really trying to be like unbiased with this favorite champ here. But the big thing that was really interesting for me was that the draft seemed really good for Bethany in the fact that we were Udyr, who usually bullies, farms really fast, even steals camps, was having that done to him by Skarner because even though you get a strong jungle pick in the Udyr, winning lanes are what you need around this jungler. And on paper, technically, that wasn't actually a thing for Wildcard. Like you look at every lane and they just shouldn't have the push. But a lot of good capitalization from mistakes Bethany were making when they very much had a commanding lead to the point where we thought the game was more or less over is what really did it here. Some botched fights that I know Koskinen really wants to talk about. And I know he wants to talk about how OPR is.
I don't want to complain. I understand why you pick Ari there. It's clearly a comfort pick. It makes sense, but like he played the Syndra last game. It's really good. It's Tristana, like borderline unplayable for Trist, and like it's also just not Ari. So there's that. But I got a hand to Wildcard. I got a hand to Remember actually.
Yeah.
Just for you. You played that phenomenally, considering you were on Ari. You had an immense amount of kills. I like the fact this man's reading patch notes. He's like, Everfrost got buffed. I'm building it. That's quality stuff right there. At first, I was like, huh? And I was like, oh wait, they buffed it. Okay, fine. And it was good. He had some clean plays. Really good early game. I do think that like it didn't like Tristana still got push, and Skarner really got to punish Udyr because of that, which is why I don't like the pick that much. But he made some really quality plays with it. The comfort pick was really there. I do still think like Wildcard shouldn't have won that game. Bethany they were in a very commanding lead. They had 3 dragons. They're pressuring Ocean Soul, the strongest soul in the game for this game at least. There's no way they get through that front line with Ari and Vagar if they're healing up Ocean Soul. Like they got a pretty ahead for Nectin. Hanji got with that early juicy solo kill, being a beast like he was in that first game. I was like, oh, solo kill early. This reminds me of the first game. Looking pretty good. But yeah, they threw that soul fight when Freeze had this huge lead. He was 1v9 monster and he jumped in and he got killed. It was the only way he could have died. They didn't have access to him. I was really, really sad when that happened because my prediction was off, unfortunately. I do think if he played that, if he was a little bit more hesitant, if he was a little more like, yeah, I know it's game 3. I know how it feels. I know you get hype. You want to make the big play. You're fed on Tristana. You're like, let's go. And yeah, it just overstepped a little bit too much, and those little mistakes cost you the game sometimes. They deny the soul. The game goes on much longer. They get Baron pressure. It's really hard to play. But yeah, I mean, it was like I'm still happy because I think both teams played pretty well. I think both teams played like at their peak at some point in this set. I think Wildcard's game 2 was phenomenal. I think Remember played his ass off in that third game. I think he played his butt off in that third game. Just good gameplay. Always something to look forward to. I would have been bored if Wildcard just rolled over and died. So
yeah,
Now,
I think we gotta give him. Real quick, I just want to say we should still give Wildcard some credit because with every throw, there's absolutely the catch there. Because CP Freeze making those mistakes and the immediate like pounce onto him, I think is still really crucial and at least worth mentioning too. And even though we didn't see Yassine play, he didn't really roam as much as he likes to. We didn't see Wildcard really play that roam style they did because, of course, if you're getting pushed in, it's a lot harder for you to get roam timers. But he still had a great game on Rel where a lot of those team fights don't go Wildcard's way if not for him getting multi-man knockup, multi-man attract repel done.
like,
Really good. I think I saw one Magnet Storm where we were like, but besides that, like I think he had a really good game. Yeah.
Now, with this game as well, we do have the updated standings for you all as well, so we can now see an overall picturesque look of what the league looks like. And Wildcard still standing right at the top on the leaderboard, still not having dropped a game. 10 wins under their pocket. Well, 5 really if you take out 10 matches, 5 wins. And Bethany A do then fall to 5 wins right now. So it's 5 runs they've gotten for themselves. It is quite back and forth. So now going forward for Bethany, they cannot afford to drop a single round if they are to have any sort of hope of possibly making it to playoffs. And then even then should be back and forth. But on the other end, we will see Supernova and Bay State tomorrow, the top 2 teams in the league. It should be another fantastic match. But gentlemen, let me just get some closing thoughts from you all. Beat, us start with you first.
I mean, congrats to Wildcard for sure for winning the series, but I really don't think this is Wildcard's best form. We've definitely seen them play better when they aren't egoing the Kane for Ghostly Cat, when they're not drafting a bunch of losing lanes for an Udyr. And the fact that they still come out on top does look really good for them going into playoffs, because, like, let's be real, they're definitely going to get in there. And I'm sure as long as they can clean that up, play seriously, I think they have a really good shot at making a deep run at the very least. And I can't wait for Supernova Bay State tomorrow.
Koskin?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think while I always like to root for the underdog, wildcard team play is phenomenal. They're very cohesive playing, especially game 2. I think that was at their peak or around there. I think that's how they'll play more consistently once they get to playoffs. I think they had a little bit of fun this set. I think they're like, we're doing real good. Even if we lose this set, not the end of the world for our team. We're still first in our standings, essentially. They're doing pretty all right. And they want to get some Kane games in. They want to test out the draft against some higher tier players. Bethany had some pretty phenomenal plays themselves. But I do think that if they try their hardest in all their games, they'll definitely make a really deep run to playoffs.
Yeah,
So,
as of right now, I believe I'm being told as well that Wildcard can finish 3rd at worst with the way they are in the league because they are locked in for playoffs as well here, Koskin. And so they've got smiles on their faces. Like, they're feeling real good
they're
right
chilling.
now. But exactly.
Maybe a little bit sad about game 1, but they took home the dub. They're gonna have a nice weekend. They're opening it up. They're having an all right time, and I'm ready to see them for playoffs. I'll have a good. I want to see them play this good all the time. That's what I like to see.
As do I. With that all being said, I want to thank you all for watching. Appreciate you constantly coming on the desk, being with us again. Beat Down Boulevard. Some fantastic announcements from you as always, my brother. From the times you were there, the times you were not, you was always in our hearts, man. Know that forever. Of course, a big shout out to our cast, Chilling Walkmore, and of course, Mad Magical, our producer, Hyper, and Observer Hates Me. Thank you all for making it look so pretty. Now, I have been Ravishing Gravis, the most ravishing of the internet, your host for tonight. I will catch you tomorrow for some more UPL. Till then, stay safe. See you then. Peace.
Yeah.